In the throne room, a blonde girl in a beautiful red dress was kneeling and desperately reminding the emperor that she was his bride. A little behind her, horrified by what was happening, a red-haired girl stood and silently covered her mouth with her hands, since she was the culprit, but could not help in any way. Already completely saddened, the fair-haired girl tried to convince His Majesty that only she could be his bride, since Scarlet Armand herself. Hoping that the emperor would take pity on her, the girl raised her head, looking into his eyes, but did not see even a glimmer of salvation there. So Scarlet did the only thing she could do, which was to raise her head, proudly meeting the sword pointed at her. Desperately making one last attempt, Armand pleadingly asked the guy to love her no matter what, but this request was an empty phrase for him. This world was part of a novel called The Personal Life of a Tyrant, which the girl read in her life while still alive and healthy. According to the story, the cruel Emperor Carlior kills his own brothers and then meets the main character, falls in love, and becomes very caring. Since the advisors kept the tyrant's personal life a secret, now, being in the body of Scarlet Armand, the girl did not know how the tyrant becomes polite. In despair, because she did not want to die, Scarlet cried into her pillow in her room, trying to come up with a plan to escape. She remembered very well that she was now 20 years old and had recently died, like the heroine of the novel named Scarlet Armand, and for some reason, she ended up in her body. Moreover, Scarlet was not just the bride of the tyrant emperor, but received this place absolutely deservedly, since her character was no less evil and envious. In the novel, Armand loved His Majesty very much and therefore offended the main character in every possible way, and then died at the hands of the emperor, since he fell in love with the heroine. Now, sitting on the bed, the girl was struggling to remember what happened in the middle of the novel when Scarlet died. Luckily for the new Armand, she got into the novel before the start of the main story, when she was supposed to die, which means she had a chance to be saved. It was clear to the new Scarlet that under no circumstances should she behave like old Armand and offend the Emperor's beloved. In order not to be mistaken in the course of history, the girl climbed into the chest of drawers and took out a book from it, in which she decided to keep a record of all her affairs. When one of the maids came to Scarlet, the mistress asked her why the Emperor was considered the wisest. The woman didn't want to answer this question because she was cleaning the rooms, but she had no choice. The maid said that only a few know more than His Majesty, from which Armand concluded that the Emperor is called wise not because of his intelligence, but because of the lack of rivals. Sitting at her notebook, the girl could not understand how her strict family could, in the plot of the novel, send Scarlet to meet the Emperor. The new Armand did not understand how one could be so cruel as to condemn one's own daughter to a marriage with a tyrant. Although the girl was reborn in Scarlet's body, she retained Armand's memories and knew that her father was very strict towards her. It often got to the point that the Duke beat his daughter, punishing her for the slightest offense, and the girl could not defend herself. Many times her father left the now adult Scarlet in complete darkness, forcing her to wait alone for the morning, and Armand obediently remained in place, locked in some room, and thought about her behavior and the Duke. Always at such moments, the girl remembered that, beating her at home, at social events, her father always made sure that everything was okay with her. However, now Scarlet wrote down all the memories of hers in a notebook, and they were far from pleasant and supportive. So the girl seriously thought about the fact that she needed to leave the Duke's family as soon as possible, but now there was no such opportunity. Thoughtful, Armand analyzed her entire past life, trying to figure out what to do next. But another big problem for her was her engagement to a tyrant, which led to the death of the past Scarlet. The first meeting between the tyrant and Scarlet was supposed to take place literally 10 days later, at a banquet in honor of the Emperor's birthday. And for Armand, this situation will be a sign that the main story will begin, and the girl will need to urgently come up with something so as not to die. And right now, looking at the invitation letter, Scarlet tried to remember why in history she fell in love with His Majesty, because she herself did not like him. If Armand's life was simply an engagement to a tyrant, then she would not worry so much, but she will have to die when the main character appears. One of the girl's ideas was an ordinary escape, which was accomplished many times by heroes in films and books. But she understood that if, according to history, her marriage with the Emperor took place, then it was all meaningless. Moreover, Scarlet could not break off the engagement, because this would also entail consequences in the form of her death. Most of all, the girl was afraid that Armand's memories of her own death would actually become the future of the new Scarlet. The girl herself did not care about the status of her family, so she really wanted Her Majesty to just blow her off and not kill her. Suddenly, Scarlet came up with the idea of why not try to force the Emperor to end the engagement. His Majesty's engagement is sealed by a magical contract, the termination of which requires either the death of one of the lovers or mutual agreement to separate. So all Arman needed was for the Emperor to agree to terminate the contract, although she would still have to see him a certain number of times, specified in the contract. Although she really wanted to leave, the girl understood that it was better to be submissive for now and not provoke the wrath of the ruthless Emperor. Scarlet smiled predatorily as she realized that she had a lot of possibilities to dissolve her marriage. Arman froze in the middle of the room and began to laugh loudly because she already knew how she would make the Emperor abandon her. At this time, the assistant wanted to timidly knock on the room, but she heard the madam's mad laughter and froze. The maid was very afraid that in such a state Scarlet could harm her in any way, so she did not dare to enter. Waiting for the young mistress to stop laughing, the maid was worried about her morale, but could not help at all. A few days later, delving into Scarlet's memories, the girl could not find the answer to why the deceased loved the Emperor so much. The maid, who had been anxiously watching her mistress all this time, remembering her laughter, immediately noticed changes in Scarlet's mood and asked if everything was okay. Armand turned to her assistant named Lucy, but did not explain anything to her, but instead weakly replied that everything was fine. It so happened that Lucy was Scarlet's only assistant and therefore tried her best. Since the mistress was in no mood to argue now, she easily agreed to change the dress at the maid's suggestion. And Scarlet herself thought that she would have to urgently leave somewhere when she broke off the engagement so that her family would not be able to find her. The only thing Armand didn't understand was why prepare for the evening dinner already at lunchtime, but she didn't argue with Lucy yet. When the maid left, Scarlet went to the mirror and, looking at herself, declared that her body was very beautiful. Only after she had told herself many shameful compliments did the girl notice that Lucy had been looking at her all this time. Scarlet was embarrassed, but before she had time to say anything, her gaze fell on the dress brought by the assistant. The dress was made of simple and completely ordinary fabric and was not at all elegant, and therefore not suitable for a banquet. Lucy offered to bring another option, since she herself realized that the pink dress was not suitable, but Armand stopped the assistant. Smiling gloatingly that her chance to play the role of a madwoman had come, Scarlet firmly declared that she would go to the ball in this very dress. Lucy decided to make sure once again that the lady really liked this dress, because they had enough money to buy another one, but Scarlet didn't want to. Armand said that jewelry could be added to the dress, as she wanted people to whisper viciously about her behind her back about the outfit. When Scarlet walked to the carriage, everything came out like that, and the girl heard absolutely all the quiet ridicule around from the servants, but she was fine with it. The lady knew very well that no matter how she decorated this dress, it still looked too simple for a banquet. However, Scarlet was going to tell everyone that even modestly dressed, she would still be beautiful and would not change anything. In between times, the lady asked Lucy if she was proud of the outfit, since she believed that the assistant had done a perfect job within the framework of what Armand needed. The maid only sighed in response, which Scarlet enjoyed, when she suddenly saw another assistant waiting for her mistress on the street. Armand was the first to greet the maid, and thereby frightened the girl even more than with her outfit. Soon the carriage was prepared for the young lady, and she hurried to it in order to quickly set off. When Scarlet approached the carriage, the servants never ceased to be surprised by the choice of her outfit, which caused a wide smile on the girl's face. The girl herself understood perfectly well that her dress was too simple for a banquet, but was ideal for her purposes. This is because from this outfit, Scarlet planned to declare her madness to everyone and thereby break off her engagement with the Tyrant. Armand grinned contentedly while sitting in the carriage and was glad that even in pajamas she looked very beautiful, although not elegant enough. The only thing that embarrassed the girl was the frightening atmosphere all the way, as the family was unhappy with her clothes. What pressed Scarlet most of all was the gaze of her father, who mercilessly incinerated her, since he was especially angry now. The girl remembered that the past Scarlet was afraid of the Duke, but the current one did not experience such feelings and tried her best to ignore him. But no matter how Armand tried to silently look outside the window, pretending not to notice anything, they suddenly called out to her. Luckily for the girl, it was not the Duke who called her, but her half-brother named Isar Arman, and asked if everything was okay with her. When the old Scarlet took her own life, only her brother found her and helped her, thereby saving the current Scarlet. Then, only after waking up, the girl felt very severe pain, which gradually went away due to the action of the medications. She lay motionless for a while, getting used to the sensations in her body, and then she heard voices nearby and turned towards the noise. The brothers stood within sight and talked with the doctor, who assured that the worst of Scarlet was over, but she still needed to be monitored. But then the girl, who had just woken up and did not know whose body he was in and who was near her, asked who these people were around. Izar was very surprised by this circumstance, but the doctor said that this condition could be temporary, due to the fact that Scarlet was dying. So, gritting his teeth, the brother decided to simply help his sister, whom life had brought to such an absurd act. Looking at the exhausted and weakened Armin, Izar told her to rest and said that they would talk later. So now Scarlet looked at the guy who was kind to her and wondered if she should treat him special. So the girl smiled cheerfully and asked what was the matter, what exactly confused Izar about her well-being. The guy was not happy about the girl's incomprehensible happiness and said that her dress was not suitable for the event. To this, Scarlet, not at all embarrassed, stated that she was beautiful in everything and therefore did not worry about anything. To this, Izar did not find anything to answer, and therefore froze with surprise on his face, since such a statement was beyond his understanding. Having come to his senses, the guy remembered that he had been told that the girl had gone crazy, and now he believed that those rumors were true. Izar wondered if there was anything he could do to help Scarlet in her condition, so as not to incur her father's wrath. Seeing her brother's searching gaze, the girl was embarrassed, but obediently agreed to remain silent when he unexpectedly proposed. However, in Scarlet's mind, she kept thinking non-stop about why Izar behaved the way he did. It was unclear to Armand whether his brother was really trying to be careful in his words again, and the guy himself was doing his best not to pay any more attention to her. But their silence did not last long, as the Duke still could not stand it and hit the seat of the carriage with his fist. The man loudly declared that the girl was a disgrace to the family and could not understand why this did not bother her. Scarlet grimaced her face in response to her father's screams, as she expected him to explode sooner or later. Deciding to include the actress, the girl said that she was so tired of wearing fancy dresses that she put on simpler clothes. And to finally shift attention away from herself, Scarlet pointed to her brother, saying that yesterday he returned drunk. Pretending to cry, the girl said that she was very ashamed of Izar because rumors about his festivities spread throughout all the streets. Scarlet smiled slyly and asked if he didn't care about the reputation of their family, knowing the answer very well at that moment. In her head at this time, the girl was incredibly happy with the effect she had created because the past Scarlet did not answer anyone. Stopping mentally laughing, the girl turned and looked at her brother to see his reaction. But to her surprise, the guy was not angry that she ratted him out to his father, although her sister was counting on it. In bewilderment, Scarlet continued to watch Izar, trying to understand why he remained completely calm, despite all her antics. But the Duke, out of anger, could not even say anything intelligibly, and only continued to angrily call the girl by name. But, not wanting the conflict to flare up, the Duchess ordered everyone to calm down and behave decently. The woman stated that their behavior did not correspond to the noble family of Armin, and it should not be disgraced. After the death of his first wife, the Duke quickly married Melia, and she brought with her Izar, whom she gave birth to during the previous broken engagement. And now Scarlet could understand this woman who felt insecure, although the Duke accepted her son. However, the old Scarlet, who was often punished by her stepmother, could not understand why she was treated so cruelly. So the girl decided to provoke Melia's son again and returned to the dialogue about the fact that he had recently been drinking. The Duchess's eyes turned even greener with anger, which often happened if a woman could not cope with her emotions. With all her appearance, Scarlet hinted to Melia to keep an eye on her son, who was older than the girl herself, although not by much. Because of such unexpected pressure, the Duchess did not even find words to confront the distraught young Armand. Meanwhile, Scarlet threatened that if Melia did not want to be the Duchess of Armand for her, and not her mother, then it was better for her not to give orders. Admitting defeat, the Duchess turned her head away, no longer wanting to continue the dialogue. Scarlet finally decided that she needed to get some sleep before arguing again, and leaned against the carriage. And the girl managed to fall asleep in less than a minute, as a result of which she greatly surprised the Duke and Izar. The guy could hardly believe that this wild girl could sleep so sweetly and soundly, although she had recently argued with everyone. But Scarlet really slept so deeply and sweetly that she did not notice anything happening around her. But her dreams were far from being as peaceful as the girl's appearance, since she dreamed that someone was crying. Unexpectedly for herself, Scarlet realized that for some reason it was she who was crying, and no one came to her aid. While she was sitting helplessly in place, black magical clouds of smoke suddenly began to swirl around the girl, not allowing her to escape. When the smoke almost completely enveloped her, Scarlet woke up abruptly and fell to the floor of the carriage as she could not stay on the seat. Angry that no one woke her, Armand, swaying slightly after sleep, left the carriage. Subconsciously, something in this dream greatly disturbed the girl, but she could not understand what it was. But in the end, Scarlet decided that it was just a dream, and she shouldn't think about it since there was something to worry about. This is because now the girl stood in front of His Majesty's palace, and very soon she was to meet her Tyrant fiancé for the first time. There were guards at the entrance to the palace, and one of the guards almost immediately noticed the silhouette of Scarlet in the distance, who was slowly approaching the entrance. The fact is that the girl was very tired while covering the distance from the carriage to the gate, and therefore she barely got there and was not in a good mood. But coming close to the security, young Armand turned on the actress and quite easily asked to open the door for her. To the girl's surprise, she was suddenly refused, which made Scarlet freeze in place in surprise. However, the poor guard explained that he could not announce the girl's name because His Majesty had already started the event. Scarlet realized that she would have to take a detour to get into the palace, but she was ready for this, and so she repeated her request. Seeing that young Armand insisted and even began to get angry, the guard gave in and let the girl inside. Scarlet, who had never been to the palace before, was amazed by its beauty as soon as she entered. The girl remembered the Duke's words that the current decoration was more modest than the previous one, which made her think about how much money the Tyrant had. While Scarlet was looking for her fiancé to greet her, everyone around was looking at her and discussing. The courtiers and invited guests could not understand what had come over the girl and why she was dressed so simply. Looking around, Scarlet realized that she had made exactly the impression she wanted, to shock everyone. The girl didn't know exactly what the Emperor looked like, so she took a closer look at the handsome guy with many girls around him. The unfamiliar guy caught the girl's gaze and smiled puzzledly, and she realized that he was not a tyrant. In the novel, the Emperor was described as a silver-haired guy with violet eyes, but so far Scarlet has not seen anyone like him around. Armand was disappointed that there were so many people in the hall, and she could not find His Majesty. Walking among the people, the girl suddenly heard someone address Lady Fleda and began to discuss Armand's outfit with her. The ladies gathered in a circle and loudly declared that they had heard rumors that Scarlet had gone mad, and now they were sure of it. Turning around, the girl saw the colorful hairstyles of the speakers and wondered what they reminded her of. While Scarlet was thinking, the green-haired girl noticed her gaze, and she felt embarrassed because of it, so she fell silent. Suddenly it dawned on Armand that in front of her were all the colors of a traffic light, which did not exist in this world, since it was the world of a novel. Hearing an unknown word, Fleda again began to claim that the girl was simply crazy, when suddenly she squeezed the lady's shoulder. Feigning anger on her face to further scare poor Fleda, Scarlet ordered her not to spread any more rumors if she did not want to regret it. Armand stated that the lady herself was apparently out of her mind, since she was talking about some unknown words in front of everyone. Lady Fleda immediately fell to her knees in fear, and Scarlet left the girl alone, realizing that she was morally weak. Armand was unhappy that some girls forced her to enter into a conflict, since she was already on edge without them. After looking around the hall, Scarlet realized that for some reason all the people were trying to stay apart, as if they were avoiding her. The girl suggested that this might be due to her notoriety, which she earned about a month ago. According to the novel, the old Scarlet was already visiting the palace and meeting her future groom. According to the official version, the girl fell in love with the Tyrant because he was very polite and courteous to her. But in fact, the old Scarlet quickly realized that the Emperor was simply perfect for her as a husband, and that's why she chose him. However, the current young Armand believed that falling in love like that was crazy and very dangerous, and therefore was not going to allow herself feelings for His Majesty. The girl was pulled out of her thoughts by another phrase about the fact that she had gone crazy, which angered Scarlet. With a forced smile, she slowly turned around to find out who this time decided to discuss her so loudly, and to put this person in his place. And turning, Scarlet saw silver hair and a noble face, since behind her was the Emperor himself. Scarlet froze in amazement, as she did not expect to see her future groom under such circumstances and in such a form. Although the girl was confused for a moment, she quickly came to her senses and introduced herself to the Emperor properly. In response to her bow, His Majesty did not even blink, and it seemed as if he did not care at all. Meanwhile, the servants stood near the throne and whispered to the Emperor that the rumors about Scarlet were true, and she was really crazy. But despite this, Armand was able to gather her thoughts in order to resist not only the guy's beauty, but also the rumors that she herself created. Since the girl lingered in front of the Emperor's throne, he asked what was the matter and why she did not go on to celebrate. Scarlet remembered how, in the novel, this man who mercilessly kills people became the faithful puppy of the main character. Remembering this sweet moment, the girl blushed, although this did not correspond to the situation, so she urgently needed to get ready. Therefore, Scarlet loudly declared that she was amazed by the beauty of His Majesty and could not afford to move away from him. Without allowing anyone to say a word, the girl asked if it was true that the Emperor loved unusual things, which interested him. But His Majesty pretended that he didn't care and asked not to do anything strange, since he didn't want to see it. But the indifference on the guy's face did not stop the girl, and she plaintively said that she really wanted to surprise him. Scarlet affectionately asked the Emperor to look at the prepared oddity, which made the guy's gaze darken, because he had already said that he did not want to. However, so that the girl would not bother him anymore, he agreed to watch, but only once, and Armand beamed. His Majesty said that he would not be surprised if Scarlet had prepared poetry, since he had already heard a lot of them in his life. But, smiling, the girl reached for a glass of red wine, declaring that the Emperor had never seen anything like this before. Standing almost in the middle of the hall, Scarlet shouted that now, with the help of magic, the color of her dress would change from pink to red. And finally, congratulating His Majesty on his birthday, the girl knocked over a glass of wine. The Emperor, and not only him, was greatly surprised by such an unexpected and reckless act, and looked at what was happening without looking away. And Scarlet, enjoying the general shock, whispered that an incredible aroma was now emanating from her. Moreover, the girl deliberately twirled on the spot several times, demonstrating how her dress turned red. A disgruntled whisper immediately began around Armand about how she dared to pour wine on herself right in front of the Emperor. And His Majesty was terribly angry that someone dared to behave like that, and especially his bride. He was so angry because before his birthday he said that no one would congratulate him because he didn't want congratulations. But in fact, the guy was very worried that no one's congratulations would be sincere, and that's why he didn't want to hear it. Scarlet remembered very well that the Emperor wanted to hear congratulations only from the main character, but she violated this moment. And the girl did this on purpose to further anger His Majesty and force him to terminate their engagement. For the Emperor, Armand's congratulations really were the last straw, since he forbade everyone to utter these words. The courtiers and guests immediately noticed how much His Majesty's face had darkened, and they were afraid. No longer able to tolerate the bullying, the Emperor called Duke Armand, since he was Scarlet's father. With his face twisted with anger, His Majesty asked to take the girl home, since she was not feeling well and was behaving like this. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Duke felt extremely insecure and burned with shame for his daughter. So the man immediately grabbed Scarlet by the hand and dragged her away as quickly as possible so as not to anger anyone else. Finally, looking at the Emperor, the girl could not help but notice that even in anger he was very handsome. So Scarlet blew a kiss to His Majesty, hoping that this would definitely make him break their engagement. And, although the kiss was airy, the Emperor had the feeling that he had been hit hard on the head, which was unpleasant. His Majesty was left in complete shock from this whole situation, since nothing like this had ever happened in his life before. While all the other guests and courtiers continued to celebrate the Emperor's birthday, the carriage with the Armand family returned to their estate. Before they had even driven a kilometer, the Duke began to swear and yell at Scarlet, and the girl thought that he was making too much noise. Much more than her father's teachings, she was preoccupied with thoughts about whether her tricks were enough to dissolve the marriage. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by Izar, who worriedly asked if Scarlet was drunk, although she was absolutely sober. But the brother could not calm down, because the girl's wet and wine-stained dress smelled very strongly, which bothered him. To this, Scarlet asked if she didn't look beautiful in red, because she herself believed that any color would suit her face. The girl tried to approach her brother, but he was very much against it, since he absolutely did not like the smell, which made the guy hold his nose. But then the Duchess stopped the squabble between brother and sister, loudly clicking her fan to attract everyone's attention. The woman said that when they return to the estate, she will definitely invite an advisor to deal with Scarlet. Young Armin decided to pretend that she did not understand why such methods were needed and asked what was the matter. To this, Duchess Milia stated that because of the girl's behavior, she had no choice but to find a person who would put her brains in place, which made the girl laugh, although she tried not to show it. Instead of laughing, Scarlet made a very innocent and incomprehensible look, pretending that she was sad and ashamed. Although in fact, the girl thought that this could be another way to break off the engagement, but she continued to put on as innocent a face as possible. Izar, who carefully observed the girl's behavior, was surprised by the ostentatious sincerity of her actions. Realizing that he could not do anything with his smart and cunning sister, the guy turned away with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, the girl joyfully declared that she would like to be in the arms of His Majesty, dressed in all red. Izar, after listening to Scarlet, excitedly asked if she would not die, to which the girl stated that she would never die. Playing complete madness, young Armin exclaimed that she was like-minded with the Emperor, and therefore he would not touch her. Sparkling her red eyes, Scarlet said that at every meeting she would ask His Majesty for a strand of hair. This circumstance frightened the brother very much, and he asked why the girl needed all this. To which Scarlet replied that she would put all the collected strands under her pillow and thereby conjure happiness for herself before the wedding. The brother was so frightened by his sister's logic that he could not find the words to answer her. Realizing that it was useless to convince the girl to behave decently, Izar once again simply sighed. When the guy silently and thoughtfully pulled away, staring somewhere in the corner, Scarlet became worried that she had overacted. But then Izar still turned to the girl, starting his words with the fact that it didn't matter to him what exactly she thought. A little later, the carriage drove up to the Duchy of Armand and stopped so that the family could safely disembark and go to rest on the estate. One of the gentleman's assistants was surprised that the Armand family returned so early, because they were expected much later. The guy quickly realized that Lady Scarlet must have gotten into some kind of trouble again. He approached the carriage to help the lady and gentleman out, when suddenly a woman's leg suddenly appeared from the open door. Before the assistant had time to come to his senses, all of Scarlet jumped out of the carriage and rushed to hide in her room from punishment for her behavior. Following young Armand, the Duchess calmly exited the carriage and asked to urgently call an advisor to treat the girl. The assistant promised to do so and then turned to the carriage, only to find that it was empty. The guy turned to Mrs. Melia in surprise. Where did Mr. Izar go? Because he was supposed to come with them. The woman sighed and turned to the assistant to waste some of her time, but tell him what happened. It all started with the fact that, while still sitting in the carriage, his brother began to convince Scarlet that she would soon die if she continued to behave like crazy. Quite rudely, the guy said that he hated funerals, and his mother intervened in his dialogue so that he would not behave so impudently. However, Izar did not let up, and therefore the Duchess ordered the carriage to stop and her son to get out of it. And so the guy had to get to the estate on his own, although not a very long distance. After Izar, the Duke decided to turn to Scarlet to scold him again, but she raised her hand up, asking him to shut up. Young Armand reminded that she is now His Majesty's bride, which means the Duke needs to keep his distance from her and not offend her. Once again, her eyes flashing madly, Scarlet easily defended herself from her father's verbal attacks, which she was pleased with. The next morning, when the sun was at its zenith over Carliora and the birds were chirping cheerfully outside the window, Scarlet was busy. The girl, on the orders of her family, wrote a letter to the Emperor, asking for forgiveness for her behavior. Scarlet herself was terribly sick of this situation, but she had to listen to the Duke so as not to cause even more anger towards herself. The girl really hoped that she would get engaged as quickly as possible and would no longer worry about it all. In the meantime, young Armand had to decide on the time and place of meetings with His Majesty, as was required according to their marriage contract. Moreover, each such meeting of the bride and groom had to be recorded and registered according to all the rules. For Scarlet, this relationship was no different from a relationship in public, so she let the Emperor choose when they would see each other. Armin came up with the idea to show all her madness in feigned modesty and expected the engagement to be dissolved in the near future. In order not to go alone, the girl called her maid Lucy and asked her to bring the accounting book. According to the plot of the novel, because of her small inheritance, Scarlet humiliated the main character in every possible way. And now the girl had already spent all her money, so she had to borrow from her parents. Unexpectedly for the lady, the maid suddenly brought and barely audibly placed a cup of tea on the lady's table. Scarlett looked at the dining table and discovered that, in addition to tea, Lucy had also brought her something tasty. So, out of joy, young Armand, with a sincere smile, thanked her assistant for the food she brought. The maid was quite frightened by such a polite attitude towards her, because this was not at all customary. Tasting the really nice tea, Scarlett grinned as she liked the fright of her assistant, and she even decided to continue to address her affectionately. Therefore the girl, after drinking tea, thanked Lucy again, to which the maid once again shuddered suspiciously. Quickly turning on her heels towards the exit, Lucy said that she had to go, but she would come if she needed anything. Young Armand very cheerfully saw the girl off, once again hoping to scare her properly with her kind behavior. But as soon as the maid disappeared behind the door, the need for a forced smile disappeared, and Scarlett began to think seriously. The girl had to sort out her savings, which were catastrophically less than she needed to escape. Fortunately, Armand had read the novel and knew a way to make a fortune with a small amount in hand, which is what she was going to do. The novel said that there were long-abandoned lands in which magic stopped working. But it was on this land that fairies lived, and when the main character found them, they began to bring her a very good income. However, nothing prevented Scarlett from going to these places first and making friends with the fairies, so that in the future, she would have the money. If the girl manages to gain recognition from the fairies, then she will be able to get a lot of good resources, which was vital for her now. Among other things, Armand hoped to receive the most precious stone in this world, which was called the Fairy Stone. The thought of how much she could earn if she sold this stone almost made Scarlett's mouth water. Therefore, Armand jumped up and urgently rushed in an unknown direction, only telling the maid that she was going to the bank. Scarlett laughed joyfully as she took a lot of things to put in the bank, although Lucy was against it. That same evening, tired after such a difficult day of work, the Emperor changed clothes in his chambers. Very slowly, he took off his outer clothes because he was very immersed in his thoughts. Falling onto the bed, the Emperor sighed with relief as he could finally rest peacefully without worrying about anything. But for some reason, His Majesty could not simply fall asleep, because for some reason all his thoughts came down to Scarlett. The guy perfectly remembered his displeasure and disgust at the moment when the girl joyfully congratulated him on his birthday. And Scarlett's face, which shone despite the splashes of wine on and around her dress, still surprised the Emperor. His Majesty could not believe that this girl stood before him without a drop of fear or regret. After all, from childhood he was called the sinister child of Carlior and was avoided, and the little Emperor had no choice but to swallow resentment and pain, not understanding why he was being avoided. And people were still afraid of His Majesty like fire and said that they should be more careful in their expressions in front of him. After all, just by one of his orders, one could lose one's head easier than plucking the bud of a delicate rose. And the guy thought that he knew well how others treated him, but Scarlett showed that this was not so. As a result, the Emperor was never able to sleep, because the memories of Armand even made him feel sick. He jumped on the bed and became gloomy when he remembered the kiss that the girl sent him before leaving. After thinking a little, His Majesty realized that he felt a feeling of dirt from Scarlett's behavior, which was unpleasant for him. However, the girl was from a noble family, so it was beneficial for the Emperor to maintain his engagement to her no matter what. When His Majesty's assistant learned about Scarlett's character for the first time, he said that she was evil and merciless. The servant was very worried whether such a ruthless girl was really suitable to become an empress. But this time, His Majesty only grinned when the assistant once again called Scarlett evil. After all, this girl did not at all resemble the one who could be incredibly cruel. It seemed to His Majesty that Scarlett might be mad, but she was not completely crazy. Therefore, after thinking a little, the guy decided to wait and watch Armand's behavior in the future. As Scarlett calmly ate breakfast after waking up the next morning, Lucy politely distracted her. The maid said that an answer had arrived from the palace and handed the lady an envelope with a letter. Young Armand immediately happily began to print it out, as she was sure that she was now free from marriage. But instead of refusing the engagement, the Emperor sent the girl his schedule for the whole month, which she did not expect. But Scarlett didn't get upset, because for her, this letter became a motive to show something even more crazy. Suspecting nothing about the plans of the restless girl, the Emperor calmly sat in his chair and read letters with business. Suddenly, one of the servants distracted him as he knocked on the door and asked permission to enter. It turned out that it was an advisor who had arrived by order of His Majesty, and he had some news to report. The assistant brought so many working documents that would need to be read that the cup of tea on the emperor's table swayed. At the sight of this pile of papers, the emperor instantly became dissatisfied as he was already tired of dealing with the documents. And the advisor, who was Earl Clover, meanwhile said that a lot had happened during the morning, but he would try to tell it briefly. Grinning terribly, Clover said that since His Majesty had breakfast, it was time to get to work. Obediently picking up the first papers, His Majesty only sighed as he understood that the advisor was right and it was necessary to examine the documents. Here, distracting the emperor and his advisor from business, Count Lumen, who was the intelligence commander, contacted His Majesty via a magic ball. Clover immediately tensed, because such an emergency conversation with Lumen did not bode well. And indeed, the emperor did not even look at some of the papers brought by Clover, but instead asked the advisor to check them again. And Count Lumen, due to the fact that his report was not listened to, almost began to cry out of chagrin. Listening to the dialogue between the intelligence commander and the emperor, Clover realized that the target of the intelligence this time was the Arman family. The ancestors of the Arman family were the founders of the family Carliore and Rizabel, who were heroes standing shoulder to shoulder with each other. And these ancestors left a legacy that even the Tyrant, that is, Scarlet, could not cope with. Therefore, now the Emperor thoroughly learned all the information from Count Lumen in order to obtain as much information as possible about the girl. But in the end, for some reason, the connection with the tear-stained Count was severed, and His Majesty was unable to obtain more information. Count Lumen himself fell into an even greater panic because he could no longer contact the Emperor, but their dialogue no longer continued. Looking at this, the advisor realized that overtime awaited him, since the information received was not enough for His Majesty. As Clover expected, after thinking a little, the Emperor began to dictate an order, and the assistant began to listen carefully. In a tone that did not allow any objections, His Majesty told the advisor to find out everything about the Armand family and Scarlet herself. Adjusting his glasses, Clover silently agreed to this task, since it was even more or less possible for him. Therefore, the guy bowed to the master and promised to do everything in his power to obtain all the necessary information. To do this, Clover asked the Emperor to share the schedule with his bride, which His Majesty was slightly dissatisfied with. But the advisor quickly convinced the gentleman that if he had a schedule, it would be easier for him to learn something about Scarlet. So the Emperor had to admit that the schedule had not yet been approved, but he had a desire to see the girl again. All because this young lady, despite all her efforts, did not push His Majesty away from her, but interested him. So, thinking about the girl, the Emperor even smiled slightly, which he did not usually allow himself. And then he asked the advisor to draw up a schedule on his own, since he would still find out everything about Arman. This was not Clover's plan, but he had no right to object, so he turned to get down to business. Walking through the corridors of the palace, Clover thought about how much he was in trouble since he had so much to learn. But what hurt the advisor most was that, remembering Scarlet, the Emperor looked happy. Clover was frightened by the fact that young Armand was able to influence His Majesty so quickly, and therefore might be able to control even his decisions regarding the country. And the advisor could not allow such an outcome of events under any circumstances, so he decided at all costs to find out everything about the girl in the near future. A little later, Scarlet received a letter from the advisor, which he sent on behalf of the Emperor, inviting her to a meeting tomorrow. According to the letter, His Majesty scheduled a meeting for tomorrow, and said that he would come to it on foot. Scarlet was surprised by this format of the walk, and hoped that it contained a hint that the meeting would soon end. The girl wondered what she should do, since she had already made quite a strong impression with her red and pink dress. And if now Arman does something a little weaker, she will upset herself because she didn't want to lower the bar of madness. In the end, the girl came up with a rather crazy idea, which made her grin maliciously. Scarlet decided that there was no way she could go empty-handed, so she quickly went to the shopping street. Here, the girl planned to find as quickly as possible what the Tyrant hates most, namely grapefruit and any white flowers. Scarlet could not understand such quirks of His Majesty, because she personally liked the smell of flowers. However, the guy's similar dislike for bouquets gave her a good idea for the most unpleasant gift for him. The flower seller was a master of his craft and quickly collected a very beautiful bouquet of white flowers. In parting, he, not knowing why exactly Scarlet was buying flowers, said that her beloved would definitely like them. Young Armin smiled sweetly at the seller in response, although she perfectly understood that, on the contrary, she would absolutely not like this bouquet. But the girl did not explain anything to the seller, but instead quickly headed to the meeting, since she had everything ready. Checking the time, Scarlett noted with pleasure that she was very late, which was good for her, and, as the girl expected, even the advisor who met her on the threshold of the palace did not like her lateness. Here Scarlett was required to show at least a little guilt, which she did not feel, but nevertheless asked for forgiveness for the sake of decency. Clover said that, fortunately for the girl, the Emperor managed to finish all his business, so he could accept her. After this, the advisor, without explaining anything, since he was still dissatisfied, turned and led Scarlett to His Majesty. And to the great surprise of young Armin, the meeting place was not just some hall in the palace, but a prison. Clover, apparently still angry at the girl for being late, mockingly clapped her for guessing their location. But Scarlett immediately felt the irony in the advisor's words, and therefore she herself feigned a smile in response. And so they stood for some time, waiting for His Majesty and exchanging dubious compliments with each other. Talking with the guy like this, Scarlett managed to remember that in the novel people feared not only the Emperor, but also his advisors, because they had great power and were devoted observers of imperial life, and some were even very important figures in the fate of His Majesty, as they helped choose those close to him, and Clover was one of them. So, to confuse this confident man, the girl came very close to him, and it worked. Smiling affectionately, Scarlett continued to compliment Clover, only now sincerely, which made the guy embarrassed. At first, the advisor did not believe what was happening, since the girl changed the topic too abruptly. But after a while, Clover realized that Scarlett was a very dangerous enemy, and sweat began to flow down his face. When the guy jumped as far away from her as possible, young Armand laughed, pretending that she did not understand what was happening, and Clover felt as if he had just survived a catastrophe and did not want to turn to face the girl yet. To finally finish off the advisor with her deceitful kindness, Scarlett put a handkerchief to his face to wipe away the cold sweat. Clover was even more frightened, which the girl in her head was incredibly happy about because she won their mental battle. Besides, she didn't need this scrap of fabric, which she was now using as a scarf anyway. The squabble between the advisor and the girl could have continued for a long time if the Emperor had not come to them at that moment. His Majesty quickly realized that Scarlett had confused the poor advisor and was very dissatisfied with this. The girl herself quickly bowed, declaring that she was very glad to see the Emperor, whom she had been waiting for. The gentleman reminded the girl that she too had made him wait by being late, so they were now even. To try to confuse the Emperor as well, Scarlett stated that she was sorry, and she honestly wanted to see His Majesty as quickly as possible. Then the Emperor noticed that the girl was holding a basket in her hands, about which he knew nothing. The guy asked what kind of basket it was, and Scarlett replied that it was a gift for him, since it was not good to come empty-handed. Young Armand took a bouquet of white flowers from the basket and innocently asked if they were not beautiful. Clover, who was aware of His Majesty's hatred of white flowers, immediately broke out in a cold sweat and went into shock. And Scarlett, not at all embarrassed, followed the bouquet with a grapefruit, which he also did not like, and handed it to the Emperor. The girl said that she had chosen the most beautiful grapefruit to please His Majesty as much as possible. Meanwhile, she herself watched the Emperor's face and was pleased to see the reflection of disgust on it. To arouse even more hatred from the master, the girl began to talk more about grapefruit and said that even light magicians use it. Without commenting on Scarlett's gifts, His Majesty suddenly darkened his face and turned to the advisor. Young Armand was puzzled by the fact that the Emperor noticed that Clover looked very tired, although this had nothing to do with it. Peering into the face of His Majesty, the girl noticed that he himself was quite pale. Meanwhile, the Emperor asked the advisor to go and rest so that he could leave him alone with the girl. And after that, the gentleman turned and went to the door to another department of the prison, and Scarlett had no choice but to follow him. Approaching the door, the guy turned to Armin and said that he would give her a tour, since this was the purpose of his meeting with her. The girl didn't understand how it was possible to choose a prison as a meeting place, but she didn't dare object. They walked in silence for a while, and Scarlett began to feel awkward because of this, so she decided to turn to the Emperor. For the dialogue, she chose a neutral topic so as not to encounter rudeness after her gifts, and asked why the gentleman ordered the lanterns to be turned off. But without even listening to the answer, young Armin herself suggested that it was so that she would seem brighter in the twilight. But this was not at all the goal of His Majesty, which he immediately informed the girl about, so that she would not think of anything else. The Emperor also added that he was still at work, so the order about lanterns was an ordinary everyday decree. Scarlet wondered how she could turn such simple words from the master towards madness in order to continue to live up to her image of a madwoman. So the girl boiled it down to the fact that when His Majesty speaks in such a tone, she cannot help but admire him. This somewhat angered the Emperor, so he hastened to turn away and continue on his way in silence. Then young Arman interested the gentleman, unexpectedly offering to help him with his work, which made the guy turn to her. Noticing the Emperor's interest, the girl realized that he really was not against her help, so she assured that she would try to help. With a hint of a smile on his lips, His Majesty said that he needed to talk to someone, and he would like Scarlet to also participate in the dialogue. For young Arman, talking to someone was a simple thing, so she easily agreed. But passing by the prisoners' cells, the girl quickly fell into horror at the sight of them, and she lost the desire to communicate with one of the people behind bars. Wherever they passed, the hands of convicts reached out to them with requests for help, or better yet, for release. Seeing this oppressive atmosphere around, Scarlet wanted to quickly return to the surface, and did not notice how the Emperor suddenly stopped, which is why she crashed into him. From the look His Majesty looked at the girl, it was clear that he was dissatisfied with this small incident. But before Armand could even open her mouth to apologize, the Emperor ordered her to move faster. So Scarlet changed her mind about asking for forgiveness, and instead wondered who was so important to talk to in this prison. Because of the situation around her, the girl even began to doubt the sanity of His Majesty, even though she was the one playing the crazy one. After looking around, Armin decided that it would be easier for her not to look anyone in the eye anymore. But then the girl heard a voice that, piercing the silence of the dungeon, began to call her loudly. Turning around, Scarlet saw at first only the dirty and thin hand of the impudent owner of the voice, who was still calling her. Before Armin had time to come to her senses, she came too close and realized that it was absolutely not worth doing this. All because the prisoner grabbed her tightly by the clothes and was not going to let go until she helped him. And when the girl tried to free herself, the prisoner grabbed her hand, asking her to listen to him because she looked very kind. The Emperor watched this whole situation, and his eyes became increasingly filled with rage from the impudence of the prisoner, and Armand asked to let her go at that moment, but the prisoner only squeezed his hand harder, which made the girl even feel pain. Here His Majesty could no longer stand it and called Scarlet, so she turned to the master with a question in her eyes. The guy, his eyes flashing angrily, drew his sword and in an icy voice asked the girl to be more careful with her hands in the future. With one swing of his sword, His Majesty freed Armand from the prisoner's tenacious grip, but instead of gratitude for the help, Scarlet felt fear. This is because now the Emperor was very scary and different from the main character described in the novel. After listening, Armin heard the gentleman whispering something about dirty blood, unworthy of touching anyone. And then the Emperor, wiping the prisoner's blood from his face, turned to the girl with a smile, which is why she considered him a complete psycho. In surprise, Scarlet swayed and fell to the floor, staring in fear at the bloody sword. And His Majesty, as if nothing had happened, stepping on the hand that had been severed as punishment, calmly declared that the advisor now had more work to do. After that, still proudly and calmly, the Emperor called Armand to go further and put away the sword, and the girl silently considered him crazy. As soon as Scarlet got to her feet, she heard from the gentleman that the person with whom the meeting was scheduled was far away, which is why the guy said to hurry up. The girl could not understand why the Emperor had such a pleased face after everything that had happened, since she did not remember him acting like this in the novel. Then Armin felt that for some reason her hand, in which she was carrying a basket with gifts for the Emperor, felt lighter, and looked down. It turned out that the grapefruits that the girl had chosen with such diligence fell to the floor and fell apart almost completely. Seeing this, Scarlet understood why His Majesty was so happy and gritted her teeth behind his back in irritation, although she could not do anything. When young Armand, wanting to release herself emotionally and pretend that she wanted to slap His Majesty on the head, raised her hand to do this, the guy suddenly stopped. Since the Emperor turned and noticed her movement, the girl joked that she was just warming up. But her excuses were not interesting to the gentleman, since he decided to tell Scarlet a short story, which somewhat surprised the girl, saying that they had two paths. Remembering the insidious smile of the man who told him about this, the Emperor shuddered slightly and added that one of those paths was approaching. When Scarlet asked what His Majesty meant, he explained that the very man to whom they were going and who was a seer had told him so. But right now, the guy and girl stopped in front of the room of one of the prisoners, who seemed to be a very nice old lady. Despite the fact that the Emperor himself came to her, the woman continued to sweetly communicate as if with herself. Scarlet thought that this grandmother was the very person they were going to, and therefore she was somewhat embarrassed because of the old woman's insanity. The girl decided to try to talk to the woman no matter what, since they had come all this way here. The Emperor did not say anything to Arman, as he decided to follow her actions and draw conclusions about her character. And at that time the gentleman himself remembered the legend about the seer, who was imprisoned for 19 months, and was silent all this time, and then spoke. The seer asked to continue to keep him in prison, and in return promised to tell a prophecy, to which the Emperor agreed with interest. And then that woman said that there were 2 paths in the life of His Majesty, one of which was the most likely for him. However, this path was also the most undesirable, since it led to destruction and a difficult and long struggle. According to the prophetess, if the Emperor chooses the hard path, he will not be able to enjoy even a drop of happiness throughout his life. And right now, the words of that woman did not give His Majesty peace, which is why he decided to talk to the prisoner again. Not paying attention to the Emperor's thoughtfulness, Scarlet had already managed to ask her grandmother who exactly she was talking to. Looking at them, the guy thought about whether he could use the seer to find out all the secrets of the Arman family. Meanwhile, the girl was surprised when the old woman said that she was talking to fairies, since this was also her goal. Arman did not even suspect that right now the gentleman was also thinking about whether he could use her for his own purposes. Seeing that Scarlet managed to smile sincerely, the Emperor unexpectedly allowed himself a small smile, but did not notice it. But then the guy's face suddenly changed because the girl allowed herself to get too close to the bars. His Majesty tried to tell Arman to move away, but carried away by the dialogue, she did not hear him. Instead, Scarlet continued to ask the old woman behind bars for any information about fairies. The Emperor even forgot that he wanted the girl to move away from the bars when he heard what she was asking the woman. And the old woman perked up noticeably when Arman showed such a strong interest in fairies, and said that only those with a pure heart can see them. Scarlet was somewhat disappointed by this statement, and abruptly rose from her knees, which her grandmother did not expect. At that moment, the girl approached the Emperor and hugged him, declaring that she had always had a weakness for him in order to prove the purity of her intentions. His Majesty could not at all predict such another crazy antics of Scarlet, and therefore he even froze in place. Instead, the old woman reacted very violently, who was very surprised that young Arman called the Emperor almost by name when she hugged him. But before the prisoner could ask anything, His Majesty finally recovered from his shock and looked angrily at Scarlet, who once again declared that they were together. The girl could not calm down, because she was greatly amused by the evil expression on the Emperor's face, and the guy was really very angry. While His Majesty and Armand were arguing with each other, the old woman decided to reach out to the girl to take her hostage, but the Emperor noticed this and immediately pulled out his sword. Now, all the powerful anger of His Majesty was directed not at Scarlet, but at the prisoner, who was only pretending to be crazy. The guy once again reminded Armand that in front of them was a criminal who was better not to be trusted, as she was playing with people's minds. Taking a noble pose, the Emperor said that in a place like a prison, one should always be careful. Seeing how serious the gentleman was, Scarlet hastened to ask forgiveness for her mistake, so that His Majesty would calm down at least a little. But what surprised the girl most of all in this situation was that the first thing the Emperor did was block her with himself, as if he wanted to protect her. Armand didn't know whether to believe what she saw, so she turned on the actress again to change the topic to a more neutral one. Making an innocent face, Scarlet said that she believed in fairies, which is why she was so interested in talking to the old woman. But, to her great regret, no matter what she does, she cannot see them, so all her efforts are in vain. His Majesty, who did not believe in small flying creatures at all, did not immediately figure out what to answer the girl. In the end, he simply grinned, turning away from her somewhat, since he considered all the rumors about fairies to be an empty fabrication. Still without saying anything, His Majesty moved on, and Scarlet concluded that this topic was closed to them. Walking behind the guy, the girl managed to be lost in her thoughts when she suddenly noticed that he turned to her for a moment. But just as quickly turning away, the Emperor only sighed, which puzzled young Arman, but she did not dare ask anything. However, Scarlet really didn't like His Majesty's reaction, so the girl began to think of something else she could do for him. After some time on their silent journey, when Armin had finally calmed down, the Emperor suddenly stopped and turned to her. With a gallant royal movement, His Majesty extended his hand to the girl and stared at her expectantly. Scarlet was embarrassed that the guy was forcing physical contact on her, but still reached out her hand in response. Although the girl still had questions in her head about why His Majesty suddenly offered her his hand, she decided not to ask them. And as soon as the Emperor grabbed Armand's hand tightly enough, he sharply pulled her towards himself. As a result, Scarlet stood right in front of the gentleman, who still continued to hold her, although his gaze said to point him behind bars right in front of them. Peering into the darkness of the prison, the girl saw a silver-haired silhouette right in front of them behind the bars. Armin asked the Emperor whether they were supposed to meet with this person, since she was somewhat frightened by the silence from the prisoner. His Majesty leaned over and whispered in the girl's ear that she had thought correctly, and this woman was the same person. Moreover, the Emperor added that one could ask the prisoner anything, and if she did not answer, she would die looking at one of the Armins. Scarlet now didn't know exactly what scared her out of everything around her more than this unknown woman. Meanwhile, the prisoner raised her voice and asked how His Majesty was doing, to which he replied that he was fine. The Emperor told a woman named Fran that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she confirmed it. After talking a little more with the prisoner, His Majesty turned to Scarlet and invited her to talk to Fran on her own. But Armand was in such a strong stupor in front of this woman that she could not find words. As if sensing the girl's fear, Fran flashed her green eyes and smiled very predatorily, although she did not move from her place. Then, with a very hesitant step, Scarlet herself approached the seer, since she was still interested in talking to her. Extending her thin hand to the girl, the seer declared that she could see everything perfectly, although this time it was not easy for her. As soon as Armin extended her hand in response, she almost immediately felt a little dizzy. As the dizziness gave way to a tingling sensation on her fingertips, Fran suddenly announced that the girl had to make a choice. But instead of explaining what kind of choice, the seer suddenly grinned and declared that the changes had already begun. Bending Scarlet beside her, Fran wished that the girl's choice would be blessed and that what had once broken would be corrected. Perhaps the woman would have said something else, but then the Emperor pulled Armand towards himself, asking the seer to stop. In response, Fran did not resist at all. She just grinned once again, partly understanding His Majesty's motives. The gentleman felt a little awkward under the woman's gaze, but he was not going to admit it to anyone. Here the Emperor was distracted from his thoughts by Scarlet, who asked to let go of her hand, since she was already in pain. Having quite rudely pushed the innocent girl forward, His Majesty told her to return. Watching the small squabble between the guy and the girl because Scarlet didn't like how the Emperor rushed her, Fran laughed quietly. A little later, when Armand and the Emperor, who had come to terms with the fact that she periodically called him by name Charles, managed to leave their prison, the girl immediately went home, as Clover informed the gentleman. Since His Majesty was tired, he thanked the advisor rather sluggishly and returned to his thoughts. Clover was worried about the Emperor, so he asked what happened in the dungeon and whether Fran had spoken. And Charles answered honestly that the seer really began to speak, which greatly surprised the advisor. Following this, His Majesty said that Lady Armand asked Clover for forgiveness for his behavior, which the guy calmly accepted. When Scarlet left, Charles asked her not to worry too much about the prophecy, as it was always vague and confusing. In response to this, the girl tried to laugh as cheerfully as possible and said that she would not pay attention to Fran's words. But the Emperor saw that Lady Armand was still worried, although she tried not to show it at all. Scarlet said that she is going to live for today, and as long as everything is good today, then she is happy. Therefore, at the end of their conversation, the girl was even able to smile truly, sincerely, and carefree, which pleased His Majesty. As the Emperor thought, the prophecy tensed not only him or Scarlet, but also Clover when the gentleman told the advisor the essence. The only thing the advisor could do was confirm that the prophecy was indeed very vague and incomprehensible. In between, Clover asked if Armand was okay after this, and Charles assured that she was fine. Moreover, unlike the Emperor and advisor, Scarlet loved everything mysterious, so she was more intrigued than scared. Remembering the girl's cheerful face before leaving, Charles said with a sigh that at least this prophecy could be viewed positively. Clover began to support this point of view of the master in every possible way, and in the end, the Emperor even sighed. With a smile on his face, Charles suddenly thought that it would be nice if he could solve this prediction. When Armin arrived at the mansion, she was already stretching and yawning in the corridor itself because she really wanted to sleep. Then the girl heard footsteps behind her and, turning around, noticed the silhouette of a tall young man who was silently approaching her. In this silhouette, Scarlet quickly recognized her brother Izar, and therefore was not at all afraid and even went to meet him. The girl calmly asked why the guy was not sleeping at such a time, and the brother suddenly began to verbally snap at her, which the lady did not expect. Young Armin retreated a few steps and plaintively asked what her brother needed from her at such a time, since she had changed her mind about communicating. Coming close to the girl, Izar said that he knew everything perfectly well, but he still frightened her by the fact that he was hanging over her. The guy, embarrassed, whispered that he considered it normal to worry when something similar to what happened before happened. Scarlet suddenly realized that her brother was worried because there was a situation when the old Scarlet died. And indeed, in the very next sentence, Izar stated that he could not help but worry about the girl after that situation. Lady Armand was very surprised by the fact that his brother even cried while he confessed his thoughts to her. So the girl hurried to apologize to the guy for disturbing him, and said that next time she would definitely come home earlier. Scarlet herself did not want to allow a situation where she was so obsessed with the Emperor that she decided to die without him. Therefore, now the lady tried in every way to calm her brother down, because she was grateful for his help to her. Smiling sweetly, the girl told Isaru not to worry so much, because she had grown up and everything would be fine with her. The guy nodded silently and stopped crying, which made Scarlet happy, since she herself was able to stop worrying about her brother. Since it was already quite late, the girl preferred to wish her brother good night, and she went to her chambers. But Isar stood for some time and watched Scarlet leaving, and only after that he returned to his place. Starting tomorrow, Scarlet decided to act, and not just like that, but from a financial point of view, because this was what she had the most problems with. And having carefully prepared everything, 3 days later the girl showed up at the Imperial Bank with most of her property. Armand wanted to buy out as many of those safe zones that no one needed. The girl at the bank advised Scarlet and calculated that she could only buy about half a football field. While Armin was talking with the consultant, people behind her began to discuss the crazy girl, once again calling her crazy behind her back. Although Scarlet heard everything perfectly, she continued to smile as if nothing was wrong, since she had nothing else to do. As a result, the girl made a deal at the maximum rate and signed everywhere where it was necessary, so all that was left was to wait. As soon as she dealt with the ground, Armin clicked to her assistant, and the guy immediately came closer to her. Scarlet ordered the carriage to be prepared, but did not intend to immediately go to the estate, which puzzled the assistant. Instead, the girl said that she would go and look at her land, which she had just successfully acquired. Armand was in a good mood and was looking forward to the fact that, if she waited a little, fairies would soon appear on her land. And together with the fairies, the girl will have a chance to receive a very expensive fairy stone, by selling which she will instantly become rich. Examining the safe zone purchased with her own money, the girl noted that it was closer to the palace than it initially seemed. In the novel, when the main character found the fairies, they had already been dying of hunger for 6 months, but here, the fairies were not yet visible. However, they will soon be born, and will happily eat the sweet fruits that Scarlet planned to plant. In the book, the fairies met the main character because the former Lady Armand dipped her in the juice out of anger. Remembering this whole plot perfectly, the girl wondered where exactly it would be better to buy magic fruit seeds. Walking further around her area, Scarlet thought about the fact that she needed very few fairy stones, as long as they were there. At that moment, the Emperor and his assistant were walking through the same territory and discussing state affairs. Charles was unhappy because of the problems with the temple and did not allow the monks to be helped, even if they started to die. Lady Armand heard the guys from afar, and initially hid behind a tree, forgetting that she had the right to be in the garden. Listening to the Emperor and the assistant behind the tree, Armand realized how principled Charles was, since he did not want to help the priests in any way. Glancing briefly at His Majesty, who had managed to calm down after a stormy dialogue, the girl decided that it was time to go out. The conversation between the boys continued, and Scarlet couldn't help but laugh as she was amused that no one noticed her. Charles immediately heard Lady Armand's laughter and began to look around in surprise, trying to understand who was laughing and where. But the Emperor did not have to search for long, since Scarlet herself came out from behind the tree and cheerfully declared that she missed His Majesty. Then, unexpectedly for herself, Lady Armand felt that she was beginning to tilt to the side due to the fact that she could not stay on her feet. The assistant was the first to notice this, but did not have time to react in any way to help the girl. He was only afraid for her. However, Charles caught Scarlet with a deft movement and thereby prevented her from painfully touching the ground. Grumbling dissatisfiedly, the Emperor remembered how someone told him that Lady Armand was acting like a child, but then he did not believe it. The girl did not know what to say to this, since she really tried her best to bother the gentleman. Suddenly, Charles changed his face and menacingly asked what Scarlet was doing here, which greatly frightened the girl. And the Emperor's assistant himself was no less frightened than the lady, deciding that he would be punished for being here. The servant was also afraid that His Majesty might be very out of sorts due to the situation with the temple, which might affect Scarlet. The guy tried to save the girl and offered to take her home, but Charles, not listening to the assistant, asked if young Armand was okay. And the assistant realized that it was useless to say anything to the Emperor in such a state, so he fell silent. However, Scarlet herself did not feel any threat, and boldly declared to the master that she had only hurt her heart from his beauty. A little later, the assistant again tried to distract His Majesty from the girl, reminding him that they had a lot of work to do. The guy suggested leaving, and Lady Armand also turned around to return to her place, but for some reason Charles remained in place. Scarlet realized that he wanted to go out with her, and this tensed the girl, who tried to break off the engagement. After all, if everything continues like this, then their story will be reduced to the original story of the novel, where Scarlet dies. Therefore, Armand decided that she needed to act even crazier in order to drive His Majesty away from her. But now the girl had to maintain good communication, so when she and the Emperor left the advisor, she herself began a dialogue. Scarlet remembered that Charles wanted to know what she was doing here, and the guy said that he was still interested. And then the girl surprised His Majesty by saying that she had come to inspect the land because she was buying it. The Emperor absolutely did not understand why Lady Armand needed this, and therefore grimaced his face with displeasure. And Scarlet, smiling innocently, said that it was because there were fairies in this place. This statement completely unsettled Charles, since he did not believe in fairies at all. But Lady Armand, without any embarrassment, declared that she believed in fairies, regardless of age, and hoped to someday meet at least one. At the same time, the girl tried to behave like a complete idiot and, looking at the Emperor, realized that she had achieved her goal, and he sighed heavily. However, this was not the end, since Scarlet did not even think about stopping at the achieved effect. With a cheerful wink at Charles, the lady reminded him that she was his fiancée and therefore asked His Majesty to sell her the land cheaper. The oppressive silence due to the Emperor's displeasure lasted for almost several minutes, until Scarlet herself became confused. The girl assumed that she had gone too far in her antics and requests, so just in case, she asked the gentleman for forgiveness. Only after this did His Majesty deign to move, and very slowly began to say something in response to the girl's request. Suddenly, Armand saw that the Emperor began to put on gloves, which greatly frightened her, as she decided that the guy wanted to hit her. Scarlet even closed her eyes because it was easiest for her to perceive the beatings in the way that her experience with her father had shown her. And Charles, grinning, noted that it seemed that the girl was scared of him, while he decided to think about her request. Somewhat perplexedly, young Armand thanked His Majesty, realizing that the gentleman had no intention of harming her. And indeed, instead of assault, the Emperor took off his gloves and then offered to return, since it was already late. Having reached the chambers and changed clothes, Scarlet fell on the bed and began to remember the events of today, feeling awkward because of them. For some reason, Armand was absent-minded too often, and therefore could not maintain a normal dialogue with Charles. Lying on the bed, Scarlet was indignant at the fact that very often all the villains are the most beautiful, which also applied to her Tyrant fiancé. Since she didn't want to sleep yet, the girl decided to try to remember various events from the novel, which greatly helped her live in this world. In the novel, Charles was confident in his attitude towards the woman he loved and other people, and Scarlet was jealous of him. Since the Tyrant was very kind to those he loved but harsh to everyone else, Armand got a lot of trouble, while the main character got away with everything. However, remembering the Emperor's barely noticeable smile, noticed on today's walk, the girl could not believe that he was the same Tyrant from the novel. With a smile, Scarlet thought that His Majesty was with her, although still unnoticeably, he still began to smile. Here, distracting Lady Armand from her thoughts, someone knocked on her chambers, which made the girl jump up in bed. Most of all, she was afraid that the Duke, whom she did not want to listen to, decided to come to her and once again educate her. But there was absolutely nowhere to escape from the closed room, so Scarlet essentially had no choice. Still, Armin decided to ask who came to her, and from behind the door came the voice not of her father, but of her brother. Scarlet instantly recognized Izar, even despite the distance between them, and therefore allowed him to enter. As a result, the guy continued to knock as quietly as possible because he wanted to get into the girl's room without attracting anyone's attention. Scarlet had literally a few seconds to decide whether to let her brother in at that hour or not. To buy herself time, the girl tried to joke, but this only angered Izar. In the end, since it was not the Duke, Armand decided to open the door and let the guest in. She had already reached out her hand to the door when she stopped and froze in fear, thinking about what Izar was doing here. The girl thought that the guy could come with his father and trick her into letting both of them in. Therefore, Scarlet said from behind the door that she would not open it because she was upset that her brother was trying to come in so late. However, Izar still insisted that the girl let him in, and she said that she might not be dressed, which he did not believe. While they were arguing, the lady checked to see if there was anyone else at the door besides Izar, but she did not hear anyone. But still, Scarlet asked her brother to tell him what he wanted outside the door. Izar was somewhat embarrassed, but still said that today everything would be calm, so the girl could sleep soundly. Lady Armand was surprised that her brother was so worried about her that he came to console her about her father. This moment forced Scarlet to open the door, if only to look Izar in the face. The guy, who no longer expected the door to open, was no less surprised than the girl herself, only at her action. However, what confused the brother most of all was that his sister was wearing an ordinary nightie and not something more decent. With a sigh, Scarlet asked if Izar was sick, since he blushed so much at the sight of her, and the guy hurried to go to bed. Despite her brother's words, the girl did not sleep for a long time and came up with dirty tricks for the Duke in her notebook. And it so happened that, as a result, she herself did not notice how she fell asleep, still thinking about what methods of revenge on her father would be the best. At the same time, the Tyrant did not sleep because he was thinking about Scarlet and her fearlessness towards him. Very often, as a child, the Emperor was told that he was destined to destroy the entire empire, which was not true. But although His Majesty's plans did not include destroying his own house, few people believed in this, and they tried hard to prevent his coronation. It was for this reason that Charles took the sword and began to defend himself from everyone in order to survive in this world. The Emperor killed to live until the people around him feared him more than the prophecy. Then, having unanimously given the Emperor the title of Tyrant, no one else dared to object to him. However, now Charles met Scarlet, who was not at all afraid of him and therefore treated him differently. These emotions were new to His Majesty, so he carefully thought about everything, which is why he did not sleep, but then the guy's gaze fell on the table. On the table lay documentation for Lady Armand's purchase of territories, which she asked to sell cheaper. Remembering that place, the Emperor understood that the girl had given him good food for thought. His Majesty could not tell whether Scarlet was frightened or embarrassed at the moment when he said he would think about it. But right now, Charles was bent over the documents and actually reading them and thinking about his fiancée's request. The guy understood that if he refused Armin's request, then there was a high probability that the girl would get angry. And His Majesty was interested to see what else this young lady could do. Therefore, when the next morning Scarlet listened to the Emperor's decision on the lands, a surprise awaited her. The guy, who was His Majesty's advisor but undercover, handed the girl documents so that she could familiarize herself. Having received all the necessary papers in her hands, Lady Armand began to read them impatiently in order to decide how much land she would take. And then Scarlet noticed with great amazement that land prices were exactly the same as before. Noticing the lady's thoughtful look, Shadow, which was the name of the undercover advisor, asked if everything was okay. Without answering the question, the girl instead asked if the Emperor had said anything else, but the advisor answered in the negative. The guy suggested that Scarlet request an audience with His Majesty so that she could ask all the questions that interested her. But, trying to control herself, the lady tightly squeezed a piece of her dress, which helped her calm down a little. The girl remembered very well how Charles promised to think about her request, and now she was eager to take revenge on him for the lack of a price reduction. At the sight of Scarlet's fierce gaze, not only Shadow but also Lucy felt awkward, although the maid was almost always next to her mistress and got used to her. The advisor realized that he was at a disadvantage, since the Emperor asked to remember everything that the girl said, but she was silent. After a few more moments of remaining angry, Scarlet suddenly changed her face and smiled affectionately at Shadow, asking for forgiveness. The advisor thought that the girl was much stranger than they say about her and suggested that they sign the papers. While the lady obediently signed everything, the guy could not believe that Scarlet and Charles were really dating. Dreaming, Shadow realized that he was mentally crossing the line in his fantasies and therefore even turned away from the girl. And the proclaimed love of His Majesty herself carefully signed the documents for some time and then completed this matter. The advisor said that, after confirmation by the imperial family, this deal would be completed and hastened to leave. When the girls saw Shadow off, Lucy invited the mistress to set the table for her to have a snack. But Armin's plans included something else, so she asked to prepare a carriage for her trip. Lucy didn't argue with the lady, but instead asked where she was going, and Scarlet said to the bank, but she couldn't help but put food on the road for Mistress Lucy, so Scarlet still ate during the trip. And the delicious food, carefully collected by the maid, significantly lifted young Armin's mood. The only thing the girl couldn't understand was why the Tyrant didn't lower her price if he promised to think about it. But since the lady was going to take care of the magic garden, she did not have time to think about the Emperor for a long time. The carriage brought Scarlet quickly to the market with magic seeds, and the girl began to look for what she needed. But no matter how Armin tried to navigate the drawn map, it seemed that it was wrong. Wandering back and forth, because of which the girl's legs even began to hurt, she thought that she was really going crazy. Once again passing along some alley, the lady did not notice how she passed by a man she knew. That man also recognized Scarlet, but unlike her, he decided to talk and not pass by. Therefore, the girl was forced to turn around at the female voice calling her, and that girl immediately began to laugh at Lady Armand, realizing that she was lost. The person who laughed at Scarlet was a green-haired girl cheerfully fanning herself. Having widened her eyes in surprise, the girl realized that she had already met this green-haired woman before. The only problem was that Scarlet had poor memory of faces, so she didn't recognize the stranger. Meanwhile, the girl began to attack poor Armand, who did not understand anything, asking how she dared to threaten her in a public place. Only after these words did Scarlet remember this green-haired lady from the event where she called her a traffic light. Hearing how Armand described Fletta's hair color, she objected that her hair was not green, but golden green. But Scarlet didn't care. The girl still had her own things to do. So, not wanting to continue the pointless dialogue with this lady, she tried to leave. But Fletta suddenly began trying to stop Armand, reminding her of her name and offering to talk a little. Scarlet decided to ask directly, and directly asked if the green-haired girl was trying to make friends with her right now, and she became embarrassed. Noticing this, Armin said that she would not like to communicate with the girl because she likes communicating with a different type of people. So Scarlet would like to skip any interactions with Fletta in the future, no matter how rude it may sound. Hearing this, the lady shook with resentment and anger, whispering that she did not expect anything else from such an upstart. Since Scarlet was the daughter of the noble Armin family, she had the full right not to communicate with practically anyone whom she considered inferior to herself. And the girl was very upset that Armin did not even remember her name, although Fletta's family was not the most obscure. So, because she was very offended, Fletta shouted that Scarlet would not live long because she did not want it. However, there was some truth in the girl's words, since all the Tyrant's brides in the plot of the novel were dead both at his hands and by their own deaths. But no matter how true the offended lady's statement was, it was not worth shouting loudly on a crowded street. Scarlet thought about how likely it was for her to die early, because she worked hard to avoid it. But instead of discussing this with Fletta, Armin decided to put the girl in her place and stated that she had never heard more boring words before. Scarlet added that she was now giving her very last warning to the green-haired lady. Turning to leave, Armand finally advised Fletta to watch her language if she did not want to die before Scarlet herself. The girl herself understood that she had treated the lady very rudely, but she did not want to correct anything and therefore silently left. And she completely didn't notice how the figure sparkled in the darkness with glasses, who had been carefully watching Armin all this time. This figure turned out to be the Emperor's assistant, who immediately brought a report on Scarlet's actions to the palace. After reading all the information, His Majesty wondered what was the girl's real manner of speaking and what was crazy behavior. But even so, remembering Scarlet's antics, Charles involuntarily smiled, which did not go unnoticed by the surprised advisor. The guy standing not far from His Majesty could not understand why the gentleman was laughing, and in general he considered that he was lucky to see laughter. Since the advisor did not know what the real feelings were between Charles and Scarlet, he clarified whether they were really dating. The Emperor was noticeably dissatisfied with such a question, even from his close assistant, which was instantly reflected on the master's face. Therefore, His Majesty reminded the advisor that he asked him to conduct the investigation and not to irritate him, and the red-haired man fell silent. The assistant hastened to admit that he had asked a stupid question, and in response, Charles asked him to get on with his business. But before leaving, the advisor asked where Lady Armand was now, and the guy replied that the girl was planting sprouts in her safe zone. And Scarlet, having successfully purchased various magical seeds, was indeed now carefully digging them into the ground so that they would germinate. The girl sighed tiredly, as she had managed to do a lot during the day, and even ran into the unpleasant green-haired Fleta. Although the Emperor sold young Armand the land for more than she expected, the lady was able to achieve a balance in expenses. The only thing she was worried about now was whether everything was going according to her plan, and whether the fairies would appear soon. Lost in thought, the girl did not notice how His Majesty approached her, but when she heard him approaching, she was glad to see him. Scarlet was somewhat angry at the Emperor for not lowering the price of the territory, but she still smiled at him. And Charles did not notice at all that the girl was slightly unhappy with him. Instead, he became interested in her occupation. And Lady Armand said that she had bought magic seeds and was now planting fruit trees throughout her territory. The guy leaned closer to look at the already planted sprouts and smiled slightly as he found the activity funny. Scarlet still enthusiastically added that these seeds would grow in 3 weeks, which was quite a bit. Only now the girl noticed that Charles unobtrusively sat down next to her on the ground and was thinking deeply about something. It turned out that the gentleman could not understand why Armand needed such trees, and she explained that she would bring fruit as a gift to the fairies. Scarlet was a little sad that she couldn't come up with anything crazy, so they spent some time in silence, and then the girl looked at the guy. To her great surprise, Armand noticed that His Majesty's lips slightly lifted, forming a hint of a smile. The girl realized that the Emperor himself did not even notice that he smiled, simply sitting on the ground next to his contract bride. However, looking at the guy's peaceful face, Scarlet couldn't help but enjoy his beauty, because there really was something to see. Suddenly, her own thoughts made the girl feel awkward, so she blushed and turned away. Lady Armand decided that something needed to be said, and declared that it was all her land now, which she was happy about. Hearing this statement, His Majesty quickly returned to his usual face, which somewhat upset the girl. Nevertheless, Scarlet decided to continue the dialogue and said that since this was her land, she would like to receive a fee. His Majesty thought a little and realized that he could not help but come to this territory, and therefore the girl's demand was reasonable. However, instead of the duty, he offered to rewrite the contract upon his return and sell this land to Scarlet at half price, to which the lady immediately agreed. But immediately the girl became wary, because she could not believe that His Majesty would do this just like that. The guy was in no hurry to present his only condition, after which he agreed to lower the price, but only silently look at Scarlet. In the end, the lady could not stand it anymore and hurried the Emperor so that he began the dialogue by asking him to listen very carefully. It turned out that the Emperor asked for the right to freely cross this territory, and the fruit and everything else would be left to the girl. Seeing Scarlet's happy look, His Majesty was surprised that the girl would like his proposal so much. Charles, of course, assumed that Lady Armand would be pleased, but to this extent he could not predict at all. Meanwhile, the girl was glowing with happiness and spinning in place, rejoicing that the land would be sold to her at half price. Young Armand did not think that in the end she would be able to get a discount so easily, and even began to hope that with an engagement it would be no less simple. While the girl ran and jumped, having fun, His Majesty watched her carefully as he subconsciously began to appreciate their moments together. And then Charles said that they would need to make a joint schedule, which is why Scarlet turned around excitedly, as she was already determined to break up. Leaving the girl no chance to break the engagement, the Emperor said that he would soon send her all the information on the meetings. His Majesty, since it was time for him, turned around but finally said that Scarlet chooses the day and he decides the place. Lady Armand was left alone, completely confused by what had just happened, since she had learned too many new things today. A few days later, the girl was lying on her bed and enthusiastically making some bugs, which Lucy asked her about. Scarlet, not at all embarrassed, invited the maid to come closer and look at what she was doing, but Lucy changed her mind. All because the maid noticed that the lady was making magical insects, which apparently she was going to use as traps. Lucy was very afraid of any such living creature, so when Scarlet handed her the spider on her hand, she froze. And the girl enthusiastically said that she had improved these toys, and now, if you step on them, they leave offensive inscriptions. Lucy asked somewhat anxiously why the lady needed all this, when suddenly a loud male scream was heard throughout almost the entire mansion. Following this, the Duke, and it was he who shouted, flew out of his chambers with displeasure because he was very angry. The Duke called Scarlet throughout the house, knowing full well that the inscription on his face was her handiwork, and wanting to punish the girl for this. Since just yesterday the father swore at the girl and even hit her a couple of times, now she was glad for such a small revenge. Lucy warned that the Duke was already coming here, and Scarlet asked to prepare a carriage for her, and also for the maid to dress up. The maid was surprised that she too should have put on a beautiful outfit, but she did not ask, but obediently did everything. Scarlet at that moment explained that she would like to escape from her father with Lucy and have a tasty meal somewhere. The maid sighed with a smile since this was not usually the case, but she didn't mind. Meanwhile, the Duke, who had never found his daughter, stood in front of the mirror and wiped the inscription from his forehead when the butler approached him. The man, angry at everyone, immediately began to chase the butler named Vector away, but he did not leave. Instead, Vector helpfully asked if he could help the Duke with his face, and instead of answering, the father ordered him to tell him where his daughter was. When the butler, before answering the Duke's question, suggested calling him a doctor, the man became furious and began to scream. Having given orders to all the servants to immediately find Scarlet, the Duke promised that he would definitely deal with her today. The servant girls, looking at all this, sadly thought that a couple of years ago they could not imagine this, since another Duke ruled. The first Duke, whom everyone loved, and who was the elder brother of the current Duke, was Aaron Armand. The man treated all his subjects very well, and they also had great respect for their master. Almost everyone said that this guy would bring prosperity to a family that had practically fallen into disrepair. And even when Aaron fell very much in love with a simple and poor girl, people accepted the Duke's choice. And absolutely no one interfered with the love and happiness of two young lovers who doted on each other. Unfortunately, the life of the first Duke, although ideal, did not last very long due to an accident. Aaron's death at the age of 22 was considered highly suspicious by many, but there was no evidence of this. His lover was left alone at such a young age and grieved greatly over the loss. But Scarlet's mother was not alone for long, as Aaron's brother very quickly made her his first duchess, pushing Milia and her son into the background. The poor girl, who had just lost her husband, did not at all want this outcome of events, but she had absolutely no other choice. And now, when Scarlet's mother was already dead, the girl herself continued to cause trouble for her father, as the butler watched with light sighs. Vector remembered very well how much little Armand suffered as a child because of the antics of her cruel father, and this continued to this day, which the butler noticed very well and was very worried, although he could not help in any way. Suddenly, Scarlet herself appeared near the old man, whom he had just been thinking about but had not noticed at all. Vector immediately said that the girl needed to leave as soon as possible, since her father was looking for her, to which Armand replied that she was going to do just that. But before leaving, Scarlet came close to the butler and whispered that she could help him if he wanted to tease her father. And also Lady Armand asked the kind old man who always helped her not to tell the Duke about anything. Vector nodded in agreement, and the girl beamed happily as she liked the butler and the fact that he was on her side. That evening in his palace, Charles again recalled Scarlet's behavior and laughed a little, since her actions were different from his expectations. The guy did not expect that the lady would run around the garden so strongly and joyfully when she heard that he was selling it to her at half price. The Emperor had long ago figured out the plan of the girl, who wanted him to break off the engagement with her because of her supposed madness. But Scarlet had no idea that her behavior, on the contrary, attracted the Tyrant because he was having fun with her. However, breaking off the engagement, which Armand so wanted, was possible only in one way, which was too cruel. This required the death of either Charles or Scarlet herself, which neither of them wanted to allow. But until there was a need to think about it, His Majesty wanted to continue to pretend that he had no idea about the girl's plans. Moreover, this ordinary observation would not cause harm to anyone, as the Emperor himself believed, and he was right. But the guy couldn't know that literally in a month he would do everything to get Scarlet Armand. The next morning, Izar Arman calmly walked through the mansion, walking about his business, since so far everything was calm. But then a cheerful female voice called out to the guy, and he looked around curiously to find out what was the matter. And it was Scarlet who called him, who saw her brother and decided to have a nice conversation with him, since they had not seen each other for several days. The guy immediately began to grumble at the girl for arriving too late, and they had an important event ahead of them. All the servants prepared the estate for this event in advance, elaborately decorating it with flowers and ribbons. And all because today was one of the main days in the duchy, namely a dinner with the elders, which no one could miss. Before entering the hall with the elders, Izar decided to check with Scarlet why she listened to the Duke today. However, Lady Armand was never able to find a clear answer for her brother, although she initially did not want to take part in the banquet on her father's orders. And the reason was that the girl was simply very interested in what all these important elders looked like. Scarlet caught up with her brother and immediately began to brag about the acquired safe zone, and Izar asked not to talk about it with the Duchess. Then they both heard a sharp female voice, which called out to the guy and girl because he was dissatisfied with them. Turning, Scarlet and Izar saw the same Duchess about whom they had just spoken, and who was Izar's mother. Lady Armand, as was proper etiquette, greeted her stepmother with restraint, not wanting to speak to her in any other way. In an important voice, in response to the greetings, the woman said that the children should enter the hall, since the elders would soon arrive. At the same time, the Duchess looked at Scarlet inquisitively, as she noticed that she had a more dangerous look. Therefore, the woman could not help but turn to the girl, saying that she constantly does some useless things because she wanted to see a reaction. Moreover, the Duchess deliberately crossed the line and brought up Scarlet's mother in the dialogue, which made the girl instantly angry. Turning to the woman, Scarlet began to sort things out, asking if her stepmother was once again scolding her for something. Izar tried to restrain his sister, but that was not the case, as the girl became seriously angry after the mention of her mother. Young Armin reproached her stepmother for losing all her wisdom, since she teases the orphan about the absence of his parents. The Duchess was greatly offended and therefore angered by the girl's words, and she even changed her mind about ending their argument. But the dialogue had to be suspended, as behind them one of the arriving elders importantly tapped his cane. The two arrivals heard part of the dialogue and were surprisingly supportive of Scarlet, although they were unhappy with the argument as a whole. Just by looking at Mr. and Mrs. Boken, the girl immediately understood why they were called elders. Meanwhile, a couple of old men offered to go inside the hall in order to finally smooth out the conflict between the family. They slightly shamed the stepmother and daughter for starting to quarrel in front of everyone, but they did not scold them too much for it. Izar, who was initially against this dispute, and now the elders also saw him, just sighed, and the Duchess and Lady, looking at each other, decided to really stop swearing, since it looked very ugly from the outside. When everyone had gathered and even had time to eat, Scarlet sat contentedly at the table and carefully wiped her face with a napkin. The brother, who was sitting next to him with a dissatisfied and worried face, asked the girl if she was better now. Scarlet realized that her brother was worried about what she had heard from the Duchess and told him that it was not he who should ask for forgiveness for this. Only after that the girl said that she was fine, so he should eat and not worry about her. Not having calmed down much, Izar at least tried to pretend that he was participating in the banquet and not thinking about the situation with Scarlet. And Lady Armand deliberately turned the conversation in a different direction, drawing attention to the elders sitting proudly almost in the center of the table. Izar immediately switched gears and said that most likely the girl is important to the elders since she is very similar to her mother. The girl learned from her brother something that was not described in the novel, namely about the interaction of the entire Armin clan and the elders who fought together against monsters. Moreover, their cooperation occurred regardless of age and country, which the old people also took into account. Since the connection between the family and the elders was strong, it is on the Armins that they have the most influence. Therefore, in order to become the true head of the Arman family, it was necessary to first gain the trust of the elders. And the first Duke did this wonderfully, since everyone loved and respected him and wanted to continue to cooperate with him. However, now, because of the current Duke, a lot has changed, and some even began to hate the Armand family. Therefore, Scarlet's existence was important to the elders, since she was the daughter of the first Duke's lover. Having told all this, Izar did not notice much interest from the girl, and therefore decided that she was embarrassed to talk about her family. But in fact, at this time, Armin was simply remembering that in the book, even the great elders died as a result of conflict and corruption of the family. Scarlet was very worried that if she thought only of herself and ran away, then everything would happen exactly as it happened in the novel. And then all the people she knows will die at the hands of the Tyrant for some reason only known to him. The girl thought so much about the plot of the book that not the first time she heard her brother calling her by name. With concern, which he now did not even hide, the guy once again asked if his sister was okay, to which she answered positively. Lady Armand immediately tried to join the dialogue and realized that today she could not allow herself to be distracted during the evening. The girl decided for herself that she did not have to bear responsibility for those who had nothing to do with her. And then she felt that, wanting to support her, Izar took Scarlet by the hand, speaking words of support. Moreover, as it turned out, the guy himself did not notice this gesture because he behaved completely normally and relaxed. And when Lady Armand asked why her brother took her hand, he looked at their hands with great surprise. Izar immediately pulled his hand back, asking for forgiveness from his sister, since he really didn't notice his gesture at all. Having decided to mock her brother a little, Scarlet said with a smile that this time, so be it, she would believe in his words. Izar was very embarrassed by this, and he blushed and asked the girl not to look at him like he was an idiot. While talking further with her brother, Lady Armand subconsciously thought that there must be a way to save her brother, since he was very important to her. A little later, Scarlet thought that not much time had passed since she came into this world. Someone in this world treated her well and cared for her in every possible way, like the maid Lucy and her similar assistants. Or, for example, like the only half-brother Isar, who even saved the girl from death, carefully monitoring her. Therefore, according to Lady Armand, at least in this estate they should have survived for sure, no matter what happened to her. The girl thought that the elders could arrange this. The only question was how to negotiate with them. But Scarlet didn't have time to come up with a plan, because her brother, once again, distracted her from her thoughts since it was time to leave. The guy reminded them that they needed to go to a further meeting with everyone else, since they had already come. The girl did not argue, and while they walked, thought about whether there was anyone among the Armans strong enough to protect Izar and Lucy. However, no matter how hard the lady tried to remember someone, no one came to her mind, which is why she was serious. Unexpectedly, on the way, Scarlet and Izar met the butler Vector, who was calmly walking around the estate. The butler bowed to the girl and boy and said that His Excellency was already waiting for them. Before going inside, the brother asked his sister if she was ready, and Scarlet nodded, slightly hesitantly. For her, meeting with the main family was a priority, but when she opened the door, the girl immediately felt an oppressive atmosphere. It seemed as if none of the elders present were at all happy with her, although everyone was welcoming. The Duke, who was sitting at the head of the table, when he saw that his children were frozen in place, displeasedly ordered them to take their places. In order not to enter into unnecessary arguments with his father, which happened quite often, Izar quickly and humbly bowed. Meanwhile, Scarlet met the menacing and powerful gaze of one of the elders, which could have made the girl feel uneasy. But instead, it suddenly dawned on the lady who exactly she could ask for help to help Izar and Lucy. From such an insight, Lady Armand could not help but smile joyfully as she realized that these elders would be ideal candidates. According to history, she received part of the money that the former Scarlet spent on humiliating the main character from the elders. It would seem, why would such respected people give money to humiliate a poor girl named Shirla? But the answer was very simple and was that the elders had a soft spot for Scarlet's mother and therefore for her. The girl very often blackmailed her sponsors with the fact that she grew up without a mother and therefore they could not leave her. The words that Lady Armand shouted to the elders hurt them to the core so that they could not stay away. This is how it turned out that over and over again, these respected people lent money to the girl without demanding anything back. However, this time Scarlet was not going to take money from anyone, since she understood that this would not be a way of trust. While the young lady was pondering her new plan, the Duke majestically announced the beginning of the meeting of the heads of the Armand family. Still smiling a little, because she was very pleased that she was able to find a way out, the girl looked straight at the old people. She had already decided that she would make sure that the elders would owe her, and not she would owe them, as earlier in the novel. Meanwhile, Scarlet and Izar's father had already begun to sort out the issues raised by his family members and settled on the fact that they were asking for money. Two elderly people assured the Duke that they needed to purchase poisonous mushrooms in order to continue protecting the borders from monsters. From a scientific point of view, what these two needed was called kavil, and was not exactly a mushroom, which the elderly woman immediately began to prove. Watching all this, Scarlett noted with a sigh that at such meetings there was a lot more arguing than she thought. The man at this moment continued to try to get money to implement his plan to contain the monsters. He said that last month they dealt with the goblins, but now their place was taken by minotaurs, who were much more terrible. Therefore, the old man convinced that the cave was the only way out that could help deal with the monsters once and for all. Remembering the novel, Lady Armand realized that the barrier between the forest and the rest of the territory began to weaken. So the girl raised her hand and asked the man to tell him more about what happened at the border. However, although Scarlett tried to help with her question, the old man suddenly became embarrassed. So his wife came to his aid, saying that they themselves did not know anything about what had happened. This is because the monster forest was a forbidden area where you couldn't go and therefore you couldn't find out anything. After listening to the husband and wife's opinions, Lady Armand agreed that their situation was quite difficult. The girl was also able to find an answer for herself why, in the future of the novel, Charles accused the elders of incompetence. To sum up, we can say that the culprit of everything that was happening was some flower unknown to everyone. Because he turned ordinary monsters into real mutants who stopped feeling pain and became stronger. Unfortunately, the elders did not know this, and tried to fight against the monsters with kavil, but the situation only ended up getting worse. Therefore, after some time, the Tyrant personally entered the forest to solve the problem with monsters and mutants. For some time, the young man wandered through the forest of monsters, but soon he managed to find a magic flower. Since Charles had little knowledge of magic, he immediately realized that it was this plant that was the problem. As a result of this, stability returned to the forest of monsters, but all the elders, without exception, went to the guillotine. This whole moment in the novel was quite bloody, and therefore Lady Armand would not want it to be repeated in reality. While the girl was recalling this whole story, the Duke continued to claim that he had no money, so he would not give anything. Scarlett just rolled her eyes at her father's statement and tried to remember exactly what the flower looked like in the plant magazine. For several minutes she was unable to do this, but then suddenly Armand found the answer she needed and was very happy about it. Therefore now she could very well help the poor elders, in the hope that in the future they would help her. Then the girl was approached by her brother, who noticed his sister's laughter not for the first time and only now asked what was the matter. But it would take too long to explain anything to Isar, so Armand simply said that she had an idea. The guy tried to find out what she was up to since she was so inspired, but Scarlett didn't tell him anything else. The next morning, all the elders began to go home, and Old Man Bochan carefully supervised the loading of things. Before the elderly couple left, Scarlett hurried up to them, politely greeting them. Miss Bochan, however, took Armand's arrival as a mockery of them, but the girl quickly explained that this was not the case at all. Moreover, Scarlett intrigued the elders by saying that she wanted to give them something. To the great surprise of the Bochan family, the girl suddenly took out the jewelry and said that she inherited it from her mother. The elders were, to put it mildly, very surprised that young Armand was giving this to them. Mr. Brian Bochan asked why the lady was doing this since she owed them nothing. In response, Scarlett simply reasoned that the elders would definitely need this money since they asked for it from the Duke. The girl explained that she was not the head of the family and therefore this was all she could give. Armand assured that their family values the elders and the fact that they refused today does not really mean anything. Mrs. Adrian Bochan said displeasedly that she was not going to leave so easily, but she thanked the girl for the money. Scarlett was somewhat surprised by how militant the attitude of this old woman, who commanded her respect, was. After that, the Bochan family said that they would definitely repay Scarlett's kindness. This time the girl simply smiled back, deciding to wait for the moment when she would ask for a favor in return. Scarlett's plan is that when she leaves, she will have a good enough relationship with this family that they will protect Lucy and Izar. A little later, when the girl was resting in her chambers, the maid brought her a letter from the palace, which made the lady happy. Scarlett had completely forgotten that the official schedule of meetings with the Tyrant was supposed to arrive today. The lady immediately began to read the letter, hoping to find information there that the Tyrant had broken off the engagement. But her wishes were not destined to come true, since Charles sent only his schedule with a request to decide when they would see each other. After this letter, the girl finally realized that the Emperor could not be relied upon in matters of the heart. In this case, Scarlett had no choice but to change strategy, and she immediately asked Lucy to bring walking clothes. The assistant clarified what exactly the lady wanted, and the lady chose something elegant, but without nobility. Lucy said that she would definitely look for it and prepare it for tomorrow, but Scarlett demanded it now. Young Armand, her eyes sparkling angrily, decided to meet someone and thereby amaze. At this time, Counselor Clover was sitting at his desk and wondered how he managed to fill out the paperwork so quickly. He even thought that he could go to bed early today, since he also slept in the morning when the military man came to him. Reluctantly, the guy turned to him, realizing that he definitely had more work to do. And Clover was very surprised to hear that Scarlett had come to see him. The guard said that the girl declared the incredible importance of her arrival, and therefore did not even warn. The military man also added that he asked the girl to wait in the carriage, but it turned out that she got out of it herself. At this moment, as if sensing that they were looking at her, Scarlett raised her head up, and she immediately met the gaze of the advisor, who was not delighted with her arrival. But the girl was not at all embarrassed. She just waved cheerfully at him, so Clover said to let her in. A little later, when Lady Armand was comfortably seated at the table, the advisor poured her a special tea from the very east. Clover prudently warned that if the girl did not like tea, then he could bring coffee. And then the guy sat down in front of the lady and realized that for some reason he was afraid to say anything. But still, in a trembling voice, the guy managed to ask why the girl came to him. And Lady Armand immediately began to put her plan into action, declaring that she did not believe that the advisor did not care about her arrival. The girl recalled that for the first time, they looked at each other in the dungeon, and not later. And when the mistress said that from that moment fate began to play a cruel joke, Clover even hiccuped in surprise. Scarlett described the advisor's state as sublimely in love, as if the guy couldn't breathe without her. But Clover himself immediately shouted that he had never experienced anything like this. However, the girl did not listen to the guy at all and continued to state that she was very sorry that he had been alone for so long. But in fact, Armand was not counting on the advisor's reaction, but on rumors among the servants. After all, they can cause a lot of problems by inflating ordinary information to incredible proportions. Therefore, knowing full well that they were being overheard, Scarlett continued to play the role of separated lovers. Deciding to finally finish off the guy, she asked him directly whether he liked him and why he didn't confess to her before. The girl partly felt sorry for the advisor whom she had chosen as her victim, but she was not going to stop. So poor Clover, who had absolutely no idea what was happening and why he was being accused of love, only became more and more panicked. And Scarlett still skillfully acted out her bewilderment, not understanding what exactly the guy disagreed with. The girl listed the emotions that the advisor experienced when he saw her and attributed them to true love. And at the end of her speech, Scarlett smiled tenderly and said that the guy could not deceive her. Only now did Clover realize how much he was in trouble by finding himself in such a situation. The guy, to put it mildly, was dumbfounded and still did not understand what Lady Armand was talking about. The advisor could never have imagined that his actions could be assessed from such a point of view. He began to worry very much that everyone else could think exactly the same as young Armand. Until the end, Clover could not believe that one of the smartest people in the kingdom could get caught so easily. The problem for the advisor was that he was single and had never been in a relationship, so he was expectedly confused. And Scarlett took advantage of the fact that the guy was blushing and specifically loudly asked if he would admit that he liked her. The girl was greatly benefited by the fact that Clover spent his whole life working and did not know what love was. And right now the advisor believed that he had feelings for her, which was impossible to do because she was the Emperor's fiancée. Clover weakly tried to remind Scarlett about her engagement, to which the girl said that this did not prohibit him from loving her. The guy immediately imagined what would happen if His Majesty found out about this incident. After all, His Majesty will be so furious that he will not spare even his best advisor. Therefore, under no circumstances should he love this girl who insisted on this. Suddenly, Scarlett noticed with great surprise that Sir Clover not only blushed, but even began to cry. The girl was afraid that she had gone too far with her plan to embarrass the Emperor's close associate, and the advisor, noticing that the lady began to calm him down, asked if she was just laughing at him all this time. Clover's harsh tone greatly angered Scarlett, who even stopped sympathizing with him, although she herself was confused. So, after gallantly walking around the room, she returned to her game of cat and mouse, where the advisor was the mouse. As a result, the guy fell silent again and wanted to cry, because he thought that Armand would retreat, but she continued. Then the girl turned and asked the guy for forgiveness for offending him because he does not accept his feelings. As a result, the guy completely stopped objecting, deciding to try not to react to everything the lady said anymore. Quite quickly, Clover accompanied Scarlet to the carriage and, already returning home, the girl thought that it had turned out worse than she had planned. She could only hope for rumors that the Emperor's bride was having an affair with his advisor. If everyone around her hates Scarlet, then there is a high chance that the Tyrant will have no choice but to break off his engagement with her. This is because, as a king, Charles must very carefully save face, and Armand understood this very well. When Scarlet went home, after some time, an assistant came running into the advisor's room with a message. But as soon as he looked inside, the guy got scared, feeling the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Clover. And the advisor had indeed been sitting for several tens of minutes, practically motionless, and increasingly immersed in painful thoughts. Unexpectedly for Count Lumen, Clover suddenly asked if the guy was popular among people, and he answered yes. Then the advisor continued his thought, asking if the Count then knew what love was. Lumen was somewhat confused, because he had never had to talk to Clover about something like this before. However, the guy decided to help his friend and began to describe the feelings of love as he understood them. After listening carefully to Lumen, Clover, still in a depressed mood, flashed his eyes but ended the dialogue. The next morning, completely uninvited, Scarlet decided to visit the elders, but for some reason she did not find them there. The girl did not take this moment into account at all, since it was not even lunchtime yet. Lady Armand was worried that she would never meet the elders and that the cookies that Lucy had baked would be ruined. Clutching a basket of food in her hands, Scarlet was already beginning to feel sad that her plan to introduce Lucy to old people and then start helping them was already beginning to fail. But then, fortunately for the girl, the soft clicking of heels and canes was heard, and Miss Balkshan appeared behind her. Armand was very glad to see Lady Adrian, but the old lady did not understand what the girl was doing here. Scarlet stated that she was just passing by and decided to come and visit before the elders left for their place. As if by chance, Lady Armand introduced her maid Lucy to Miss Beauchamp. Since this turned out to be of no interest to anyone, Scarlet cleverly switched the topic of dialogue to Cavell. And then Lady Adrian had something to say, because she was choosing 3 types at once, not knowing which one would be better. Since the old lady didn't feel sorry for it, and the Cavell wouldn't have gotten anything out of it, she took it out and showed it to Scarlet. The girl immediately called the mushroom cute and asked if it really repels all monsters. While Lady Adrian was talking about how the scent of mushrooms temporarily paralyzes monsters, Lady Armand suddenly felt that something was wrong with her. The last thing Scarlet remembered was the thought that for some reason her body was not listening, after which she lost consciousness. And, since the girl could no longer stand on her feet, she predictably fell straight to the ground. The mistress's fall was almost immediately noticed by the maid, only she was a few meters away, and moreover, she had food in her hands. Therefore, although Lucy rushed to Scarlet, as soon as she began to fall, she did not have time to catch her. And the Cavell that Armand was holding in her arms fell out of her hands and rolled on the ground, causing an alarming sensation. Scarlet woke up without knowing where. She only felt that she had a very bad headache. The girl's last memory was of talking to Lady Adrian before the addition to their estate. However, now the girl had a complete feeling that she had managed to teleport, since she did not recognize the area at all. Looking around, Armand finally realized that she had never been in this strange and incomprehensible place before. Then the girl noticed some movement out of the corner of her eye, which first frightened her, and then interested her. Turning around, Scarlet saw a girl with red hair confidently walking through the forest with a lantern. Lady Armand immediately recognized her as Shirla Diel, who, according to the plot of the novel, was the very main character. But it was completely unclear to Scarlet what this girl was doing in such a confusing place. Then Armand heard Shirla whispering about some remedy that could replace the well-known Cavell, and the lady managed to remember that in the novel this red-haired girl found something that could help against the monsters together with mushrooms. But apparently, Shirla did not guess this herself, which means that someone else is behind her. Moreover, this was clearly not a tyrant, since he himself was subsequently surprised by the discovery of the girl. Since Scarlet had no other options, she decided to follow Shirla, since she still didn't see her. And the decision to first find out everything about the remedy was really beneficial for Armand, since she completely remembered the route. Just in case, although there was no definite need for this, the girl tried to follow the main character as quietly as possible. Moreover, she could not remember whether there was such a scene in the novel or whether there were any differences. But Scarlet didn't have time to think about it, because Shirla suddenly stopped, because she had found what she was looking for. The object of her search turned out to be one of the monsters of the forest, only it was called the Geppetto slime and was harmless to people. On top of that, Geppetto has the ability to feed on other monsters despite his cute appearance. Although the slime itself is not large, it can easily swallow anyone, even the most terrible monster. Scarlet instantly realized that it was precisely this remedy that Sheila was looking for, wandering for a long time through the forest of monsters. And now Armand herself is lucky, since she perfectly remembered the location of the slime, so she can return and find it. The girl wanted to move on, but then she heard voices from somewhere outside, and therefore woke up. It turned out that she was lying on the bed, and her brother was near her and was calling in panic, asking if she was okay. Behind him stood Lucy, barely holding back her tears, who called the girl's brother to help. Scarlet, who did not know how long she had been unconscious, was greatly surprised by the company that had gathered. Armin remembered that she lost consciousness on the street, which means that Isar himself carried her to the bed. The girl considered her fall strange because she did not lose consciousness when she remembered the plot of the novel, and besides, she greatly worried the elders. Mr. Bakshin began to grumble about what could have happened if no one had been with Scarlet at the time of the fall. But Isar stopped the old man and told his sister that if she needed it, she could continue to rest. The guy even offered the girl to go somewhere if she felt uncomfortable relaxing on the estate, and looking at the elders, Scarlet realized that she would really like to go with them to the border of the forest. Moreover, her condition, which needed to be maintained by good forest air, was an excellent excuse for a trip. When Miss Buchan asked what Lady Armand had come up with, she said with a wide smile that she wanted to visit. But as soon as the girl had time to rejoice at her brilliant idea, Mr. Bryan immediately refused her desire to go to them. And Miss Adrian confirmed her husband's words, saying that their territory was too dangerous to visit. But all these words were powerless to stop Scarlet, who had already decided that she was going. The girl came up with a cunning plan, according to which she first goes to the lands of the Bakshan family and scouts everything out. And then she returns and tells the Duke about everything in vivid colors so that he wants to help. Scarlet doesn't care about the elders, but she can still take a means of communication with her so that her father can see everything with his own eyes. According to the girl, the Duke was cowardly enough that after all this he wanted to allocate money for the border. After listening to Lady Armand, Miss Adrian was forced to admit that the girl's plan was quite good. So Scarlet said that from now on she will consider that they have agreed, and the rest is up to her. Young Armand actually believed that if she teamed up with the elders, her chance of getting money from the Duke would increase. Therefore, the girl already wanted to go and talk with the Duke when Isar suddenly firmly said no. Scarlet opened her eyes wide in surprise and was not even immediately able to answer her brother. Meanwhile, the brother repeated his word no, also firmly not allowing the girl to go anywhere. The guy explained his decision by saying that the place was too dangerous for his sister to go there. Isar recalled that the road there alone, which would also be difficult, would take about 3 days. After listening to her brother, Scarlet realized that he was just worried, and therefore said that she would be fine, because she would not go alone. Isar noticeably relaxed, but asked who the girl was planning her dangerous journey with then. But instead of answering, Scarlet only smiled mysteriously and sweetly, saying that he would soon find out everything. At this moment, despite the late hour, the Emperor was still sorting out his work papers, and he received a letter from Scarlet, in which the girl invited him on a trip, so the guy called an advisor. When Clover responded, Charles asked him to move everything forward 2 weeks, as he would be busy. The advisor clarified where His Majesty was going, and the guy said with a smile that the young lady was going to travel. The next morning, all preparations for the trip were almost completed, so no one was worried. Scarlet was full of anticipation about the trip because she had very big plans for the forest of monsters. The only thing that made the girl nervous was that the Emperor was late for some reason, which her father did not forget to remind. But at such moments, Isar came to the girl's aid and verbally supported his sister. Lady Armand heard briefly from her brother that the imperial family never visited the Armands and was surprised. After all, the relationship between the families has always been good due to their united struggle against the mutants from the Forest of Monsters. However, the girl remembered that in the novel, their cooperation would end because the elders would not fulfill their obligations to the Tyrant. Here, Scarlet was distracted from her thoughts by her brother, who suddenly began to swear because she decided to go with the Emperor. But the girl did not see any problems in this because she was His Majesty's bride. Then the brother asked how his sister asked the Duke for leave, and she replied that she simply asked to go to recover. However, Scarlet herself understood that there was something suspicious in the fact that her father let her go so easily when she came to ask. Then the girl opened the door too abruptly without even knocking, as a result of which she caught the Duke talking with someone. The father immediately began to shout at his daughter for not even knocking, while Scarlet did not see anything wrong with this. While the girl slowly approached the table, the Duke tried to cover the magic communication ball with his hands, but his hands were much smaller than the ball. Pretending not to notice anything, Lady Armand asked her father for permission to tell him about her recent situation. Scarlet, taking advantage of the fact that the Duke was listening absent-mindedly, explained that she had recently fainted, and therefore now wanted to go to the elders to rest. After thinking a little, the father asked where his daughter would stay, and she answered that at the Bakshan family estate. The man's face showed how badly he treated these elderly people, but he was able to remain silent. Unexpectedly, the Duke asked if Scarlet really wanted to become an heir, since she was almost on the heels of the elders. But the girl said that even if they really asked her, she wouldn't do it, because she dreams of not having to work but getting money at the same time. When her father looked at her after her words, the girl felt embarrassed at how much he hated her. Nevertheless, Scarlet was going to stand her ground and asked again if her father would allow her to go. The lady insisted that she was very thin and needed to gain weight, and at these words the Duke suddenly grinned evilly. But young Armin did not notice the man's emotions, as she was very keen on coming up with arguments. However, the girl did not have to say much, since the Duke sighed and still allowed her to go on this journey. Beaming with joy, Scarlet immediately said goodbye to her father, as she wanted to start getting ready for the trip as soon as possible. But before she had time to leave his office, the Duke suddenly asked if she really didn't remember anything at all. The father meant whether the girl had seen something like a seal or a ring, and each time he pretended that he was asking for the first time. Lady Armand turned slightly to the Duke, perplexed, since she had no idea what she was talking about, which she told her father about. Noticing the nervous tapping of the man's fingers, the girl realized what exactly he was looking for and so badly wanted to get. We were talking about the seal of the Armand family, which was inherited from generation to generation and was proof of belonging to the family. This seal contained magic and therefore could be transferred to different objects depending on its current owner. If the Duke did not have this seal, then it turned out that he did not become the real head of the family and therefore could be overthrown. The only thing the girl didn't understand was why her father asked her about the seal. What could she possibly know? Everything that I remembered from the novel about Scarlet's seal was not enough to know about its location, or even its shape. The brother suddenly approached the thoughtful sister, because he wanted to talk before she left on a trip. It turned out that the guy ran up for a reason because, slightly nervous, Isar told the girl to bow, because the Emperor had arrived. And indeed, the majestic figure of Charles and a huge number of his retinue appeared near the gate. The Duke was the first to jump up to the young man who had arrived and began to compliment him in order to attract all the attention to himself. His Majesty, as always, was magnificent, even despite his usually gloomy face, which also managed to become part of his image. Watching her father try to select compliments for the Emperor, Scarlet whispered to her brother that the Duke was so excited. But apparently, despite all the man's tricks, His Majesty turned a deaf ear to the Duke's words. Isar laughed a little at this situation, and then, leaning slightly towards the girl, asked who the people standing not far from them were. Scarlet looked where her brother was pointing and saw two powerfully built figures of high-class military men. The lady knew very well that the blonde was a count named Lumen, and was in charge of all the intelligence departments of the Emperor. And next to him was the commander of all His Majesty's knights, whose name the girl, unfortunately, did not remember. But Scarlet knew all this information from the novel, and therefore she lied to her brother that she had no idea who these guys were. Isar noticed that for some reason, these military men looked at the girl and smiled, which was strange. Scarlet even began to seriously think about approaching Count Lumen and asking what was the matter, but Charles called out to her. It so happened that the girl absolutely did not expect such a quick and sudden appearance of the Emperor, and therefore she was very frightened. Lady Armand staggered and would have fallen down, hitting herself hard if His Majesty had not caught her in time. Still in slight bewilderment, Scarlet continued to look rather stupidly at the gentleman, hearing the beat of his beating heart. Smiling slightly, Charles helped the girl regain her balance and noticed that she was falling beautifully. When Armand regained her ability to speak, The emperor asked how she was doing in order to somehow begin a dialogue. They exchanged a few casual phrases, and then the guy turned and asked Count Lumen to bring something. To Scarlett's great surprise, the Count handed her a beautiful bouquet of red flowers, saying that it was a gift from the emperor. The girl suspiciously asked Charles why he was suddenly giving her flowers, although she was secretly happy about it. In response to the lady's question, the emperor said that he simply saw the flowers, thought about her, and therefore bought them. Unexpectedly for herself, Scarlett felt embarrassed and blushed, because in fact His Majesty compared her beauty to flowers. But then Charles ruined all the romance, adding that these flowers very much reminded him of the girl's head. Under the quiet laughter of the military behind her, Armin began to resent His Majesty with dissatisfaction, but did not throw away the flowers. And the soldiers, whom the brother and sister had seen before, knew in advance about such a joke by the gentleman, which is why they laughed. Looking at the emperor, they concluded that he really fell head over heels in love with this girl, although he himself would not admit it. When the girl finally forgave the emperor because of his prank, she was offered to sit in the elder's carriage. But just looking at this cart, which could hardly be called a carriage, Scarlett was horrified. But the lady did not dare to tell the elders face to face that she was simply disdainful of riding in this carriage. Instead, she wanted to get into the carriage with the emperor. The guards immediately ran around in fright, since there was no agreement that His Majesty and Lady Armand would travel together. The girl wanted to be offended by the emperor for not preparing a place for her next to him, but her brother suddenly ran up to her. Scarlett was surprised that he had not left yet, but Isar had no intention of leaving because he wanted to talk to his sister. The guy, although slightly embarrassed, still asked if the girl remembered their dialogue yesterday. Sighing, the lady answered the guy with a smile, as she once again realized that he was very worried about her. Yesterday afternoon they played chess together and drank tea, talking about everything. And at some point when it was Isar's move, instead of just leaving, the guy asked an unexpected question. He asked if the girl liked the emperor, and Scarlett almost choked on her tea, as she had not expected such a question at all. The first thing the lady did was to deny and claim that she didn't like His Majesty at all. Noticing that Scarlett had a rather mixed reaction, Isar was unhappy, since Charles was known for his cruelty. And again, Armand almost choked on her tea because, in her opinion, the Tyrant was far from just cruel, but insane. Scarlett knew very well that a whole mountain could be made of the people the Emperor killed. Since the girl confirmed her brother's words about Charles's cruelty, the guy asked what her sister thought about it, which puzzled her. Young Armin wondered whether this mattered, and Isar insisted that it did. The guy wanted to hear whether Scarlett wanted to marry Charles, but the girl said that she was uncomfortable talking about this topic. Then the brother decided to change the method of dialogue and directly said that he would like to discuss something. Scarlett realized that since she was the younger sister, she would have to listen to the guy now. She tried to predict the subject of the dialogue and suggested that Isar was afraid that the Tyrant would be cruel to Scarlett. The guy confirmed the girl's guess, adding that no matter how much she liked His Majesty, she should not allow him to be cruel. Listening carefully to her brother, the lady tried not to make a sound so as not to throw him off his thoughts. But, looking at the embarrassed and somewhat offended Isar, she could not stand it and burst out laughing. Laughing completely harmlessly to the point of tears, Scarlett asked what was wrong with Isar's face, since she was so amused. Only when Armand was able to calm down did she sincerely thank her brother for helping her. At the end of their dialogue, the guy handed the girl a magical device for sending messages so that she could take it. Isar asked to tell him if suddenly she was in danger so that he could have time to save his sister. Scarlett still remembered their dialogue very well, but she reminded her brother to continue watering the sprouts on her territory. In parting, giving Isar a cheerful smile, the girl promised to soon return safe and sound. The guy, pleased that Scarlett understood and remembered everything, calmly smiled back at her. Soon everyone sat down in their places and hit the road, as expected. The first to get bored on the way was the head of the Emperor's intelligence service, as he didn't like that they stopped so much along the way. For some reason, their not-so-distinguished carriages were attacked by robbers over and over again, which made the journey very difficult. Even being the chief intelligence officer, the guy had no idea where all these attackers were coming from, which irritated him. Listening to the young man, Scarlett suddenly realized that he was just a count and was riding in an imperial carriage, so the girl asked him about it. In response to this, Count Lumen said that he definitely did not have the right to ride in the same carriage with His Majesty, so they distributed it this way. And so that Lady Armand would not have time to ask anything else, the head of intelligence turned to the window again and started talking about the bandits. Scarlet began to grumble about the robbers that they were being attacked when suddenly the elders turned to her. They bowed low to the girl since this was their territory, and the old men were ashamed of attacking them. Since Lady Armand treated the Bokshan family well, she changed her anger to mercy and even began to support the elderly couple. She reasoned that the robbers were trying to rob the imperial carriage, but there were too many guards around for them to succeed. But the girl didn't know that right now one of the escaped robbers was approaching them. The guy tightly clutched a knife in his bandaged hand, which he intended to use not only for self-defense, but also for attack. Just as Scarlet finished her conversation with the elders, it became known that one of the robbers had escaped. The commander of the Emperor's army immediately ordered all the soldiers to disperse and find the fugitive. But it turned out that the bandit did not think of running away anywhere, since Lady Armand heard a knock on the carriage, which should not have happened. A robber, whose face and body were almost entirely covered in scars, looked into the carriage, smiling predatorily. For some reason, this guy knew Scarlet's name, even though she thought they were attacking the Emperor, not her. But before the robber had time to do anything, Charles appeared from somewhere and thoroughly stunned the bandit. All Scarlet could do was silently watch the sudden change of events. Looking at the fight in amazement, the girl noticed that His Majesty's face was twisted with incredible anger. But literally a few seconds later, the guy came to his senses and politely asked if the lady was okay. While the elders were lamenting about the damaged carriage, the girl confirmed that she escaped with a slight fright. But most of all, the girl was surprised that for some reason the Emperor was so close to her carriage. Having looked around, Scarlet saw His Majesty's favorite horse and realized that the guy was not riding in a carriage at all. The fact that Charles put himself in danger for her sake greatly embarrassed Lady Armand. And Charles himself did not pay any attention to the anxiety of his bride, but instead looked for his guards with his eyes. Suddenly, the Emperor apparently made some decision, and then abruptly opened the carriage door, telling Scarlet to get out. At the girl's surprised look, His Majesty replied that they would now ride together in his carriage. When the guy and girl moved into the imperial carriage, Charles told Armand something that greatly shocked her. The Emperor did not expect that the lady would not know anything about the current situation, and therefore agreed to explain again. In a calm and reasonable voice, His Majesty said that these bandits were not looking for him, but for Scarlet, which could not fit into the girl's head. The guy asked if the young lady had heard anything about the assassins from the Pan group, but she just shook her head in shock and negatively. Then, Charles said that there is a group called Pan, which is the imperial family in another empire, and produces many assassins. There are many rumors about this group, but the most popular is that they appear wherever they are mentioned. And no matter who you are, if the assassins find you, then soon you will inevitably and inexorably be dead. However, Scarlet could not have any relation to this group, since she had never even heard of them. In addition, the Emperor doubted that the bandits were from the Pan group, since their skills were too low for this. However, His Majesty quickly came to the conclusion that no matter what group these guys were from, they were still assassins. Having looked carefully at the frightened girl, Charles asked if there was anyone who wished her death. And the only one who immediately came to Scarlet's mind was her own father, who often beat her and kept many secrets. But the girl understood that even making such assumptions towards the Duke was fraught with consequences, so she became sad and remained silent. To at least clarify the situation a little for herself, Lady Armand asked the Emperor whether the assassins would return, and he thought about it. When the guy answered that, most likely those guys would return, the girl anxiously clenched her hands into fists. This worried gesture of Scarlet did not escape His Majesty's gaze, and he became even more serious. Charles said that he did not consider the return of the bandits to be a big problem, which surprised the young lady. Armand couldn't believe her ears, because she decided that the Emperor didn't care whether she died or not, since he said so. Getting excited, the girl raised her voice and said that maybe her situation didn't mean anything to the guy, but for her, it was all no joke. Realizing that the girl had misunderstood him, the Emperor sighed and asked him to listen, which was difficult to do, since Armand cursed non-stop. When Scarlet finally fell silent, Charles explained that he meant that she did not need to worry about anything since he was nearby. Hearing this, the girl realized that it was in vain to scream and curse so much, because His Majesty did not even think of leaving her to her fate. A little later during a halt, Lord Benzer, who let the bandit pass, sincerely apologized to the girl. The guy begged to be spared this time since everything was fine in the end and everyone arrived safe and sound. Scarlet, for whose sake there was all this plea for forgiveness, said that she was so calm that she even managed to sleep. So Lady Armand did not hold any grudge against Lord Benzer, who accidentally missed only one person out of several dozen. Although the Lord was pleased that the girl forgave him, he understood perfectly well that he should expect punishment from the Emperor. Scarlet, who was listening attentively to the commander, caught his excited glance directed at His Majesty, and Charles stood silently and listened as his devoted and strong warrior asked for forgiveness because he did not want to be fired. Although the girl was not strong in army rules, she was able to understand that something was wrong and asked the Emperor about it. However, His Majesty suddenly said that this time he would release the assistants, since the lady was in perfect order. Seeing Benzer shaking in fear, Scarlet wondered if pardon was really that rare. The Emperor at that moment was noticeably gloomy about the fact that he himself had cancelled the punishment, when suddenly Count Lumen called him. The guy came running very quickly, and therefore was very out of breath and could not immediately report that he had found something that His Majesty would need to check. Scarlet quickly realized that Charles was being taken away on his own business, so she did not detain the guy, but said goodbye to him before dinner. Before leaving, the Emperor asked the girl to rest, which she was going to obediently do, waving his hand after His Majesty. All the way that they were together, Armand felt completely safe and therefore believed that it was she who should thank. Towards evening, when everyone had time to sit comfortably and relax for their own pleasure, Scarlet decided to make a splash. Having found the necessary utensils, the girl carefully tapped the glass with a fork, attracting everyone's attention. Some of the military men, who had been free for a long time and did not know what to do with themselves, almost immediately turned to look at the lady. And the second part, which still had work until the evening, only slowed down a little to listen to what Scarlet had to say. The girl deliberately waited for some time, waiting for the maximum number of her listeners to gather. When almost everyone's eyes turned to her, Lady Armand happily announced that she would like to thank everyone for today. The military did not know the young lady well, but the elders had already seen some of her antics and therefore were wary. And Scarlet quite seriously stated that she wanted to thank everyone for their good security and help with a wonderful serenade. Looking around before singing, the girl looked for the Emperor, for the sake of breaking the engagement with whom this whole plan was started. Catching the gaze of the unsuspecting Charles, Scarlet smiled predatorily, already anticipating the emotions from her prank. His Majesty sensed some kind of catch, but had not yet realized what exactly was the matter, since the lady was behaving this way. Having asked everyone, without exception, to listen carefully, the girl took as much air into her lungs as possible, preparing to sing. The sounds of Scarlet's voice, although not the loudest, immediately began to spread throughout the clearing, and everyone could hear them. Immediately all the military men were disappointed in what was happening, as they were expecting a beautiful serenade, but it turned out that the lady did not quite know how to sing. Moreover, some especially sensitive guys not only could not listen to the girl's singing, they even felt sick from it. Meanwhile, Scarlet was incredibly pleased with the impression she made on everyone. But this whole performance was played out for one person, so the girl decided to see what kind of facial expression the Emperor had now. In fact, Lady Armand really hoped that she would finally be able to anger His Majesty, but turning around, the girl realized that this was not so. To Scarlet's great surprise, His Majesty did not frown, but smiled, slightly covering his mouth with his hand. The grin on Charles's face itself was a rarity, but here the lady was able to observe a full smile, which amazed her. And it so happened that for some reason, the Emperor not only smiled, but almost laughed, which was not part of the girl's plans. Already at night, lying in the bed prepared for her in the forest, Scarlet felt how tired she was, but could not sleep. The girl was still worried about the Emperor's smile, because she really counted on the fact that he would absolutely not like it, like everyone else. Scarlet seriously thought about what she could do to make His Majesty quite ashamed of her. Without coming up with anything, the girl couldn't even fall asleep, and therefore decided to take a little walk around the night camp. Coming out into the clearing, Lady Armand suddenly noticed a familiar silhouette nearby, dismounting from a horse. It was a complete surprise for the girl to meet His Majesty completely alone at such a time. To talk to the guy, Scarlet went straight to him and asked what he was doing here. Charles explained that he was returning from a patrol and asked if everything was okay, to which Armin answered in the affirmative, as she just wanted to get some fresh air. His Majesty, having heard this, was noticeably dissatisfied that the girl went out into the street at such a late hour all alone. Scarlet stared at the guy in disbelief, while in his head he saw reasons not to walk alone at night. However, contrary to all his thoughts, His Majesty suddenly said that he would not stop the girl if she wanted to go for a walk. Noticing that for some reason the Emperor went in the opposite direction from the camp, Scarlet asked if he would not return back. Turning to face the girl, Charles reminded her that she wanted to go for a walk and offered to go with him. As a result, although this was not initially part of Scarlet's plans, she rode on horseback through the forest with the Emperor. Even though they weren't touching each other, it was still too awkward for the girl to even just sit behind the guy. Lady Armand tried to understand why His Majesty changed his plans and decided to take a walk with her. Since it was painful for her to ride in silence, Scarlet asked about the Emperor's plans for tomorrow. Charles, after a short silence, said that he would go to Rachel, and the lady immediately realized that this name was not in the novel. The Emperor, meanwhile, revealed his exact schedule for tomorrow in order to fully satisfy Armand's curiosity. The fact that Charles was leaving on diplomatic business meant that Scarlet could be left to her own devices, which suited the girl very well. The girl liked that when the guy was away, he didn't ask for much, and when he ascended the throne, according to the novel, there was less tyranny in other countries. The only thing that Scarlet could not understand, analyzing the whole situation, was why she was upset when she heard about the guy's departure. It seemed that the two of them were driving through the forest absolutely calmly, when suddenly Charles heard something and therefore became sharply alert. Ordering the girl to hold on tightly to him, the Emperor spurred his horse and they quickly rushed through the forest. Since Scarlet had nothing to hold on to before, she almost fell while driving fast and grabbed His Majesty to hold on. Charles felt how tightly the lady was gripping his body as she quickly began to warm him with her warmth through his clothes. Noticing His Majesty's gaze on herself, Armand was embarrassed, but she had no opportunity to let go of her hands, because otherwise she would have fallen. But they had no time to talk about the unplanned hug, because now they both heard some kind of sound. Scarlet was instantly frightened so much that she forgot about all the rules of decency and clung tightly to the guy. Suddenly, the same noisy object ran out of the bushes, which turned out to be an ordinary cute forest animal. The girl was greatly shocked that such a small creature could make so much noise in the bushes. Meanwhile, the wild boar did not pose any threat to any of the people. It could only make people laugh with its grunting. As a result, Scarlet could not resist and took him in her arms to stroke him, but the animal, as it turned out, was all for it. Most of all, the girl was now afraid of running into thieves, even though she was under the reliable protection of the Emperor. His Majesty, watching the lady, noticed that she was very relaxed now, which he was pleased to see. Scarlet, in turn, noticed that Charles, on the contrary, seemed to be heavily loaded with something and realized that he was thinking about the robbers. She watched the guy's gloomy appearance for a few more moments, and then decided that this was not the case. As if casually, the girl asked whether His Majesty owned a sword, to which she received an affirmative answer. So Scarlet took her own knife out of her pocket for protection, which greatly surprised Charles. Since Charles was dissatisfied with the girl's weapon, she explained that she bought it specifically for self-defense. Following the sword, Scarlet took out many more different devices, which were useless, but she bought them. Out of this whole heap of objects unnoticed by the lady, the communication device that Isar had given suddenly fell. Since His Majesty knew a little about magic and similar things, he immediately drew attention to the fallen object. At that moment, Armand also noticed the loss and began to watch in fear as the Emperor bent down to pick up the figurine. Taking the communication device in his hands, Charles realized that he was not mistaken and this object was magical. The guy asked if he understood correctly that this figure allows you to ask for help from a distance. Scarlet confirmed his guess, and the guy wondered whether a girl really needed such things. To this, Lady Armand confidently replied that yes, since her brother gave her this particular item. And after that, she added that she would like to be able to defend herself even when Charles was not around, which made him think. The girl remembered that the main character in the novel is very harsh, but kind to those he loves, and right now, the Emperor allowed her to have a weapon with her. Scarlet didn't even believe what she heard and asked again, to which Charles said that he was satisfied with her answer. In order not to linger in the forest for a long time, the guy reminded that the boar has a mother, and it is better for them to leave before she appears. Listening to His Majesty's speeches, Lady Armand was glad to feel like the main character at least that night. The girl was lost in thought and did not notice how Charles gave her his hand, but the voice with which he called out to her was almost affectionate. Therefore Scarlet, without hesitation, nevertheless came closer to the Emperor as he wanted it. Young Armand extended her hand and covered His Majesty's palm, noting with amazement that Charles's hands were warm. The next morning, the girl slept so soundly and sweetly after a night of walking that she did not want to wake up at all. But no matter how she tried to continue lying with her eyes closed, the girl felt someone touching her hair, which woke up the lady. Moreover, that man brought Lady Armand's strand to his mouth, tugging it slightly, as if to wake up the owner. Since the girl did not open her eyes but felt a silhouette above her, she suggested that it was the Emperor. However, as soon as Scarlet opened her eyes, she realized how wrong she was because she did not know this man. A few minutes later, Lord Dronzer burst into the room with his guards, but it was too late. The bandit had already put a knife to the girl's throat and ordered the bandits to retreat. Smiling maliciously, he ordered the military to retreat if they wanted Scarlet's life. At this time, the elders fought with all their might against the bandits, so they forgot to think about Scarlet. Only at the very end of the battle did Mr. Bokshan ask his wife if she had seen the girl. Miss Adrian suggested that Lady Armand might still be in bed, since she had been walking at night. But the husband was unhappy that Scarlet was without protection, which is why a dispute broke out between the spouses. At the same time, the elders continued to fight against the bandits without giving up their positions at all, and in Scarlet's chambers, the red-haired robber was in full command, since he had such an important hostage. The bandit pressed his subordinates, pointing to the lord, who had already bowed his knees, and urged the others to do the same. In fact, this captivity was very difficult for Lord Dronzer, but he could not resist. The girl was very worried about the Emperor even in this situation, and asked Dronzer where he was, to which the guy said that Charles would not return soon. Of course, the bandit heard their entire dialogue and therefore began to mock and say that help would not come. It was clear to the red-haired guy that the prisoners still behaved as if they were waiting for His Majesty to arrive. Meanwhile, Scarlet was trying to figure out what was happening and whether this unknown person needed to kill her. In response, the guy, laughing, asked what he would get if he killed such a noble lady, from which the girl concluded that murder was not his goal. While the red-haired man was commanding everyone and was sure that he would succeed, Scarlet was desperately trying to contact someone using the magic stone. Izar gave a really good binding stone, and therefore the girl's letter soon gave a sign to the recipient. Charles, although he was busy with the meeting, took literally a few seconds to hear the call for help. But his assistant, Count Lumen, was not so sensitive to magic, so he did not understand that the Emperor began to look out so carefully. Then His Majesty gave the order to the advisor to check the garden, to which the guy was surprised, but obediently went outside. And indeed, a dove made of magic familiar to Charles was flying on the street as it touched Scarlet's communication device. Meanwhile, in the camp, the bandit gathered everyone who had previously offered any resistance as he threatened to kill Lady Armand. The guy said with a grin that it was cold outside, so they would stay in this house for now, and no one had any objections. The red-haired man was not a bandit for nothing, since he ordered all his soldiers to thoroughly search the property of the prisoners and take the money. Since Mr. Bokshan was not far from Lady Armand, he crawled up to her and asked if she was all right, and the girl replied that she was. Miss Adrian asked her husband not to relax or let his guard down just because everything was fine. The old woman understood that the guys who captured them were not like ordinary bandits, which alarmed her. Lady Bokshan was especially afraid of the main one, who gave off a scary aura even when he tried to smile. The elders couldn't figure out who this guy was, and it also bothered Scarlet, who tried to sit quietly. However, here the girl could not stand it and asked the couple if they knew anything about the Pan assassins. Mr. Bryan immediately asked in fear where Lady Armand had heard about them, because they were a secret group, and the girl replied that His Majesty told her about this group, and now she thinks that the fighting style of their invaders is similar to the Pan assassins. Many years ago, the entire Pan family disappeared along with the head of the Armands at that time, as their traditions were not recognized. But now there are very few people left who knew what exactly happened then and what traditions Duke Armand destroyed then. And now a very good question arose. Could these guys still be subordinates of someone from the Armand family? The red-haired bandit heard the prisoners' dialogue, although they tried to speak more quietly and said that he was impressed by their intelligence. The guy came closer, but there was only cruelty in his voice, not praise, so he added that it would be better if they pretended not to know. The bandit grabbed Mr. Bryan by the throat and lifted him up so that the old man began to choke slightly. But this only made the guy have fun because he loved to watch other people suffer, like now. Since Scarlet began to resist, the boss of the robbers said to take her to another room. But this did not stop the girl, and she continued to scream and struggle, demanding to leave the elders alone. But the red-haired one said that the old man really had nothing to do with it, and that means his death would not affect anything. Scarlet instantly understood that the bandit meant that he didn't care about Sir Brian, so why not kill him? But Lady Armand was absolutely not happy with this outcome of events, so the girl planted her feet and loudly shouted for them to stop. The girl said that she knew that they needed her, so she would give whatever they asked if the bandit did not touch her friends. The red-haired man looked at the lady in surprise, apparently not expecting that she would confront them so violently. Scarlet decided to take a very careless route and stated that they could kill her right now if they wanted, but the girl herself hoped that they wanted her life. And judging by the behavior of the silent boss, this really was the case, and they did not plan to kill her. However, the lady did not have 100% guarantees, so she really could die now. And the guy, looking at Scarlet with a predatory smile, seemed to have deliberately not said anything for a long time, as if he wanted to torment the girl with the unknown. It was the bandit's attention that the lady needed so much, so she decided to continue to attract him so that he would not bother anyone. The girl said that it was too obvious that the bandits needed her since His Majesty was not here. But suddenly voices were heard outside, announcing that the Emperor had arrived, although the bandits were not expecting this. Scarlet instantly realized that she would not have a better chance to escape, so she decided to act. Since the girl had long since untied her hands, all that was left for her now was to take advantage of the effect of surprise. Therefore, Lady Armand tensed her whole body and pushed the bandit who was holding her away from her. The red-haired man immediately reacted and shouted for his assistants to grab the girl because it was impossible to let her go. However, Scarlet thought through this moment. Otherwise, she would not have tried to escape at all, so the girl suddenly took out a knife. The elders, who did not know that Lady Armand had weapons, were greatly shocked by this. And the girl herself did not even think of attacking anyone, but instead she stuck the dagger to her neck. The bandit could not have expected such a turn of events, and therefore stood frozen in place in amazement, afraid to move. And Scarlet, smiling contentedly, noticed that the guy now looked as if he had never been in such situations before. But the guy sharply pulled her back, saying that a well-mannered lady should not hold any weapon in her hands. However, the bandit did not know that Lady Armand had never been stopped by the rules of etiquette, and now she only smiled at his words. The girl noticed that the red-haired man did not like what was happening, and hit the nail on the head, which only made the guy angry. Smiling even wider, the young lady raised the dagger above herself, preparing to hit herself since this was the only way to resolve everything. Although Scarlet was afraid to carry out her plan, she still hoped that Charles would have time to save her. And help came much faster than the girl could have thought, as someone's hand caught the dagger and prevented Lady Armand from hurting herself. It turned out that, while presenting ultimatums to the bandits, the girl did not hear the steps of the Emperor, who was approaching from behind. His Majesty gently grabbed her arms, protecting her from any harm as he wanted everything to be okay with the girl. To meet Charles's eyes, the lady looked up and said in surprise that he had returned quickly. However, after releasing Armand after taking the dagger from her, the Emperor said that they would talk later. At first, His Majesty had a completely different task, at which he glanced angrily, his eyes sparkling. And this very task was the bandit, who had already managed to properly arm himself for self-defense, since he was afraid of the arrival of the Emperor. Before starting the battle with the red-haired man, Charles asked Count Lumen to take Scarlet to a safer place. The advisor immediately listened to the gentleman and carefully grabbed the girl, leading her away, but Armand resisted. The lady was worried about His Majesty, but he, without turning his angry face to her, calmly asked not to worry about anything. Charles asked Scarlet to leave and close her eyes and ears so as not to see or hear anything, since he was going to look into it seriously. The Emperor immediately warned that he would not give forgiveness to any of the bandits, so they would all have to fight for their lives. And His Majesty also said that there would be nothing fun in the way they would look after the battle with him, which frightened the robbers. Somewhat later, when Charles quickly dealt with the bandits, everyone got into the carriages and moved on. The only one for whom Scarlet was most worried about in this situation was Lord Benzer, who was the head of the security. Fortunately, after long and persistent conversations with His Majesty, the girl was able to ensure that the Lord avoided cruel punishment. As a result, after the end of the trip, Besner was only sent to one of the disputed borders of the empire. Since Lady Armand managed to persuade Charles not to execute any of the advisors, they enthusiastically thanked the girl for this. The guys promised that they would definitely repay her in kind for her kindness, to which Scarlett just smiled. Young Armand, smiling slyly, said that she would remember these words, and they could cost the advisors dearly. But the guys were only too happy to repay the help in any way, so they weren't at all upset by the lady's words. Communicating with the Lord and Count, Scarlett suddenly realized that they were much simpler and more pleasant to communicate with than they initially seemed. Yes, Count Lumen still cries constantly, but he no longer seemed like a blonde upstart to the girl. And Lord Benzer himself, who only looks stern, is actually an excellent, kind guy and a pleasant conversationalist. And so, chatting, they continued on their way, and when they stopped, Benzer began to worry about Scarlett because it was supposed to be cold at night and she didn't even have a cape. The girl thanked her for the cape given to her, and she noticed a strange look from Lady Armand, who was simply peeping. And even Sir Brian also looked askance, because to the elders the lady's behavior suddenly reminded her of the deceased Duke, which irritated her. So Scarlett tried to ignore the elderly couple and talked with the advisors, when suddenly she was called out. It turned out that the Emperor called the girl by name, who decided to come up to visit her. Charles immediately asked if Lady Armand was okay, to which she replied that she was just tired from the long ride in the carriage. Then His Majesty suggested taking a walk, which greatly surprised the girl because this had never happened before. To Scarlett's surprise, the Emperor responded with a smile and confirmed that he would like to take a walk only with her alone. The girl noticed that every day His Majesty became more and more playful, but could not understand the reasons for this. After the walk, they set off again, but soon arrived at the place, so the coachman said they could get out. And despite the gloomy appearance of this territory, which had many problems, Scarlett was still glad that she had arrived in the forest of monsters. In fact, the girl brought His Majesty to this place because she had her own ulterior motives for this. She hoped that, having learned about the real problems of the elders, the guy himself would decide to provide them with some kind of help, because the lady remembered very well that it was almost impossible to discuss the affairs of the magical forest with Duke Armand. So she was very angry with her father, and that's why she wanted to act using slightly different methods than his. And His Majesty was a great way for Scarlett to fix the situation with the monster forest, as well as save the elders. Peering into the depths of the forest, the Emperor concluded that the monsters were somewhere nearby, so it was necessary to strengthen the borders. Then, turning to the elders, he asked how they had been protecting the perimeter from the monsters all this time. And Mr. Brian took the floor, briefly telling the whole story of their battles with the monsters from this forest. At the end, the man added that he has no excuse for the fact that monsters continue to cross the borders, which puzzled Charles. However, he agreed that the elders' efforts were getting nowhere and said that he still didn't believe in them from the beginning. While His Majesty and the Beauchamp family were communicating, Scarlett did not distract them, but as soon as they finished, she called out to Charles. Smiling cheerfully, the girl suggested going into the forest of monsters on her own to explore it. The Emperor stared at the lady with suspicion, since according to the official version she came here to recuperate and not to walk through the forest. Scarlett defended herself, saying that she just wanted to check out her domain, but Lord Benzer was too concerned. So the girl cheated and said that she wanted to visit the border of the forest only together with His Majesty. No one could object to this, except that Mr. Beauchamp became thoughtful and nevertheless turned to the girl with a question. The old man, who knew very well what the forest was like, asked if the girl had to go there. But Lady Armand still continued to insist that she would like to personally verify everything herself. In addition, the Emperor himself supported the girl, saying that he had long wanted to go to the forest, so he went with her. Before leaving, Charles poked Lord Benzer, saying that something could happen to him and Scarlett. At this point, the guy and girl took their leave, as they wanted to quickly go for a walk and be alone. Charles finally gave everyone instructions over his shoulder, and when everyone understood what they needed to do, the Emperor calmly left. When they entered the forest, Scarlett immediately began to try to remember the road from her vision about the main character Shirla. Unexpectedly, for Lady Armand, His Majesty suddenly asked if she had been here before, causing the girl to shudder. She immediately said that of course she had never set foot in the forest because even the elders did not go into it. When Charles said that she was walking too confidently through the area, Armand did not find what to answer and simply smiled. As a result, the girl came up with an argument that she simply liked such adventures, to which the guy asked her to be careful. After walking a little more, Lady Armand realized that they were there, as she recognized this territory from her dream. Since Scarlet ran forward for some distance, she had to wait until His Majesty came closer to her. Approaching, the Emperor grumbled about the fact that the lady ran ahead too much, but fell silent when he saw the same as she. Armand beamed with joy because she was able to find what she was looking for, despite the fragmentary memories from her dream. And the girl was looking for a place dotted with yellow flowers that attracted demons. When Charles and Scarlet returned to camp, a large crowd of people immediately gathered around one plucked flower. The guys claimed that this flower was extremely rare, but remembering how many of these flowers were in the clearing, the lady did not think so. Count Lumen finally looked away from the flower and turned to Scarlet as he had another question for her. The guy wanted to know where the girl also got the strange blue slug in her hands. Scarlet happily told the Count that she found this cutie in the forest and decided to keep it as a pet. Since the head of intelligence had knowledge about monsters, he said that this was not a cutie, but a slime that ate monsters. The girl immediately realized that this meant that the pet would have to be returned to his home. And no matter how pitifully Scarlet looked at Charles, she still decided that the slime's home was in the forest of monsters. Lady Armand sighed and released the slime into the wild, and then joined the research of the yellow flowers. If initially the work was very difficult, then it became easier to examine the soil and mucus in the area. Of course, as soon as all the research is completed, the flowers will be burned so that they will no longer attract monsters. It was decided that in order to connect the Emperor and the Arman family, these studies would be carried out by Count Lumen and the Bokchan elders. Scarlet, who had done everything she could only hope that her efforts would not be in vain. Before leaving, the girl decided to please the elders by giving them a sphere for communication. The old people did not even want to accept such a gift at first, since these spheres were very expensive. But in the end, they took the sphere and said that if the lady needed anything, they would be ready to do it. It was surprising to Scarlet that the Bokchan family would completely side with her so quickly. But since this is exactly what the girl wanted, she grinned since she had something to ask. The lady asked the elders to take care of her brother Izar and the maid Lucy if necessary, to which the elders were surprised. However, since this was a request from Scarlet herself, they got down on one knee and swore that they would fulfill everything. Smiling happily, Lady Armand said that he then completely relied on them and trusted them. Already sitting in the carriage, the girl shouted to the family that she would definitely come to them to stay in the spring. And Sir Brian and Lady Adrian were gladly ready to accept the girl as they informed her. Scarlet knew that it seemed like the Duke was going to kill her, so it was very useful for her to have allies. The lady continued to stand in the aisle until Count Lumen called her, saying that the Emperor would like to talk to her. The girl immediately sat down and turned with interest to His Majesty to find out what was the matter. Without dragging out the moment, Charles immediately said straight away that he would like to talk about the killers who were targeting Scarlet. The Emperor said that he had conducted an investigation into unknown persons threatening the life of Lady Armand. And only one detainee, after an unsuccessful escape attempt, confessed several things to His Majesty. What Count Lumen said, even though he chose his words carefully, plunged the girl into severe shock. The guy told the girl facts that could shock any morally strong person, so the lady thought a lot. Scarlet decided that immediately upon her return, she would urgently need to get rid of the Duke by any means available. The reason why her father tried to kill her was not clear, but the Count sympathized with Armand, so he asked if she was okay. The young lady replied that she could handle it, but the Emperor and the Count did not really believe it, but did not say anything. Looking at the girl, who was trying hard to pretend that she was not angry and was smiling, the guys decided to remain silent. Meanwhile, Izar carefully watered his sister's garden at her request before leaving. Since the guy now spent a lot of time in the sun, watering the plants, his hands were burned in places. But Izar mentally grumbled not because of this, but because, remembering Scarlet, he understood how many problems she could create. The brother refused to understand why the girl grows fruit plants in this place. The guy absolutely did not believe that since his sister planted everything here with fruit trees, fairies would appear in the safe zone. And Armand herself, since she was still on her way home, tried to remember the plot of the novel and approximate events. Looking at Charles, she was able to figure out that, in theory, he should now kill the main character's boyfriend. But it did not seem that events were developing according to the plot, since Count Lumen again mentioned a city about which nothing was said in the novel. Scarlet heard that the Emperor had already traveled to Yahello and therefore did not understand why dialogues about him were being conducted again. Count Lumen said that the fact is that this name was also used to refer to the currently disappeared family. The girl was very surprised by this because she thought that only the city was called that way, and Lumen replied that this was a common misconception. Lady Armand nodded, thanking her for the information, and concluded for herself that she did not know much about this world, although she had read the novel. Including the girl will have to find out information about the 3 oldest families on the continent and about their creators, who were Carlior, Rashakel, and Arman. And the Count began to tell that, according to legend, Charles's ancestor was the deceased god of the winter winds, which was rarely spoken about. The fact that a god who could cross dimensions died meant that he decided to become human for some reason. Then the girl asked if the founders of the other families were also gods, which the guy confirmed with a smile. He said that the ancestor of the Arman family was the deceased god of prophets and travelers, which partly helped him. And according to the same legend, the Rashakel family was founded by the deceased goddess Clover, who was very beautiful. Lady Armand immediately remembered His Majesty's close advisor named Clover and asked if he was named after the goddess. But the Count explained that the advisor's name was not real, so he was not named after the goddess. Scarlet was amazed by this fact, and Lumen added that no one actually knows what Clover's name is. But this no longer surprised the girl, since nothing was said about this in the original work. Returning to the story, the advisor said that the first clan to become extinct was Rashakel, so much so that its territory was erased from the world map. And now, after the almost complete disappearance of the family, it was very difficult to find the blood of those who still belonged to it. Lady Armand asked, puzzled, if there was really no way to find the successor of the Rachel family. But there was no answer to this question, since the only thing that was known was about blonde hair and ruby-colored eyes. The girl immediately realized that this was not the information that could help, and noticed that the Emperor silently stood up and looked out of the carriage. A few minutes ago they stopped, and His Majesty decided to find out if anything had happened. In response, the coachman told him that he could not move because there was a person lying on the path of the carriage. Scarlet got out of the carriage a little later to also ask what was the matter, but she never asked her question when she saw the silhouette ahead. The girl was very amazed that a small child was lying in a place that shouldn't be, and the child himself slept absolutely peacefully, not paying attention to anything, although he fell in the middle of the road. But then, apparently hearing the voices of people, the child slowly opened his eyes, as he needed help. Lady Armand ran to the boy, lifted him up and asked if he was okay and could breathe. It seemed that the baby was very surprised at the sight of the girl, and it was not clear what was the matter. He suddenly and unexpectedly grabbed Scarlet by the sleeve of her clothes, as if he was afraid that she would leave. Then, very worried, the child asked loudly if there were other survivors. Young Armin did not understand at all what was being said, and therefore silently stared at the boy who was asking about such a thing. As the Emperor approached, Scarlet tried to find out the child's name, where he was from, and where his parents were. The boy, noticeably weakening and therefore falling back to sleep, whispered that his name was Glenn Mashiar. After these words, the baby completely weakened and therefore fell to the ground and again fell into a deep sleep. Charles explained that there was no need to worry, as it seemed that the child had fallen asleep this time because he had calmed down. Nodding to the Emperor, the lady looked at the baby again, noticing that he had blonde hair, ruby eyes, and even such a name. It was because of this boy that the main character Shirla ground her teeth with anger in the original work. Glenn Mashiar was the former lover of the main character and accepted his death at the hands of a tyrant. But His Majesty tore the girl from her thoughts, saying that in theory the Mashiar family had already died out, so it was surprising that they came across this child. Charles added that this family was destroyed by witchcraft, and the consequences of their destruction looked the same as Rachel. However, Count Lumen did not allow Charles to finish speaking further, as he reminded him that information about the fall of the Mashiar family should not be shared. However, the Emperor added that this boy was a difficult child, which interested Scarlet very much, which she asked about. His Majesty explained that the Mashiar family had only one son, who had a disease that prevented him from growing. In other words, he'll be about 20 this year, making him the same age as Scarlet. And since 20 is the age when you can become the head of a family, it was difficult to say what Glenn would do. It was decided to take the boy to the elders, and at this time on the estate, the Duke was incredibly angry with his daughter. But he could not find the very certificate of the head of the family that he needed, even though he was one. This is because without this small detail, the Duke could not enter the castle of the owner of the feud without permission. and the man was very angry that without a certificate in his hands, the deceased Aaron was officially considered a duke. The father was sure that his daughter had the certificate, but he could not find it, which only made him angrier. If in childhood he could scare her, now it was useless, and therefore the Duke was afraid that 20-year-old Scarlet would present a certificate and become a duchess. The Armand family had deep roots, and therefore the presence of a certificate was decisive when choosing a candidate for the role of head. So there was a high probability that they would have chosen a girl who was the continuator of the line through the legitimate son of the family. The next morning, Scarlet finally returned home, which she was very happy about. The Emperor immediately asked the girl to go inside, saying that he would come soon, and she agreed, thinking that she was slightly delayed on the way due to several incidents. Since the girl first wanted to scout out the situation and find out what mood the Duke was in, she gladly went to the estate first. In parting, Scarlet shouted to His Majesty that he could take his time, and only after that she went inside the estate. As soon as Lady Armand left, Count Lumen immediately turned to the Emperor with work questions. The advisor strongly doubted that it would be possible to establish surveillance of the Armand estate, since it was surrounded by strong magic. In response to this, the Emperor stated that he would sort everything out himself, and that the Count would only need to prepare a crystal ball. Charles was about to head into the estate following Scarlet, when he suddenly felt some kind of magic that stopped him. Moreover, he felt something that should not have happened, since this action was the vibration of his sword. At that moment, when the mistress returned, all the servants ran into the lobby to greet the girl. Scarlet was very glad to see familiar faces, and asked if everyone was fine during her departure. A little late, but Lucy ran out to Lady Armand, and the girl did not notice that she had an excited face. The young lady began to carry on a normal dialogue with the maid, but Lucy interrupted the mistress. However, the assistant did not have time to provide the necessary information because Scarlet heard the Duke's angry voice behind her and turned around. It turned out that he was temporarily detained by the butler Vector, but the father stubbornly continued to break free as he wanted to approach his daughter. Vector reminded that there were guests from the imperial palace outside, but this did not reassure the Duke as he still broke out. Watching what was happening, Scarlet could not understand why her father was so impulsive, and even with a quick glance at the man, it was now clear that he was extremely angry. But what embarrassed the girl most of all was that, looking at her, the Duke seemed to only become angrier. Before the lady had time to understand anything, she received a slap in the face, although she herself believed that she had done nothing for this. But from the father's appearance, it was clear that even this was not enough for him, and he really wanted to hit him again. Lady Armand looked at her father with great amazement, practically not recognizing him now, while he shouted about the enormous damage due to her trip. None of the servants, to their great regret, could help their mistress now, since they were not allowed to interfere in the family's dialogue. But Isar came to Scarlet's aid, calling out to his father while still going down the steps to them as quickly as possible. The brother was no less angry than the father, because he did not understand why his sister was being punished like that. Unexpectedly, Isar's question was repeated by the Emperor, who managed to come to the estate and was aware of the whole situation. Coming close to the Duke, Charles, sparkling with anger in his eyes, asked how he even dared to raise his hand against his bride. All the father's anger disappeared in an instant, replaced by fear for his life, because His Majesty himself stood before him. The Emperor, being very angry, asked whether the Duke had not thus neglected not only his bride, but also himself. Realizing that Charles attributed his actions to treason, the Duke felt himself break out in a cold sweat. Therefore, he immediately knelt down, begging His Majesty for forgiveness and assuring that he did not want this at all. Scarlet, being taken away by Lucy to have her cheek treated, could not believe that the Emperor was so angry on her behalf. The girl remembered that she tried very hard to annoy Charles for several days and did not know if he suddenly decided to hate her. And His Majesty himself still could not calm down, even despite the fact that the Duke was on his knees asking him for forgiveness. Barely restraining the desire to send Lady Armand's father to the gallows, the Emperor said that this time he would forgive him. Then he turned to the maid and asked to help the mistress, and he would wait outside for now so as not to interfere. Lucy nodded in agreement and looked angrily at the gentleman still standing on the floor, since now she did not respect him at all. The maid turned to the lady to ask if she was okay, but fell silent when she saw the smile on Scarlet's face, and the girl laughed at her father, who appeared in such a humiliating form before those whom he himself humiliated. Lady Armand thought that this was very shameful for the Duke, and therefore could not help but smile gloatingly. A little later, when they went up to the mistress's chambers, Lucy began to treat her face, and Lady Armand, chatting cheerfully with the maid, felt both delight and anger emanating from her. Even despite her beaten face, the girl was glad for the humiliation of her unloved and evil father, and now shared this with her assistant. But Lucy could not smile back since the Duke, who hurt her mistress, made the girl very angry. So all that the maid said in response to Scarlett's cheerful speeches was that she was listening to her carefully. To change the subject to a more pleasant one, Lady Armand suddenly remembered that she had brought a gift for Lucy from her trip. The maid was very surprised by this, and therefore even asked again, not really believing what was happening. So Scarlett had to reassure Lucy of this again, although the lady said that the assistant would receive it not now but sometime in the future. Therefore, for now, the young lady invited her assistant to go into the city and eat sweets together, to which she happily agreed. Looking at Lucy, the mistress realized that she had done everything right, deciding to protect her because she was very dear to her. Since the girls were getting ready longer than planned, Scarlett was afraid that His Majesty might have already left, but he stood and waited. The girl was very happy about this and asked for forgiveness for being a little late. But His Majesty, silently assessing the dressed-up girl with his eyes, did not swear. Instead, as he approached the lady, the Emperor asked if her cheek was okay, and she answered in the affirmative. Then Charles decided to get down to business and discuss the next item on the schedule that they had drawn up together, which made Scarlett wary. While the guy was listening, the girl thought that she would need to keep the guy out of her zone for a while, and so she suggested a break of a month. With a smile, the lady suggested that since she had robbed His Majesty of a working week, a month should be enough for him to restore his business. Moreover, if Shirley's reason to take revenge on the tyrant disappears, then the original plot may not begin at all. However, for some reason, the girl was emotional when looking at the Emperor after asking him not to see each other for a month. This was because it seemed to her that His Majesty had a sad and upset expression on his face. But after that, the Emperor silently turned around and left, leaving the lady with thoughts that she had done something wrong. Charles really seemed thoughtful and sad, but Scarlett never guessed what exactly was wrong. A few days later, Lady Adrian was sitting at her desk writing a letter to Lady Scarlett. The woman told how things were going with the exploration of the Forest of Monsters, that they were doing well. She also mentioned that she was trying her best to get the boy on his feet, that he might wake up soon. As soon as he woke up, Miss Bokshun promised to immediately inform Lady Armand about this so that she would be aware of all matters. Having finished the letter, the woman exhaled with relief and thought that it was not so bad that Scarlett was engaged to the Emperor. However, she decided to talk about this only when the young man woke up and the lady came to visit them. Meanwhile, Lady Armand decided to visit her garden once again, since the fruit trees had already grown. She noticed that in her absence, her brother took very good care of this place, so the trees grew wonderful. So now the girl could only wait for the fairies to appear and get to know them. Then she saw how one fruit on a tree branch began to wobble suspiciously and decided that a parasite was gnawing on it. But suddenly, right in front of the girl, the fruit came off and flew into the air, and a little later, a little fairy appeared from behind it. Imagine Lady Armand's surprise that the meeting with the fairies turned out to be much earlier than she thought. The girl looked in amazement at this baby, who moved like a doll. But she didn't understand whether it was a fairy from the novel, because they were thin and mature young men. In any case, the girl decided to try to talk to the baby and asked if there were fairies here besides him. And the kid cheerfully replied that there were his good and close friends nearby. But Scarlett did not share his joy, since she guessed that the fairy's friends were just as small. But the lady did not lose hope yet, and therefore asked if the fairy knew anything about the fairy stone. However, failure awaited her here too, since the child said that he had never heard of such a thing. Seeing that the girl began to cry upset, the baby decided that she was angry with him, and Scarlett at this time was wondering if she had really chosen the wrong time or place to plant plants while the fairy's stomach was growling. The lady was sad to realize that she had simply thrown away the money that she already had little of. But looking at the baby, she noticed that he looked bad because he was hungry. The girl realized that she could not ignore the fact that the fairies were hungry, also because she noticed the glow of several more babies in the bushes. So, turning to them, Scarlett in a sweet voice called the fairies closer to her, saying that she would give them fruit. As the fairies approached joyfully, Lady Armand asked what their names were, but they themselves did not know. Then the young girl decided to name the fairies herself and gave the name Tropka to the one in the blue cap. She also came up with names for the other babies and called the red one Belle and the yellow one Stream, which the fairies were pleased with. Having received the names, the fairies changed them a little as they themselves wanted, but Scarlet did not mind at all. Looking at how happily the kids were playing in the air and how contentedly they were eating fruit, she smiled. Scarlet understood that these guys were not to blame for the fact that she had spent almost all her savings. However, upon returning home, the girl was shocked that only crumbs remained from her mother's inheritance. Lady Armand was worried because she believed that she spent what she had sparingly, but apparently not. The maid laughed slightly at her mistress, but it was with evil intentions, so Scarlet was only crying because of the lack of money. Lady Armand relied entirely on money from the fairy stone, but now she will have to look for other means of earning money. Approaching the window, the girl saw the Duchess in the courtyard, who had returned after all the things she had done. Since the maid was in the palace all the time, the lady asked her if she knew where the Duchess had gone. Lucy said that she heard that Melia went to a meeting on the effective management of the guild and on the opening of new trade routes. Then Scarlet suddenly remembered that the Duchess was an entrepreneur before marrying the Duke. Therefore, the girl told the maid that she would be back soon and ran away, leaving her in bewilderment. But before leaving, Lady Armand still said that she decided to greet Lady Melia, so she ran down to the first floor. Thinking about the money issue, Scarlet understood that if the engagement to the Tyrant broke off, she would have to urgently look for work. Now drinking tea, the girl realized that she had acted stupidly, having spent almost all her money in the hope of a fairy stone. Therefore, now Lady Armand invited Melia to dialogue, since she considered her her only chance. The Duchess, although she came, immediately said that she was not going to give Scarlet money. In response to this, the young lady said that she was not going to ask for money, but wanted to earn it herself with the help of the advice of a wise woman. But the Duchess said that she did not understand what the girl wanted, since they were not in the right relationship to talk about personal income. However, Scarlet came to the conclusion that she could have a constructive dialogue with Lady Melia, since she never tried to kill her. Therefore, the girl honestly said that she knows that Melia does not like her, but considers her competent enough for dialogue. Lady Armand admitted that she also did not like this family, but the Duchess coldly said that they should not talk about it. Then the girl immediately pretended that she was sorry and promised from now on to conduct the dialogue in a different direction. Scarlet openly said that only from the Duchess can she now get the advice she needs. The girl understood that she could not always rely on the plot of the novel, since she did not know either the economy or the social structure of the empire. And even she could not say about fashion trends among nobles and servants. That is, she knew almost nothing at all. So the lady said she wanted to learn how to run a business and the basic etiquette and all the knowledge of a nobleman. In response, Melia said that if at that age she needed a teacher, then she could assign him to her. But the girl said that she would like to learn precisely the noble and arrogant dignity of the Duchess. Scarlet ended with the conclusion that she would like to study all such practical aspects. She also added that she is also very interested in trading matters, since she does not have strong family support behind her. The Duchess, after listening carefully to Scarlet, said that her desire was simply ridiculous and impudent. She noticed that if a girl really wanted to learn something, she would look for information herself and would not bother others. At this point, the Duchess did something that Scarlet did not expect from her, namely, she got up and went to her chambers. But Lady Armand could not allow this, so she jumped up and invited Melia to call her bad words if she was offended, but not to leave. Scarlet passionately stated that she truly considers the Duchess an outstanding person, although their relationship leaves much to be desired. And so she really was going to listen to the woman's words and asked her not to be so prickly. The girl's last argument was that she was not the one Melia was angry with, and she really got it right. Noticing the woman's clenched fist, the girl realized that she had guessed right, and she hated her husband very much. It couldn't have been any other way, because in the pursuit of power, the Duke forgot about his wife and married the wife of the deceased first Duke. Lady Armand promised that if Melia was on her side, she would help repay the Duke in full. Having said all this, Scarlet was pretty exhausted, but noticed that her words had an effect on the woman, and she turned around. Without yet saying whether the lady took the side, the Duchess asked what exactly she was up to. The young lady said that she would definitely come up with something, and so they entered into a temporary alliance with her. A little later, when they were riding in the carriage, the lady told the maid exactly what she was doing, and she reacted calmly. Scarlet happily shared that the Duchess accepted her proposal, although she had great doubts. Then Lucy asked another question, namely, why the lady decided to visit Grazioso right now. Clapping her hands in anticipation, Lady Armand asked if the assistant wanted to know the reason for the temple. When the maid nodded, Scarlet said that she just wanted to show how much of a devout believer she was. But in fact, the whole point was that recently 2 forces clashed violently in the Empire, one of which was the imperial family of Carlior. And the second opposing and no less strong side was just following the Temple of Grazioso, to which Lady Armand was traveling. The temple was originally the owner of the empire, but this quickly changed with Charles's rise to power. As soon as he ascended the throne, power was divided into 2, but each side stubbornly pulled it towards itself. Thanks to the emperor's actions, peace was quickly restored to the empire, but the temple was dissatisfied with his cruel methods. And Scarlet hoped that Charles would break off the engagement if in such a situation she united with the temple. Therefore, the girl took with her a special offering for Grazioso, which would ultimately put her status in a difficult position. Lucy, seeing the box, asked if this was not the necklace that was given to the ladies when they turned 17. Armand confirmed the maid's thought and said that she still needed this thing, and the temple would like it in every way. Scarlet knew that all financial support for the minions had been suspended, so they would agree to accept the gift. When the girls arrived at the temple, they were greeted very joyfully and calmly allowed to pray. Lady Armand, who had not prayed in a long time, carefully pretended that she was also very happy. The employee did not want to communicate with the girl any longer and therefore almost immediately offered to take her to the prayer room. But Scarlet firmly said that she did not want to go to the prayer room, but to the altar, which the guy was surprised by. He immediately squinted his eyes, trying to understand what exactly the noble lady brought as a donation. Of course, the servant immediately wanted to accept God's grace, which is what Lady Armand was counting on. The guy apologized for not immediately understanding the girl's motives, saying that he would now prepare the altar. Scarlet knew very well that the altar was the center of the temple, where other people were not often allowed. It was in the altar that all the donations of the nobles came, as it was a spacious place, well suited for demonstrating their religious beliefs. Since there were practically no donations now, Lady Armand was quickly called to the altar, and the high priest, who was called only on special occasions, which was rare, came out to her. The man immediately began the dialogue with the fact that the girls came to make a donation to their altar, which was true. He quickly led them to the right place and asked them to put their things in a special storage box. Lady Armand immediately noticed that the box was completely empty and asked if she could pray. But the high priest immediately said that the prayer could be skipped for such an occasion. The girl did not understand what the man meant, and he explained that such an empty box did not need prayers at all. Armand didn't like the fact that the priest openly told her to empty her pockets, but that's what she came here for. So she asked the maid to open the box, and Lucy obediently did so. Scarlet decided that since the donation was her idea, then she herself should do it with her own hands. Approaching the altar, the lady began to say that she would make a donation to the temple, but suddenly stopped short when she saw something. Lady Armand was so amazed by what she saw that she froze in place and forgot about the purpose of her coming to the temple. And the girl was now very much looking at a drawing of a black hyena, which should not have been here. Lucy, noticing that the mistress was lost in thought, called out to her, as she wanted to return to the estate as quickly as possible. The lady replied that she was just thinking, and she herself remembered that this drawing is a symbol of dark magicians, with whom it is better not to mess. But it remained a mystery to her what this mark was doing on the temple's donation box. The priest, meanwhile, reminded that one should not stand idle, but should make a donation as quickly as possible. But the girl had already changed her mind, since she did not want to have anything to do with dark sorcerers. The man could only watch in silence as the lady and maid turned around and left, leaving nothing behind. However, he quickly woke up and said that he couldn't just leave the altar without bringing him anything. Scarlet replied that she was very sorry that Grazioso did not take her wealth, but this was God's providence. The lady lied that she urgently needed to rush to a business meeting, so she dared to leave the temple, but they just didn't want to let her go. At this time, in the same temple, Clover was arguing with an employee, since he was sent by the emperor to say about the complete cessation of funding. To all the guy's cries, the advisor replied that there were no positions in the jurisdiction of the temple that required payments. At this point, Clover was about to leave, but then he heard a suspiciously familiar voice from below. Looking at the first floor from the balcony, the guy saw Lady Scarlet running away as fast as she could. The girl tried to convince the priests that right now they were engaged in robbery, trying to get a donation from her. To this, the chief servant shouted that she had already brought these jewels to give to them. At this moment, Clover, who was watching the girl, was called out by another familiar voice. But this time, he was approached by the first and second, who were the emperor's military men and were watching his bride by order. The advisor immediately asked to explain to him what was happening to Lady Armand and why this crowd was chasing her. To this, the second shadow replied that the girl came to the altar, but for some reason changed her mind about making a donation and simply ran away. As a result, the priest became furious and ran after her, and some of the clergy followed them, not even knowing what was going on. But even after the shadows explained, Clover could not understand anything, and the shadows confirmed that they themselves were surprised. The first shadow said that he did not know what the emperor's bride was doing, but he was having fun anyway. The second shadow nevertheless suggested taking action and calling Lady Armand's coachman to drive up to the entrance. He also asked whether the advisor would report what happened to the girl to His Majesty. To this, Clover replied with a smile that, of course, he would tell about everything in detail, because such things cannot be hidden. The advisor was sure that the emperor would really like such a story about Lady Scarlet. When the lady managed to return to the estate, she looked at the mark's design and was in deep thought. Although the temple was something of a villain, it was far from the group of dark magicians that appeared later, who brought a lot of trouble. And therefore, Scarlet still did not understand how an almost harmless temple became associated with a very dangerous community. While she was still thoughtful, her brother quietly approached the girl, wanting to talk. The lady was surprised that Isar was at home, but greeted him joyfully. The guy said that he was just looking for his sister because she had received a message from the imperial palace. Armand did not expect this, since there were still many days before her next meeting with the emperor. The brother replied that he did not know what the letter was about, but it had been delivered quite recently, so it was not too late to read it. The girl was wary, because after parting for a month, His Majesty behaved as if he did not want to see her. Just starting to read, Scarlet was perplexed, which even Izar, who was standing nearby, noticed. In the letter, Charles was very friendly and asked to see the girl earlier than agreed, which made the lady not happy. The brother asked with interest what the letter was about, but Armin had not yet answered as she was still reading it. Then the guy turned and noticed that his mother had returned from another event, to whom he immediately greeted. The first thing the woman asked was why the brother and sister were together at such a time. Scarlet quickly realized that the Duchess had not expected their interaction to be warmer than she had imagined, and the girl could not deny herself the opportunity to get on Melia's nerves, even though they were allies, and therefore hugged her brother. The woman immediately drew attention to this moment, and she really didn't like it, but she didn't dare say anything. Lady Armand, hugging her brother's hand, cheerfully said that they had greeted a woman and therefore would be the first to leave. Scarlet added that they needed to discuss something and left, which angered the Duchess. Stepping aside, Lady Armand gave the letter to her brother to read, and he too did not recognize the Emperor's handwriting in it. The brother did not understand why, if the girl was His Majesty's bride, she was now in a depressed mood. But the girl didn't want to tell her brother any of this, and so she just continued to lie sadly. The lady admitted to herself that she did not understand the tyrant's train of thought at all, since she messed up in the temple, and he called her to a meeting. Izar still continued to think that the syllable in which the letter was written did not match the emperor's face. Lady Armand was interested in her brother's train of thought, and she asked him to explain in more detail, which he did. The guy explained that Charles was strict and cold and could not believe that such a type was his sister's type. In response to this, the girl suddenly jumped up to her brother and grabbed his face with both hands without saying anything. The guy asked in surprise what came over the girl, since this had never happened to them before. The brother began to struggle, but Scarlet immediately asked him not to move and sit the way he was sitting, and Izar, sighing, obeyed. And Lady Armand, still holding the guy's face in her hands, making a sweet face, asked if he really thought she was so beautiful. Izar expected anything from his sister, but not such behavior, so he was very surprised by the question. The guy immediately turned such a serious question into a joke and threw the girl onto the bed, shouting that she was ugly. Izar embarrassedly asked if the girl was sick, to which Scarlet replied that that was not the case at all. The girl said that she had always not been particularly modest and often spoke too directly, as now. But then she returned to the letter and asked why, after all her attempts to break off the relationship, the emperor was still calling her to a meeting. The lady said that she was now simply sure that it was all about her beautiful appearance, which His Majesty liked. Listening to his sister's speeches, the brother was not delighted with her logic, but did not argue in any way. As a result, so that his head would not start to hurt from women's dialogues, the guy decided to leave her alone. Scarlett asked where he went, and his brother said that it was time to go to bed, including her. Armand said goodbye to Isar, and she herself thought that it couldn't be that she had caught the tyrant in her net. Therefore, the only thing the girl thought about was her beauty, which could really attract the Emperor. When the day of the appointed meeting arrived, Scarlett began to command the assistants, as she needed to look perfect. The lady wanted everything to be prepared as quickly as possible, and then she noticed a new face among the maids. Armand had never noticed the red-haired assistant before, and therefore asked where she was from in the estate. The girl replied that her name was Nancy, and she had been working in the mansion for about a year. So the lady apologized and repeated her request to make her as beautiful as possible today. When Lucy said that she would make every effort, the mistress said that they would not have to try hard, since she was already very beautiful. Scarlett herself really wanted to achieve as dramatic an effect as possible. When Lucy began to ask what dress the lady wanted to wear, she thought about it and recently suggested a new blue one. Nancy listened quietly to their dialogue, wondering whether to offer her own idea for the already prepared garment. In the end, although terribly worried, she decided to give advice to the lady and called out to her. The maid offered an option for a beautiful and neat light dress with pearls, which the lady immediately began to examine. Nancy explained that she tried to alter the dress that they told her to throw out the other day, which Scarlett was surprised at. Meanwhile, the maid added that she was far from the level of atelier tailoring, but she was able to make slight adjustments. Unexpectedly for Nancy herself, Lady Armand came up to her and, taking her hands, said that she really liked the dress. The lady also said that she had no idea that she had such a good assistant with a sharp eye, and so she suggested that next time the girls should go with her to choose dresses in the hope that she would not mind. Looking at how such luck descended on the young maid, Lucy smiled contentedly as she liked the red-haired girl. Having dressed up properly, Scarlett went to the Imperial Palace, which was so huge that it reminded her of a city. So waiting for His Majesty among all this beauty of architecture was not boring for the girl. When Charles, who had been somewhat delayed, appeared near the lady, he asked if she was tired of waiting for him. The girl said that she was looking at the beautiful garden, and that's why time flew by for her, and she also asked what Charles was planning to do. But then the girl caught a barely noticeable smell of iron, which, however, she did not ask the Emperor about. Therefore His Majesty, as if nothing had happened, invited Scarlett to have tea with him at the table with desserts. The guy, out of habit, waved his hand at the girl, beckoning her to join as soon as possible, but this time his hand was in a glove. Without paying attention to this at first, Armand smiled and offered her hand to go to the table with the guy. Taking His Majesty's hand, the lady decided that she most likely simply imagined the smell of iron, so she should not attach any importance to it. However, approaching Charles, Scarlett again caught the same aroma of iron and realized that it smelled like blood. So the girl asked Charles if he had accidentally hurt himself, because she thought she could smell blood. And, since His Majesty pretended that he did not understand what she was talking about, Scarlett came close to the Emperor and once again repeated the phrase about the smell of blood. And indeed, in the morning of the same day, the clang of crossed swords was heard in the Emperor's bedroom and blood was shed. 4 first-class assassins sneaked into His Majesty's room while he was sleeping and tried to attack. Despite all his skills, Charles even had to try hard to kill them, without even letting them make a final utterance. However, the Emperor still managed to cope in just a few seconds, regretting that they attacked precisely on the day of the meeting with Scarlett. His Majesty quickly realized that these were murderers from an organization called Pan, but this gave him nothing more. The Emperor considered it a very cruel coincidence that these guys attacked today. Moreover, he tried his best to avoid being subjected to the divine curse that these killers possessed. And right now, Charles, standing in front of the lady who demanded the truth, did not know how to tell her about all this. The guy's thoughts were in disarray because he didn't want to scare Scarlett again, but there was no way out. Therefore, His Majesty rather rudely asked, what if he was really wounded? What difference did it make to her? But Scarlett did not pay attention to the Emperor's tone, and instead asked to show where exactly he was wounded. The lady was so worried about the guy's possible injury that she immediately offered to take him to a doctor. It was very strange for Charles to realize that Armand was worried about him, and he even asked if this was really the case. Although the girl wanted to break off the engagement, she never wanted His Majesty to die, so she was worried. And only at that moment the emperor said that there was indeed blood on him, but not his. However, seeing how the lady made such a big fuss, His Majesty admitted that he even regretted that it was not his blood. Hearing this, Scarlet froze, trying to understand the reason for the guy's words and his embarrassed behavior. Then the girl was indignant that Charles should have immediately been told that he was fine, otherwise she was worrying in vain. It so happened that these two, without noticing it themselves, were getting closer and closer to each other, and the emperor smiled. A little later, His Majesty seated the lady at the table, as he wanted to drink tea and desserts with her. And he saw a picture of Scarlet eating cakes with great pleasure, as he did with her. Since His Majesty decided to tell the lady about what had happened, he asked if she wanted to know about the mourning. In response, Armand asked if she really needed it, which made His Majesty frown somewhat. But Charles still said that in the morning he was attacked by 4 assassins from the Pan Squad, which was more than usual. The lady said that it was hard for the guy with his high position, which is why he fell silent, and she did not understand what she said wrong. Then Scarlet added that she was worried that we were talking about killers from such a serious organization. She explained that she was very scared when she encountered them last time, and the Emperor became serious because of the memories of the trip. After such a dialogue, Armand decided that it was time to finish eating, since she no longer had food going down her throat. His Majesty did not insist on desserts, but instead asked what the girl wanted to show him. Scarlet had already completely forgotten about her plan due to the situation with the smell of blood, so she was a little confused. But now everything has turned out just fine for the girl, since Charles has been walking around with a sour face for a long time. So Armand asked His Majesty to look carefully now, since she had been practicing this skill for a long time. What the lady had in mind certainly should not have been within any framework, so she rehearsed in front of the mirror. Reaching her hands to her face, Scarlet contorted it into a monkey face and showed it to Charles. Then the girl showed a pig and several other animals, and His Majesty sat with a shocked face and continued to sit exactly the same. A few seconds later, when the gift began to return to the Emperor, he asked what exactly young Armand was doing. A little later, when the guy and the girl separated, the first shadow could not calm down because of laughter. The second shadow was nearby and asked his friend to stop laughing at the antics of the Emperor's bride, whom they watched even at any moment and knew everything. The guys could have tried to calm down for a long time, but then the front door creaked and they had to look who came. The one who entered the room was none other than His Majesty, so the first and second politely greeted him. They wanted to ask how the meeting went, but Charles suddenly announced that he was going to clear out Pan. Having said this, the Emperor passed by his assistants, and they had no choice but to support his decision. The second, however, asked whether such a desire was not too sudden, because previously the gentleman had turned a blind eye to this group. His Majesty himself once said to respect Pan for their traditions and merits, but now he suddenly wanted to destroy them. But Charles did not explain anything, but instead asked his assistants to prepare everything for the attack. Therefore, the first and second had to agree with everything, and the guys immediately went to regulate the schedule of the Master and Clover. But to this, the Emperor said that he would not go anywhere, so his assistants would have to deal with everything on their own. The second began to worry about this, but the first quickly realized that they could handle it, and therefore told his friend to keep quiet. When His Majesty left, the second shadow asked what it all meant, because with the Master, it would be much easier for them to deal with everything. To this, the red-haired man replied that it was perfectly clear why the Emperor did not want to go with them, although he sent them for a difficult operation. The whole point was that Charles wanted to keep Scarlet safe while remaining close to her. The first reasoned that in the end His Majesty would still have to intervene, but for now he could be left alone. And at this time, Charles, going to his chambers, remembered the face of Lady Armand, who grimaced in front of him. And at the same time, for the first time, the Emperor had so much fun that he laughed heartily, even if alone. That same evening, returning home, the girl, remembering her grimace, experienced great shame, although she herself wanted it. In addition, the Emperor did not say anything more until the end of their meeting, which also worried the lady. Scarlet understood that this was not surprising, because she herself would not have expected to see a grimace on such a beautiful face. However, right now, Armand decided to put what happened out of her mind, as she wanted to quickly relax in her room. Then ahead she saw her brother running towards her and smiled joyfully at him because the guy was meeting her. But Isar was noticeably tense and suggested that his sister first take a walk and then go to the mansion. Armand did not immediately understand the reasons why her brother said this, and said that she wanted to go to her room to rest. Hearing this, the guy's face changed greatly, and the girl could no longer help but notice. And the lady suddenly realized that the atmosphere in the mansion had changed greatly. There was even a feeling that something terrible was about to happen. In confirmation of his sister's feelings, Isar reported that the Duke was very drunk, which worried the lady. Scarlet remembered very well that when her father drinks alcohol, drunkenness changes him greatly. Once drunk, the Duke becomes the embodiment of arrogance and demonstrates surprisingly remarkable strength. Therefore, the fact that her brother was now grabbing her hand and pulling her away from the estate was understandable to the girl. Isar wanted to go for a walk until the Duke went to bed and everything in the mansion was quiet. But the girl could not escape, because she understood perfectly well that if her father did not find her, he would switch to the servants. So even though she wanted to go with her brother holding her hand, Armand couldn't do that. Scarlet froze in place, which Isar immediately noticed, and also paused to find out what was the matter. The lady, plunged into despair, asked her brother when it all started and why they endured it. The guy wasn't sure what exactly the sister was talking about, so he decided to ask again. And the girl asked, since when did the father raise his hand against his brother, but like the last time, Isar began to deny it. And when the lady said that bruises like his brother's don't happen from simple falls, the guy couldn't find anything to object to. Scarlet began to blame herself for noticing the bruises on her brother's body too late. Gently touching the bruises on Isar's arm, she was sad that healing magic did not exist in this world. Lost in thought, the lady unexpectedly remembered one event from little Scarlet's past. The fact is that the words that her father spoke to her in her drunken delirium were cruel, but he was much stronger. He often told Scarlet that she was an unchanging creature, whom even her own mother did not love. Such ridicule of a father against his daughter happened quite often, and she could not do anything about it. The girl could only cry sadly and wait for a better and calmer life to come. And my father, under the influence of alcohol, was so violent that he absolutely did not understand when he should stop. But the worst thing began when the father got to the green bottle with the sign of the constellation Ricos. And then the Duke, forgetting about all decency, began to brutally beat his daughter. And right now, remembering all the past moments, the girl realized that she couldn't stand it anymore. However, Isar had no idea what was in his sister's head and what she was going to do. And Lady Armand decided to go to the Duke and tell him everything she thought about him. Since the brother could not stop his sister, she entered the estate and soon met the butler. Vector was very surprised to see the lady who was eager to meet her drunken father. The butler also tried to stop Scarlet, but it was useless, since the lady was directly torn. But as soon as Armand took hold of the door handle, she heard a question in the Duke's room about whether the sacrifice was ready. The girl froze in place, not understanding whose voice it was and what was going on in her father's room. And the person who contacted the man said that certain difficulties had arisen because the heir to the Yahello family had fled. The fact that the victim escaped was very bad, but the cloaked men had a backup plan. The magician said that there was another suitable child in the Armand family, and the runaway child was already dead. This is because Glenn Mashiar will not be able to survive without a direct descendant of the Yahello family due to the collateral nature of his family. It was known that the boy died somewhere near the territory of the monster forest, so he would not cause any more problems. The only thing the magicians were worried about was that with Glenn's death, part of the power needed to activate the crystal had disappeared. One of the people in the circle asked what would happen to Carlior, and she was told that he would soon be finished. The chief among them all said that he had a plan, but he needed a little time and therefore asked to trust him. Then the magicians asked what about the Armand family, and then the Duke declared that he was completely at the mercy of his masters. Carlior, Rashachul, and Mashiar, when they were gods, created a seal that captured the demon god, and the occultists were now trying to break it. Since the seal was created with the help of their exceptional powers, it was precisely these powers that were needed to destroy the seal. And it will break only when all the blood relatives of these families, without exception, die. Then the very last strength of the deceased will return to the cave where the seal of the demon god was contained. And what the magicians wanted so much will happen, that is, their main leader will be released. Therefore, the occultists moved on to the next victim and asked the Duke to prepare his son Isar for this. The man said that his owners need not worry, as he would definitely bring his own son. Standing outside the door, Scarlet heard all this perfectly well and was horrified by the information she received. At that moment, the brother approached his sister and asked what was wrong with her, since she froze in place. Armin turned sharply because she was not ready to talk to Isar about what happened right now. The guy didn't understand what exactly shocked his sister, who didn't even go into their father's room. When, despite the late hour, they retired to talk, the brother did not believe this story. Izar was so amazed at the impudence of his father, from whom he already suffered too much. So now the guy was now cursing such a bad parent with all his might. Scarlet, seeing how her brother was being killed, did not touch him for now, because she understood that he needed time. Therefore, after waiting a little, the lady asked how the guy thought about leaving this house. But the brother objected to this, that his sister was very naive, because we were talking about their estate as a whole, which without them would be in even greater danger. So he believed that escape was impossible for any of them, and that the problem would have to be solved while they were here. Lady Armand accepted Izar's point of view and began to think, since she had very little power to eliminate the Duke. The girl understood that she would need to work very hard for everything to work out in the end. Some semblance of a plan quickly formed in the lady's head, and she turned to her brother. Scarlet proposed to join forces and together destroy their father, who was unworthy of this title. However, Izar, although he was on his sister's side, was still embarrassed by her joy in such a context. Meanwhile, the girl was already offering to find out as much as possible about dark magicians and their possible weaknesses. In order not to upset Scarlet in advance, the brother suggested that they at least try, and then we'll see. But before that, the lady was going to take good care of protecting Izar, who was now the target. The guy noticed how much the lady's face suddenly changed, smiling insidiously, and he was even a little scared. The next day, the girl went to her safe zone and thought that she needed to find her brother some kind of job so that he would be protected. However, this was not an easy task, also due to the reputation that Scarlet herself had earned. But for now, the lady decided to put aside thoughts about it as she came to her little friends. However, looking around, Scarlet was not immediately able to find the fairies, which is why she was confused. But, having looked more closely, the girl was able to find them with her eyes and realized that they were just hiding. The kids looked out from behind the trees, and the lady did not immediately recognize them since they had already grown up. The fairies explained that they ate a lot of fruit, which is why this happened. Then Scarlet asked why they were not in the garden. And the kids said that they were flying to get a gift for their friend because she feeds them, to which the girl laughed, saying that she didn't need anything. Then the fairies took out the fairy stone and asked if Scarlet wasn't looking for it. It wasn't in vain that they flew after it. From what she saw, the girl was speechless for a moment, as she no longer hoped to receive such a gift. The kids also clarified whether their friend needed this thing in order to know whether to bring them more. And Lady Armand immediately hastily said that they were completely right, and she really needed this stone. Since Scarlet changed her mind about refusing the gift, the fairies handed the stone to her, and the lady was glad, since the problem with Izar's employment now disappeared. The young girl asked to bring her more similar gifts in the future, if it would not be difficult for the fairies. The kids agreed, but only on the condition that the lady would bring them lots and lots of fruit. Armand was completely happy with this option, so she allowed her little friends to eat as much fruit as they wanted. A little later, having said goodbye to the fairies, the lady immediately went to the palace with the fairy stone to bargain with the emperor. In exchange for the stone, the girl asked that His Majesty allow her brother to work under him. Scarlet assured that Izar passed all the exams at the academy with the highest scores and was generally a talented young man. Therefore, Armand wanted Charles to order her brother to leave for exactly a week to resolve very important state affairs. She also asked to keep Izar close to her until she said enough, and to provide him with security, which the emperor calmly listened to. Since the deal was too profitable for His Majesty, he immediately formalized it. But Scarlet was still surprised that all her demands were so easily approved. To which the guy explained that the very fact that he can buy a fairy stone is beneficial for him. Before moving on to the contract, Charles glanced sideways at his bride as he wondered why she was doing all this. But he did not ask questions himself, but instead convinced the girl that he did not enter into predatory deals. This is because he was an emperor and he already had plenty of everything. Only after this did His Majesty turn to his advisors and ask them to prepare the necessary treaty. The emperor wanted to complete the deal now so as not to owe Lady Armand anything later. When all the work was finished, Charles and Scarlet went for a walk, and along the way, she told him about Santa Claus. After listening carefully to the story, His Majesty said that if such a grandfather exists, he will exploit him as a gift giver. Charles said that whoever grandfather brings a gift for good behavior will receive the best education. But first, the emperor needed to know by what criteria good behavior would be assessed, which made Armand somewhat funny. Without hiding her smile, the girl said that His Majesty's idea was not so bad. In response, Charles smiled contentedly because although both understood that their dialogue was comic, they still supported each other. Therefore, continuing this topic, Scarlet stated that if Santa Claus senses the impure intentions of the Emperor, he will not help him. His Majesty was surprised by such an unexpected turn of events, so he even asked the girl what she meant. Smiling even wider, Armin explained that Santa Claus interacts only with good children and not with just anyone. And the Emperor, according to the lady, still had a lot to learn, so it was not a fact that Charles would be able to cooperate with him. The Emperor asked what he should have learned, and Scarlet took out a book she had recently read. Charles asked if it was interesting, and the girl replied that it was very interesting, but you should at least start reading it. His Majesty clarified whether he really should read right now, since he was not eager. And Armin, since she loved this book very much, told me to read it almost right now. As a result, while they were sitting on the bench, the guy managed to read the book and said that it was an ordinary third-rate novel. However, Scarlet did not share the Emperor's opinion, especially regarding the main character. The girl tried to prove to His Majesty that the main character is a sensitive and very friendly person. Poking her finger at the text, the lady showed the moment where the main character was described as attentive and slightly assertive. In addition, Armand enthusiastically added that this character has traits that are not present in other books. His Majesty, although he read the book, still clarified what exactly these qualities were in order to know for sure. And Scarlet began by reminding us of the main character's different manner of speech, which was rare. But Charles did not take this fact as a real argument, but for now he remained silent. The second point that was important for the lady was talking to each other as equals between husband and wife. Armand said in all seriousness that if there is no respect between partners, the relationship will quickly crack. His Majesty again did not understand this, but also continued to listen to the girl rather than speak his opinion. And Scarlet summed it up by saying that she believes that respect is the key to happiness. Looking at the contented and happy lady, Charles did not dare to object to her. Instead, the guy, clearly thoughtful, asked if this meant that this was Armin's type. And then His Majesty explained that he meant the ideal type of lover, and not something else. Hearing this question, the girl thought about whether she had really made some important change in the Emperor. Somewhat later, when they were already walking through the palace, His Majesty suddenly asked what one wish Armin would ask to be fulfilled. Scarlet was surprised, and Charles added that, as her fiancé, he could only do one thing. The young lady exhaled as she almost asked to break off the engagement, but His Majesty did not mean it at all. However, although the girl didn't say anything, she still had to talk about the desire, so she thought about it. Just a few seconds later, a brilliant idea came to Armand's head, which made her very happy. Turning to the Emperor with a smile, the lady proposed to remain friends for the rest of their lives. His Majesty stared at the girl and asked incomprehensibly what she meant. And Scarlet continued to finish off the Emperor with her desire for friends, which made him droop. Armand, playing the fool, asked if this was not a simple and ordinary desire suitable for the doomed. Smiling evilly, Charles, barely restraining his emotions, said that this desire was not at all suitable. Then, still looking irritably at the girl, the Emperor declared that fulfilling this desire was beyond his capabilities. Charles turned around and left, and the lady had to catch up with him, shouting that having friends was actually very nice. Since the girl's and the guy's steps were very different, it was difficult for her to catch up with him, which made Armin angry. Making every effort, Scarlet overtook His Majesty and, blocking his path, reminded him that he himself had offered to fulfill her wish. But the Emperor suddenly backed down, turning away and saying that he had not said such a thing at all. The lady was amazed at such impudence and therefore did not even immediately find the accusatory words, starting to stammer. Not wanting to help the confused lady, Charles looked at her carefully, thoroughly analyzing her. Scarlet looked very hurt and sad that His Majesty ultimately refused her. Therefore, with a sigh, the Emperor suggested that if it was impossible to become friends for life, then they could at least be friends for now. Lady Armand looked at the guy in surprise because he proposed an idea that she had never even thought of. And His Majesty, in response to the girl's questioning look, smiled and once again confirmed that he was serious. So for now, having become friends with Charles, Armand finished her walk and came to her brother to report the news about his work under the Emperor. While sharing the information, the lady noticed that Isar was somewhat sad and therefore asked what was the matter. And the brother, worried, explained that he was very worried about receiving the ducal title for his sister. But Scarlet herself did not share her brother's concerns, since she had already thought through everything carefully. Then Isar began to grumble excitedly about the fact that the old people were not some simpletons, and carefully examined every question. The guy added that since my sister did not graduate from any academy, even for this she would be deducted the required points. Moreover, she was the emperor's bride, but the girl objected to this, that this was not so bad. To which Isar stated that, unlike his sister, the elders may not think so. But Scarlet still didn't become afraid, saying with a smile that maybe her brother was right. But in any case, for Armand, everything was in perfect order and under control, which she informed Isar about. With a smile, the lady said that first they all need to hit, and only then they can deal with the consequences. At night of the same day, a meeting was broadcast again in the Duke's room, where the magicians discussed that Charles had taken Isar into his hands. Scarlet, who assumed that her father would get in touch with the dark magicians, was already standing at the door and eavesdropping. Meanwhile, the occultists were discussing her, saying that Lady Armand was just an obstinate young lady, and the Emperor posed a threat to them. But right now, they could not kill His Majesty, so they decided to lie low for now and watch everything that happened. Armand, looking through the crack of the door, heard that the people's target had now changed to her, since she also belonged to the Duke's children. And the Duke himself suddenly confirmed that his own daughter was quite suitable for the role of a victim, if it was impossible to get to his son. Since the decision had been made, one magician said with a smile that he had a good way to catch the girl. The lady immediately began to listen even more carefully and was surprised when the occultists mentioned someone named Barbar. It turned out that Barber was the last priest who managed to escape and was now pretending to be a doctor. The Duke also had not heard anything about this guy, so for now he remained silent, and the magicians remembered how they stole 2 sacred objects from Barbara. But one of the magicians said that there was still something left that could be taken from the priest. They held in their hands a sacred object that could make the Duke's daughter fall asleep forever. And it was possible to get out of this trap only if you had a certain power, but the magicians were sure that Lady Armand did not have it. One of the people under the hood said with a smile that he understood what his guildmate was talking about and asked to tell him more about the plan. And the man also smiled and said that they do not have access to the power of the demon god, but they have mediocre sacred objects. And this plan of his was the only opportunity for all occultists to overcome the powers of the 3 dead gods. One of the magicians suddenly said that although she hears the voice of their god, this does not mean at all that they have weakened the seal, because only when the forces of all 3 dead gods gather will it be possible to destroy the seal of the demon god they themselves created. However, even after decades of striving towards this plan, the magicians have still not made much progress. So right now they decided to change the way they were operating in the hope that it would speed them up. The magician told the Duke that since he did not have the seal of the head of the family, he could lock up his daughter, and then he would not have to worry about the right to rule. The Duke agreed, and then he was told that a box for storing relics would arrive at the mansion, and soon its owner Barbar would come for it. All the Duke would have to do is open the guy's door, then knock him out and lock him in his daughter's room. Since the plan was not so complicated, the occultists hoped that the man would cope with such a task. The magician said that in the book there is a space, once in which you will live very slowly and forever. So if you put Scarlet there, she'll end up going completely crazy quickly. Simply put, unless some miracle happens, Lady Armand will never open her eyes again. Among the 3 families, either a child would be born who would be the soulmate of the other, or a magical contract would be concluded with an engagement. Since the girl heard everything she wanted, she began to slowly retreat, when suddenly the magician said that you need to die and be reborn in order to possess the 2 powers of the gods. Until now, the magicians did not know that Scarlet was exactly such a person, now running away along the corridor to her room. And the girl was going to never let the plans of the dark magicians and her father come true. The next morning, the lady decided to do something more cunning than her father, so she called all the servants together, and, making sure that they were listening to her, Armin announced that a guest would come, who would need to be immediately taken to her room secretly from everyone. The assistants immediately said that they would do everything in their power, but the lady was still worried. However, her plan was a success, and soon Barbar was indeed sitting in her room, coming for his book. Scarlet managed to keep the guy close by saying that his book was here, but he was already starting to grumble without her. Then the girl sighed and brought the sacred object, but she was in no hurry to give it to the guy. Barbara was surprised by the girl's behavior, and therefore directly asked what she was doing. Scarlet said with a sad look that she heard that there was a very cursed thing inside the box. But the guy himself was amazed that the lady suddenly started talking about this topic, so he remained silent. But Armand continued to say that she heard that this book was created for the meanings of divine relics. Barbar could not stand it and asked how she found out about everything, but the girl simply replied that it just happened that way. But then she added that she knew the conversation of dark magicians who want to first put Barbara and Lady Armand, and then the Emperor, into sleep. The priest asked if the girl herself was a dark magician, which the lady immediately began to vehemently deny. Scarlet pretended to be deeply offended and even turned away, asking who the guy took her for. The girl even thought that she was trying to help, but maybe it would have been easier to give the priest to her father. However, before this, the lady decided to make one last attempt and told Barbara that he had lost 2 sacred objects that were stolen by dark magicians. And the guy immediately remembered how he tried to find his objects everywhere, and then the book disappeared. And now it was clear to him what it was all about. Therefore, the priest said with a sigh that he would believe the girl, but then asked why she told him everything. The guy doubted that Scarlet was conducting a dialogue with him out of the kindness of her heart, and he was right, as Armand suddenly smiled. Smiling, the girl said that she liked that the guy would guess the very essence of the situation. She frightened Barbara with information that dark magicians were trying to break the seal of the demon god and proposed an alliance. That same night, the Duke reported that he had received the box and began to wait for Barbara, but for some reason he never came, and their plan failed. Moreover, the box itself had disappeared somewhere, and even searching for it throughout the estate did not yield any results. The magicians were incredibly angry with the failed Duke, and therefore ordered him to shut up. Scarlet this time stood at the door and heard how the occultists even wanted to remove her father from the case for failure. The girl thought how great it was that, despite his bad character, the man was stupid. So today she could sleep peacefully, and therefore went to her room, without hearing anything new about the plans of the magicians. Meanwhile, the magicians, disconnected from communication with the Duke, were preparing a new case. They called Shirla, who was one of them, and asked her to go to the Emperor as planned. The girl's task was to break the engagement of His Majesty and Lady Armand by any means necessary, to which Shirla said with a smile that she should kill just one of them. The next morning, thanks to their union, Barbar showed Scarlet his sacred objects. And in order to protect all the descendants of the 3 great gods from dark magicians, the priest gave the girl bracelets and rings. So when the lady later communicated with the Emperor, she gave him a magic ring for protection. In the conversation about the gods, the girl was very serious, and His Majesty listened to her no less attentively. Then Scarlet decided to ask if Charles knew anything about the goddess of the fire, but he answered in the negative. The guy and girl came to the conclusion that the people hardly knew, since there were no myths about her. So the lady shared her only knowledge about the fire depicted in the corner of the myth of the beginning. However, this did not give anyone any information, so it was decided to change the topic. Charles, somewhat alarmed, asked if it would be safe for him to wear Barbara's ring, but the girl assured him that the power of the goddess was concentrated inside him, which simply cleanses everything around him. The guy thought deeply, but he had no reason not to trust his bride, so he accepted her gift. Although the Emperor still considered the ring not the safest, since its action would weaken the body. But the lady convinced him that there was nothing wrong with looking bad, provided that His Majesty would be all right in the end. Moreover, Armand said that there is no painful effect from the ring, which means everything will be fine. The girl remembered the legend that as soon as someone heals through absorption, they will immediately become closer to the goddess. The lady did not know exactly what this legend meant, but she hoped that it could help her. As they continued to sit at the table, the Emperor continued to grumble about the sacred object. However, now the guy was worried that the lady might look sick because of the ring, which surprised her. It was very strange for Scarlet to hear that the tyrant Charles could be worried about someone, so Armand said that she wouldn't be really sick, so he shouldn't be scared. The lady tried to laugh it off in order to lighten the atmosphere and not start worrying about it herself. But His Majesty once again did not appreciate her jokes, but instead grimaced. Seeing the Emperor's reaction, the girl could not help but laugh, but then calmed down. Scarlet decided to return to the topic of sacred objects, since she wanted to talk about the moon god item. To this, the Emperor said that there is no moon in this world, and the girl should also know this very well. However, Armand began to arguing that the moon was simply obscured by other stars, as Barbar said. Suddenly, Charles asked if he could trust that fugitive priest if he was so needed to fight the dark magicians. The lady immediately said that he could be trusted, and His Majesty decided to take her word for it. After this, Charles asked his bride not to try to solve problems on her own in the future, because she could be caught, with which the lady agreed. So His Majesty proposed that in the future we discuss all plans together and decide how they will proceed. After a short silence, Scarlet turned to the Emperor with permission to ask him a personal question. The lady asked if the guy was now imitating in his manner of speech the ideal type of girl they had read in the book. His Majesty himself was slightly surprised by the lady's question and did not immediately answer it, as he was thinking about what to say. Scarlet suggested that Charles was trying to build an ideal relationship between lovers and later spouses. Of all Armin's phrases, the Emperor caught on the word beloved and thought deeply, and Scarlet continued to cheerfully insist that it was so because she had read the book well. Then His Majesty realized that he had been declassified and asked what if so. To this the lady replied with a little sadness that they had become friends and they were not supposed to behave like that. This plunged His Majesty into despondency because he imagined their relationship somewhat differently and therefore became confused. The lady, in turn, did not quite understand why the guy suddenly sighed, since she believed that there was nothing wrong with their friendship. To this, His Majesty continued to remain silent in frustration, covering his face with his hands because of the emotions that overwhelmed him. Armand finished off Charles, saying that he didn't have to talk to his friend in such a soft tone. She asked the Emperor to behave with her as usual, so that he too would feel comfortable. To this, His Majesty unexpectedly smiled, answering that he understood what the girl meant. Scarlet was surprised that her words reached the guy's consciousness so quickly, although she was pleased. His Majesty clarified that it turns out that he can only behave in this way with a lady. And the girl no longer expected such a turn of events, so she froze, her mouth parted in surprise, but fortunately for her, the dialogue was over. A little later, when they were almost leaving, the Emperor suddenly said that recently something had been bothering him, and the lady asked what exactly. His Majesty hesitated slightly, and then still said that the girl had a small crumb on her face, and indeed when Scarlet ate the cookies, she got a little dirty, but did not notice it at all. Unexpectedly for the girl, instead of answering, the guy himself reached out to her face to remove the crumb. At the same time, he held his finger on her soft skin for several seconds, enjoying the touch. Removing his hand, Charles smiled and said that everything was all right now because the crumb was no longer there. But the lady still couldn't find what to say to him and therefore continued, with her eyes wide open in surprise, to look at Charles. To relieve her own tension, the girl decided to embarrass the Emperor and said that his beauty could really save the world. His Majesty covered his mouth with his hand in surprise and was silent for a while because he was pleased. A few seconds later, Charles said that he would ask for even more delicious food for their next meeting. Now, when Armin looked at everything that was happening, it seemed to her that the Emperor had decided to practice flirting for couples on her. The lady imagined how when a guy falls in love with someone else, he would reject her with a cold voice. And this thought horrified the girl so much that her face changed, and Charles did not understand what had happened. Therefore, His Majesty simply decided to change the subject and asked if the girl had chosen a partner for the upcoming ball. But the lady did not yet have an answer to this question since she had forgotten about the ball. Meanwhile, this was the main and obligatory event in a beautiful hall. Armand remembered that Isar told her about him the other day, which she told the Emperor. Then Armand put her hand to her face and said that she didn't know who she should go with. Scarlet specifically said that she might go with her brother, but at the same time she looked at Charles's reaction. Since the Emperor had changed greatly in his countenance, the lady decided that it was better not to play such games with him, and so she put on a sweet face and asked if His Majesty would mind going with her. At this, Charles immediately blossomed and smiled, saying that he would do it with pleasure. The girl smiled and said that she was really looking forward to them going to the ball together. The only problem was that Scarlet couldn't dance at all. Then His Majesty discreetly said that he could teach this to the lady if she did not mind. Armand asked in surprise whether Charles really didn't mind teaching her. The guy immediately began to worry that the lady didn't like this idea and made a sad face. But Scarlet immediately assured His Majesty that she would very much like to learn dancing from him. The lady added that she really liked the Emperor's proposal, so she agreed. With this, His Majesty agreed to come to the estate of the Duke of Armand tomorrow and give the lady a few lessons there. In fact, Charles did not know how to dance at all, as he was disgusted by forced smiles while dancing. But right now, the guy felt awkward that he couldn't dance and that he was being called a tyrant. He still couldn't even understand himself and what power the magic ring had that chose the owner in him. But since the ring was given to him by his bride, the emperor had a reason to take care of this thing. But all this was not important now, since His Majesty needed to take some dance lessons, so he asked the first to find him a teacher. Thinking about the girl, Charles thought that she would carefully examine the main hall with her eyes like sparkling stars. The next day, when His Majesty came to the palace, he himself was worried, but asked the lady not to worry. Scarlet assured that she was not worried at all, and then the emperor suggested starting dance lessons. Their dance began with the fact that they shook hands with each other, which did not foreshadow absolutely anything yet. His Majesty hesitated as he thought about what words to give recommendations for the Armand dance. In the end, he simply asked the girl to follow him and not think about anything. The lady asked what exactly the guy meant, because usually both people participate in the dance. Charles explained that he wanted Armand to not tense up at all during the dance, so he would lead. And then the guy corrected the lady's hand, which she had initially placed incorrectly, which slightly confused the girl. Charles asked for the last time if Scarlet was okay with training, and when he heard an affirmative answer, he calmed down. Most of all, while performing the movements, the lady was afraid of stepping on the emperor's feet, but so far she had managed to avoid this. The servants watched the guy and girl dance and were shocked at how bad these two dancers were. If initially Armin was still somehow trying to keep up with the beat, then a little later she completely came to terms with the fact that she couldn't do it. But she just couldn't understand why the emperor didn't get into music if he knew how to dance. Tired of constantly straining due to awkward movements, Armand stopped and asked if everything was all right with His Majesty. In response, Charles suggested taking a break as he needed to prepare and left for a while. When, after the break, the emperor returned to Scarlet, he again offered her his hand, as before. His Majesty and Lady Armand began to dance again as before, trying to follow the music. And then suddenly the girl realized that His Majesty had suddenly become much better at dancing. Even Scarlet herself began to succeed, so she was able to relax and feel freer. In between, the lady for some reason asked if Charles knew what a love marriage was. For Armand herself, a love marriage meant that you got married after you had deep feelings. In response to this, the emperor said that he had already spoken about this many times, so he knew. But His Majesty didn't quite understand why the girl suddenly raised this topic. After thinking a little, Scarlet said that for her this is a sign of a happy ending to any story. While Charles was answering, the lady looked down and thought that if she were extremely careless, she would step on his foot. Then the guy suddenly invited Armand to take a closer look at him, which she did not expect at all. Stopping in place, the lady looked straight into the emperor's eyes in surprise. The guy, smiling, continued the dance and asked the girl to at least show him favor. In fact, Scarlet herself caught herself having similar thoughts, but she always pushed them away, but now she thought about it. Smiling, the lady repeated her recent compliment, saying that before her stood a beauty that would save the world. However, this time His Majesty not only smiled, but also said that he would gladly accept her compliment. Such a sincere smile and the guy's words confused the girl, and therefore she lowered her head. Deciding to change the subject, the lady slightly squeezed her hand on the emperor's shoulder and admitted to him that she was a bad dancer. Charles, laughing lightly in response, only hugged her waist a little tighter to prevent her from falling. Suddenly, His Majesty wanted to hit the girl, and so he threw her into the air and then caught her. Falling into the strong arms of His Majesty, Scarlet experienced real happiness, although she did not admit it to him. And the emperor himself at that moment could not contain his joyful smile and completely forgot that they were being watched. Finally, he let the lady fall to the floor, since there was no reasonable excuse for holding her in his arms any longer. Charles nevertheless replied that he did not see any problems in the fact that Armand danced poorly. The lady was very grateful to His Majesty for this, and therefore blushed slightly. Since they had finished dancing, the emperor repeated his question about why the girl started talking about marriage for love. Scarlet was embarrassed and muttered quietly that she was just asking, just in case Charles didn't know. All this time, the maid Lucy was watching the couple and silently drawing some conclusions about them. Armin, meanwhile, asked that if an object of fate appears on the horizon, then you stop paying attention to everything. In response to this, the emperor said that her words sounded as if she wanted something like that to happen. But Scarlet said straight out that she didn't want any of this at all. Having hugged the emperor, the girl declared that she was a hardened realist, and therefore dreams little. Suddenly, Charles suggested finishing his classes for the day, since it was already time for him to go to the palace. The lady had no right to object, but was surprised that it was already time to part. Armin understood that His Majesty could be very busy, so she didn't even think about stopping him. A little later, when Lucy and Nancy walked along the corridor, the red-haired girl tried to understand whether their mistress really could not dance. Nancy had never heard that Scarlet could dance, but she also didn't know how to dance. In response to this, Lucy whispered something thoughtfully, but the young maid did not hear what exactly. The lady's longtime assistant thought to herself that it felt like the lady was deliberately out of step. Nancy, meanwhile, was still waiting for Lucy to share her thoughts with her, but she was in no hurry. Instead of telling her, the assistant replied that she was just thinking, so there was nothing important. But, walking further down the corridor, Lucy did not understand why Scarlet needed to pretend that she could not dance. In addition, she was frightened by the fact that when His Majesty looked at Armand, his gaze was full of tenderness. And in general, their communication today could be described as the relationship of lovers. A few days later, Scarlet was getting ready for the ball and asked Barbara how she looked. The guy replied that even if she starts to wrinkle, she will still look beautiful. Since the lady came to her friend's room just to ask about the outfit, she immediately went back. And Barbara was left in complete silence and solitude, which he did not expect. The priest lowered his head and thought that the girl's behavior was somehow crazy. Just as she was going down the steps in her beautiful dress, the lady noticed the groom below. Armand immediately called out to the guy, and he, looking up where he heard the voice, also saw her. His Majesty was speechless at the sight of Scarlet's outfit and simply stared at her silently. And the girl really looked incredibly amazing now, because she spent a lot of time on her outfit. Smiling at Charles, Armand apologized for keeping the guy waiting. In response to this, the Emperor reassured her that he himself had recently arrived, so everything was in order. His Majesty himself did not notice how a smile appeared on his face, and he invited the girl to go. Before entering the main hall, they slowed down a little, and the Emperor asked if the lady was worried. Scarlet confirmed that this was her first time attending such a reception, so she was somewhat worried. Then Charles reminded her that he was with Armand, so she shouldn't worry. After listening to His Majesty's words of support, the girl felt that she was very grateful to him for everything. Charles extended his hand to Scarlet to invite her to come into the hall together, and she accepted the invitation. For some reason, the lady's heart began to beat quickly as she held out her hand to the guy in return. And while they were lightly holding hands, the doors opened in front of them, and the main hall appeared before them. Many noble people had already arrived and were walking importantly around the hall, talking to each other. When Lady Armand and the Emperor entered the main hall, their arrival was immediately announced publicly. The girl tried her best to keep a proud face and not pay attention to anyone. His Majesty turned to the girl, reminding her that she had promised him the first dance. In response, the lady asked the Emperor for his hand, extending hers to him, and the guy hesitated. Eventually, a smile lit up his face as Charles really wanted to dance with Armand. Nevertheless, he delicately suggested that Scarlet dance with her brother first, and the girl became worried that something had happened. She did not want to give the first dance to someone else, but decided to clarify whether the Emperor had told her everything he wanted. Looking at the girl again from the side, the guy realized what a beauty she was. So Charles openly complimented the lady on her appearance, which surprised the lady. Hearing that she was very beautiful, Scarlet's face changed because she was happy. The guy once again confirmed that if she doesn't know what the goddess looks like, then she won't understand how beautiful she is. This made Scarlet really feel and blush, falling silent for a while. Since the lady blushed very much, she asked to give her time and ran out to the balcony to get some air. Because of the memory of the Emperor's words, the girl felt her heart beating faster. She herself was very angry at this reaction of her own body to such simple events. It was difficult for Scarlet now, because she didn't want Charles to misunderstand her, but she couldn't go back yet. Then an acquaintance came out onto the lady's balcony, whose arrival she did not immediately notice, and therefore was surprised. And none other than Barbara appeared nearby and asked what the lady was doing. The guy came closer, and Scarlet didn't mind talking to him, so she invited him to come closer. The girl didn't even notice how the priest came here, but she gave him credit since he really knew how not to attract attention to himself. Barbar explained that he was already tired of the ball, and then asked why Armand didn't even dance with His Majesty. Scarlet sadly replied that she couldn't because she was too distracted by her own emotions. Since the priest didn't particularly know how to talk to people, after that they both fell silent. Finally, the guy couldn't stand it anymore and asked if the lady wasn't one of those people who first does something and then regrets it. Scarlet was surprised that Barbar managed to study her so much in a short amount of time. But before the lady had time to answer that question, the guy asked the next one, because he wanted to know what she thought about the Emperor. The friend's question made the girl think deeply about what she was really experiencing. In the end, the lady said that she would like the Emperor to be a little happier. At that moment, Charles approached Barbara and Scarlett to pick up the girl from the balcony. Charles froze nearby as he decided to briefly observe the dialogue between the two acquaintances. Meanwhile, Barbara compared the lady to the bright summer sun because she really was similar, but the priest associated His Majesty with the quiet and furious winter wind. The priest understood that these two did not seem to make a good union, but they fit together perfectly. After answering her friend's question, the lady asked why he asked him at all, because this had never happened before. Barbar replied that it was just like that, but the girl didn't really believe it. Without waiting any longer, Charles asked what they were both doing here on the balcony. It seemed to Scarlett that the Emperor was dissatisfied with something, because he rather rudely asked if she had cleared her head. Deciding not to pay attention, the girl introduced Barbara to Charles, since they had not met yet. However, His Majesty did not look happy at such a meeting, so the lady became embarrassed. Instead of greeting, he said that he had a conversation with the bride and therefore asked the priest to leave. They decided to go down from the balcony into the garden, and Charles covered the girl with his robe. Scarlett was not cold, but still thanked the guy for the cape, just in case. Charles suddenly said that it seemed to him that Armand did not want to return to the ball. The Emperor added that if the lady wanted, she could continue to be in the garden. His Majesty promised to be here too and, instead of dancing, allowed me to stay in his camisole. But the girl did not agree to this, but the guy noticed that she had icy hands. Armand realized that she liked being alone with the Emperor like this, and therefore did not argue. And His Majesty was already seriously worried that the lady might freeze. Meanwhile, the girl was thinking about the fact that she was unlikely to be able to become His Majesty's true lover. The lady decided to clarify whether Charles was practicing his attractiveness on her again, to which the guy just smiled. It was clear from the Emperor that he wanted to say something, but for some reason he was interrupted, and Scarlett could not find out why. And Charles, looking at the sky, deliberately lied that he saw a falling star, and the lady immediately turned around. Trying to find shooting stars in the sky, the girl did not understand why she could not see anything. And His Majesty, watching her, smiled because he considered Armand's behavior sweet. He never thought that he would be able to meet such a wonderful and at the same time restless girl. Soon Charles accompanied Scarlett to her estate, and at this point they went home. However, for some reason, the lady slept very restlessly that night and even jumped up sharply in bed. What she saw in her dream shocked Armand so much that she could no longer sleep that night. The girl knew that many of her dreams were with the ability of foresight given by Armand's blood. If in reality the voices from the communication sphere were changed, then in the dream the lady recognized their owners. In the dream, it also became clear to the girl that the magicians initially planned for Shirla and Charles to get together, but not as a beauty and a handsome man. On the contrary, it seemed to Scarlett that the eyes of the occultists were fixed as if on prey. And these evil glances lit up especially brightly when they were fixed on His Majesty Charles. The only thing is that Armand could not understand where exactly that place was. It seemed that the territory looked like a temple, but the girl was not at all sure, and there was absolutely no way she could be mistaken. Here, carefully analyzing the situation, Armand opened her eyes wide in realization. Scarlett thought that the temple and the dark magicians might be in cahoots. That's why they have the same marks. When morning came, the lady was completely sleep-deprived, as she could not sleep at all. The morning light gradually penetrated into her room, but the girl wanted it to be night. Then there was a knock on the room, and Scarlett allowed the guest to enter, since she still couldn't sleep. Imagine the lady's amazement when Barbar came to her and said that he had brought her a box. The priest said that she had been in his room all this time, and only last night he discovered her in the corner. However, the girl absolutely did not understand why the guy came to her with this item. To this, Barbar explained that on this box was the lady's name, and inside it was Scarlett's diary. As a result, when the guy went home, Armand sat in front of the diary and thought in what strange place it was hidden. However, the current Scarlett could not understand the thoughts of the previous one, who hid such a personal item in such a place. The girl understood that reading other people's diaries was a bad thing, but in fact she wrote it herself. So Armand nevertheless decided to study the thoughts of the girl who lived in this body before her. As it turned out, at that time the Duke also beat her, which did not surprise Scarlett at all. But the closer Armand came to the end, the more her blood ran cold from what she read. The lady read something in the diary that she never expected to know, and now she was wondering what to do with this information. The diary stated that Scarlett was a fake, which was not mentioned in the original work. Before her death, the mother told her daughter with great regret that she was a half-breed. Dying, the woman admitted that the girl was born sick initially due to the fact that her mother chose Aaron. The fact is that it was impossible to combine the two powers of God, but she did so. Therefore, the mother very strongly asked her daughter to try not to die, which she was surprised at. The woman instructed the girl not to sacrifice herself, not to sympathize with anyone, but simply to survive. At the very last moment, her mother said that if Scarlett suddenly felt that she was unable to do this, then she would need to remember her mother's advice. And she advised me to drink the contents of the bottle that my mother left as part of her inheritance. She explained that it would give the girl strength and make her feel much better, even though she didn't know what was in it. From the diary, the lady learned that she was the daughter of the deceased Duke Aaron, and not the current head of the family. And this meant that the seal of the head of the family passed to her, although she did not know where it was now. Armand understood that even if she took the Duke's chair, no one would expect the seal in her hands. At that moment, her faithful maid stood outside the door of Scarlett's room, patiently waiting for instructions. Suddenly, Lucy felt some dark energy coming from behind the door, which made her tense. The fact was that the madam understood perfectly well what she should do now, and therefore was in a hurry with all her might to the Duchess. Scarlett was determined to make her fake father's life as miserable as possible, and was full of determination and malice. Lady Milia was not particularly pleased with the girl's early arrival, but still accepted her. When the Duchess asked why Armand had come to her, she put on the table a bottle of medicine made from a winter flower, which is used for hair removal. The woman instantly understood why the girl brought her this bottle, but did not dare to take it. Instead, worried, she asked where Scarlett got such a rare remedy from a winter flower. The girl just smiled at this, saying that it was a company secret, since Barbara didn't want to give it up. Then the Duchess thought hard, since she had already set foot on the path against her husband when she agreed to cooperate with the lady. Melia understood perfectly well that there was no turning back for her, and this bottle was an excellent opportunity to take revenge. Therefore, the woman, although still worried, took the bottle, thanking Armand for it. Scarlett asked to use it on the Duke because she really wanted to give the Duchess a chance to take revenge on him. Melia was worried, no matter how cruel it was, but Scarlett reminded them of everything that the man had done to both of them. Then the girl remembered that she had another remedy that Barbar had given, and she went for it. Handing over a bag of dry contents, Armand asked Melia to make her father bald as well. The woman was again surprised that Scarlett had such rare remedies, but this time she did not ask anything. Instead, she nodded curtly, silently making a pact with her stepdaughter. Not wanting to put this matter off for a long time after saying goodbye to Scarlett, Melia immediately invited her husband to tea. The Duke was surprised but still could not refuse to meet his wife, especially since she personally poured all the drinks for him. The Duchess said that she just wanted to give the man some delicious tea, which was delivered to her just the day before yesterday. In response, the husband decided to provoke his wife and declared that he had taken a beautiful mistress. Melia knew very well about the Duke's adventures, so she reacted sluggishly, but even more wanted to take revenge on him. The woman asked why he told her this, to which the man stated that he should have said at least something. Observing his wife's reaction to his betrayal, the Duke drank the tea that she offered him. Looking at her hated husband, Melia once again realized that he did not care about her. Then the woman decided to provoke her husband in response and addressed him, simply calling him Duke. The man reacted immediately because he could not tolerate disrespectful treatment. Jumping up from the table, the Duke began shouting that such an appeal to the head of the family was absolutely unacceptable. The Duke even asked if the woman was out of her mind to behave in such an impudent manner. In response, the Duchess only smiled, as for the first time in a long time, she felt better. The man suddenly asked if Melia had gone crazy like Scarlett, which she didn't like. The Duchess suddenly began to defend the young girl, saying that it was because of her that she took such a step. Melia only now realized that Scarlett was the one who understood what no one else understood. Therefore, now she was sorry that she had not had any contact with the girl earlier. The Duke suddenly noticed that his wife was laughing at him, and this made him incredibly angry. Then the man felt that something was absolutely wrong with his body, although in theory this should not have happened. Swaying, the father fell to the floor, as he could not stay on his feet due to his health. Then Melia said that it seemed that the medicine had worked, which shocked her husband. Rising up on his elbow, he angrily asked what exactly she had done to him. The Duchess's answer was the laughter of the Duchess, as she was glad of the situation in which her husband found himself. With her eyes sparkling with satisfaction, the woman said that now a new life would begin for the Duke. Not wanting to communicate with this man anymore, the Duchess slammed her fan shut and turned away. Then, Milia turned to the maid, who was silently observing everything, and asked her to tell Scarlet that she was ready to cooperate. The assistant immediately left, and the Duchess stood for some time and watched her husband on the floor. A little later, Lady Armand received a letter, but Lucy clarified that it was not from His Majesty. The girl immediately declared that she did not wait for days on end for a letter from the Emperor. For some reason, Armand herself was very embarrassed by the course of her thoughts, and therefore she even proudly turned away. Scarlet added, although she was not asked, that she was supposed to meet Charles later. Lucy, whose lot it was to listen to all this, nodded her head in agreement, but she herself wanted to leave as quickly as possible. When the maid put down the letter and left, the girl stood for a few more moments, but curiosity prevailed. It seemed to her that Lucy had become somewhat mischievous lately, although she wasn't sure. In the end, Scarlet decided to just take the letter in her hands and not think about the assistant for now. It turned out that Miss Adrian wrote to her, who wrote that the child had fully recovered. Moreover, they were able to find out that he was indeed the son of the Mashiar family, as the lady had said. Miss Bokchin said that the guy calls Scarlet Big Sister, which the girl was surprised by. The elder also asked to indicate the time at which she could bring the boy to talk with Lady Armand. Scarlet had absolutely no idea what her relationship was with Glenn, but it was clear that he knew her. But a letter from Lady Adrian reminded her that it was time to organize a meeting with the elders. At the same time, His Majesty walked through the forest towards Lady Armand, as he wanted to bypass his territories. Then he noticed a female silhouette ahead, which should not have been here. A red-haired girl stood in his way and silently looked at the Emperor. At first glance, she did not pose any danger, but for some reason she did not behave the way other girls would behave in such a situation. Since no one started the conversation first, they stood silently opposite each other. This girl was Shirla, who in the original plot was the main character, but now everything was a little different. Therefore, Charles did not experience anything when he saw this beauty in the middle of the forest. Instead, His Majesty imperiously asked why the lady was looking at him so boldly. Before going to meet the Emperor, Shirla used magic to attract him, so she did not understand why the guy was so cold. The girl frowned and became worried, because this should not have happened. The Emperor heard her in a whisper and became angry because he did not think it was right that she began to command a little. The ring from Scarlet allowed the guy to hear the quiet whisper, so now he made a decision and called the first. The shadow immediately understood what the Emperor wanted from him, and therefore appeared behind the girl. In surprise, Shirla dropped the apples from the basket because everything did not go according to her plan. Meanwhile, the guy managed to fix the knife on the girl's throat, not allowing her to move. The red-haired woman began to worry, since she should not have started her relationship with Charles with suspicion, but she decided to calm down, because all that was required of her was to make eye contact. But no matter how the girl tried, His Majesty stood as motionless as before. But the Emperor's face expressed more and more anger, since the stranger did not want to answer what was, in her opinion, wrong. Shirla had not yet responded, as she hoped that the spell cast on her would still have an effect on His Majesty. However, for some reason, all the lady's efforts failed miserably. The girl was absolutely sure that she took exactly the relic that was supposed to have an effect on Charles. So now, gritting her teeth from resentment that nothing worked out, Shirla tried not to cry. The girl tried to come up with some kind of justification for her previous phrases in order to save herself. His Majesty thought that he was going to his bride, but then this lady stood in his way and began to talk about something boringly. Shirla, meanwhile, began to act according to plan and screamed that Charles had killed her lover. Hearing that the girl's lover was the child from the forest, the Emperor smiled, realizing that he had wasted his time. Therefore, with a wave of his hand, he ordered the shadows to deal with this woman he disliked. Shirla didn't even have time to utter a word before everything happened, and the girl was neutralized, and Charles still stood calmly and looked at what followed his order. Meanwhile, Scarlet finally visited her friends, who had already been waiting for her. The girl was no less happy to see them than the fairies themselves, and did not know that they were bored. Therefore, the lady asked for forgiveness for the long absence, and promised to come more often. One of the kids asked what Armin wanted to do, and she said that she would grow more fruit for them. The girl took the seeds of delicious fruits out of her pocket and showed the fairies. The kids immediately squealed with joy and said that the lady was simply the best. Then Scarlet heard a familiar voice asking if she was talking about these fairies. The lady turned around and saw a familiar face which she was glad to see. It turned out that the Emperor had already come to the girl in the safe zone since she invited him. Charles said that he should have known about fairies even at the moment when Armand brought him their stone. Scarlet laughed in response and showed His Majesty the so-called fairy children. The Emperor tried to put on a sweet face as the lady had asked him the day before. And if Armand understood that His Majesty was really trying, then the kids were already scared. But the girl only laughed at the guy's efforts and did not make any comments to him. Turning to the fairies, who were shocked by this appearance, the lady asked them to say hello. But then the red cap said that this man was an enemy because he smelled like eggplant. And after him, everyone else began to drive the Emperor away, which Scarlet was surprised at. Armand didn't understand at all why the little fairies suddenly started shouting about eggplants. And so she decided to ask what was wrong with the eggplant and what this vegetable was guilty of. The fairies replied that the eggplant children are very dark and northern, so they don't like them. The lady was surprised because the children told her that there were no fairies here except them, and the blue cap confirmed that there are no others here, but they are just around the corner. And in the place where the baby pointed was the imperial palace. The fairies said that the eggplants are not even able to make fairy stones, but they are often bullied. Then the girl reassured the kids that those fairies were simply jealous of them, since they themselves could not make such a cool stone. But Scarlet still didn't understand why Charles smelled like those eggplant fairies. Then the Emperor himself decided to enter into the dialogue and said that he could give any fruit that the kids liked. Judging by the surprised look of the fairies, they were appeased by this proposal literally right away. The little ones' eyes were filmed and their mouths watered, so they even thought of not being afraid of this person. His Majesty also added that he also does not like eggplants, so he understands fairies. The lady was surprised by this truth about the Emperor, but he said that it was true. The guy explained that he simply didn't like their smell since childhood, so he didn't eat them. Armand understood that Charles simply did not want the fairies to hate him, but she nodded anyway. In between, the lady told the Emperor about her plan to see Glen Mashiar. His Majesty advised her to be careful when meeting him if she was already planning to do so. Charles explained this by saying that he was bothered by the story of this adult child and therefore did not trust him. Armand explained that she would still have to see Glen, since she decided to gather the elders upon her return. Scarlet collected evidence and wanted to take her father's place with it. His Majesty wished the girl good luck with a smile, since he could do nothing else to help. But even these words were very pleasant for the lady, although she did not want to admit it. So smiling sincerely and happily, Armand laughed as she sat next to Charles. And the next day, taking advantage of the fact that the Duke was unconscious, the girl convened a council of elders. Everyone came obediently, since this was one of their duties, although they did not want to listen to much. And Scarlet's agenda was to overthrow the current head and nominate her candidacy for his place. The lady knew that at least the Bakshan family would definitely support her after everything that happened between them. But the girl had doubts about other representatives of the elders, but hoped that everything would go well. One of the elders immediately tried to put Scarlet in her place, reminding her that she had not yet taken power into her own hands. In response, the girl only smiled arrogantly and raised her head proudly, specifically agreeing with the provocateur. The man did not expect such a turn of events, so for a moment there was silence in the room. The lady decided to clarify what exactly Caven didn't like, but he said that everything was fine. Armand showed with all her appearance that the elders should stop throwing out sarcastic phrases. One of the ladies, named Sidian, cleared her throat to get attention before she spoke. The woman was surprised that a lot of time had passed since the last council, and now the Duke's daughter wants to take his place. Lady Armand was reminded that her father was still able to perform his duties, to which she agreed. And when asked why the girl was putting forward her candidacy, she replied that she stood on firmer feet than her father. This argument made Sidian sweat in surprise, as this was not what she expected. And all the other elders considered such an argument to be very groundless. Lady Elfina, clearly angry with the girl for such stupidity, asked her to stop making jokes. She asked Scarlet when did the head of the family care about the opinions of the elders. Elfina had long been accustomed to the fact that the current Duke believed that they did not matter. In response to this, Armand deliberately drank the wine slowly, and then said that they play an important role. This is because the girl knew about dark magicians who paid too much attention to the families of Carlior, Armand, and Rashakel. Therefore, Scarlet needed all the power she could muster, including the power of those who guarded the borders of the monster forest. Apparently, the occultists were never able to openly invade the Arman family, but this did not mean that they would no longer try to open the portal. So the lady wasn't lying at all when she once again repeated that she needed everyone's help. One of the elders decided to clarify whether this was the reason the lady urgently called them. So that there would be no more attacks on her, Arman distributed to everyone materials that described the Duke's betrayal. The man, who took it upon himself to speak for everyone, asked what kind of documents these were. And then he opened it and began to read, as a result of which he was greatly shocked by what he learned. Scarlet immediately warned everyone that everything they saw today was a secret. But the fact was that the Duke took his place as head of the family in far from the most correct ways. And the lady was able to understand everything that was happening only thanks to the butler. Armand warned that what was learned about the Duke should not be revealed even under pain of death. This is because the Emperor indiscriminately killed everyone who was associated with dark magicians, and the girl knew about it. While the elders read the document, many of their hands began to tremble with fear and indignation. The lady noticed that everyone had very gloomy faces, which she said while laughing. However, the elders were not at all amused, since they could not believe that they had allowed such a person to take the place of head. One of the women asked if Armand was now going to take the throne by threats, but Scarlet rejected this idea. The girl immediately stated that she didn't even think about making threats, because she was sure that everyone here was smart people and would make the right choice. Here, Lady Sidian could not stand it and jumped up, shouting that she would never be able to believe the lady's words. To this, the young girl asked not to stoop to raising her voice and swearing. And then she explained that she sincerely wanted to establish collaborative relationships with everyone in this room. Scarlet asked to carefully read the scroll again, because she would take it away, but promised to solve this problem. The lady suggested that if she became the head of the family, it would be better for everyone. Only because she would take on all the problems that the Duke ignored, she asked to be recognized as a duchess. At the same time, the Duke was very much tormented in his room, realizing that it was all about the tea. But he didn't know who could teach his wife such an impudent and sophisticated trick that harmed him. Barely able to stand on his feet, the man fell over and over again, but got up again, as evil emotions gave him strength. More than anything else, the Duke now wanted to properly take revenge on all his offenders. Therefore, although he swayed greatly, he stood up and left his room, going to look for loved ones to take it out on. Right now, the Duke was so angry that he was going to crush absolutely everyone into dust. Unexpectedly, on his way he met a butler who opened the door to the master's room. Vector was worried because he knew that the owner had not yet recovered. But the man said that he didn't care and demanded to let him through. When the butler was put in his place, he obediently fell silent, and the Duke was able to ask where his wife was. But, to the man's great regret, it turned out that Melia had left on her own business in the morning. This situation infuriated the man, as he decided that there was no one in the house except him. To this, Vector was forced to say that Scarlet was in the estate and had gathered a council of elders, and then the owner lost his temper in earnest since he did not allow his daughter to do such a thing. To this, Vector reminded that anyone in whose veins Arman's blood flows can convene a meeting of the elders. When the Duke demanded to know more details, the butler said that he no longer knew the details. Pushing aside the no longer needed assistant, the man went straight to the council chamber. And in the council room at this time, Scarlet was already collecting the documents back to burn all but one. The girl confidently advocated removing her father from the post of head of the family. All the elders were in thought, although they already knew their final decision. Then there was a loud knock on the door, and the lady instantly realized who had come. Shouting loudly to his daughter, the father asked what she had done on his estate. But as soon as the man entered the hall, the atmosphere changed very sharply for the worse. And at that moment, Scarlet, firmly standing on her own, reminded everyone of the first Duke Aaron. Only after seeing everything that was happening, the father felt his hands tremble. He realized that he should not have focused on that seal, but simply killed the girl. And Lady Armand suddenly asked in a cold voice what brought the man here. The girl said that her father had neither shame nor conscience since he decided to show up here. Instead of a constructive answer, the Duke suddenly began to shout loudly that no one had the right to argue with him. But everyone around had a different opinion, and therefore the daughter smiled contentedly. But the man could not calm down and only shouted various nasty things to the girl more and more loudly. And everyone around listened to the head of their family swearing and felt shame and anger for him. The father finished quite quickly, saying that such a little thing like Arman could not be on the council. Having listened carefully to her father, Scarlet looked him up and down, drawing conclusions. At the end, the girl asked with a sarcastic smile if that was all he could say. The father was shocked that the lady was not even the least bit afraid of him, and Armand explained that she always knew that he had a small vocabulary, but only now she was convinced of it. The man decided that he had heard his daughter's words incorrectly, but everything was correct. Meanwhile, Scarlet invited her father to join the meeting since he had already come. The girl asked everyone present if they recognized that the Duke had insulted a direct descendant of the Armand family. And it was a great shame for the Duke that everyone almost unanimously recognized this fact. The lady then asked if the elders would admit that the man had insulted them, which they also admitted. Armand informed her father that his wife had also agreed to remove him from the post of head of the family. Therefore, while the Duke was in despair, the girl said that he was being removed from office. In response to this, the man, angrily gritting his teeth, asked who allowed them in the first place. Never before could he even think that they would dare to disgrace him like that, and therefore he was furious. Grabbing the first object he came across, the father went at his daughter, shouting that he would kill her. But Scarlet didn't even move from her place, just watching her father attack her. But before he could take even a couple of steps, one of the elders grabbed the former Duke by the throat and threw him to the floor. While the man fell, Scarlet watched the object that flew out of her father's hand. This very object, having slightly hit the ceiling, fell into a green flower and accidentally spilled into it. And the Duke himself, when falling, dropped several objects from the table along with his table. Looking at this, even Lady Armand sympathized with such a painful fall to the floor. A small vase fell from a dropped table onto the man's head, spilling blue liquid on him. For some time, the man lay on the floor, not moving at all, as he was experiencing a painful shock. When the Duke was finally able to rise to his feet and touched his forehead, he discovered something he had never expected. Suddenly, his hair, soaked in the blue liquid, began to gradually fall out, causing him to be horrified. The Duke desperately screamed about his hair and even tried to pointlessly pick it up from the floor. All the elders stood and simply looked at the torment of the former head, but did not feel any remorse. Surprisingly, for the first time in front of everyone, an adult man cried sadly, which made the people around him even embarrassed. Lady Sidian, although hesitantly, nevertheless risked approaching the Duke and asking if he was okay. However, Scarlet immediately shouted to the woman not to move or get close to her father. While the Duke was still in complete despair, his daughter slowly approached him and finally decided to talk. The girl asked her father to give up and not be indignant, but he shouted that she should not approach him. The father called his daughter a witch, to which she said that no matter how he called her, it would not change anything. But also, the lady could not get rid of the temptation and added that even Yuog would now not help the man with his misfortune. This made the former Duke finally turn to the girl who deliberately provoked him. As a result, the man was taken away, and Lady Elfina was left alone with Scarlet, who said that her father had been put under house arrest for the time being. But Elfina added that she thought that this would not be enough, and Armand asked why she thought so. Then the woman took out of her pocket the object that the former Duke was holding in his hand, heading towards her daughter. The elder said that she had already seen something like this once, and that's why she was so worried. The lady clarified what it was, to which Elfina replied that she didn't know for sure, but she had heard that this thing was associated with very dangerous people. Scarlet instantly realized that these most dangerous people were most likely dark magicians. The girl told the elder about this, since she had no other options, and remembering that her father constantly kept in touch with them through the magical sphere, Armin understood that she was right. So Scarlet said that they all had better hurry up in solving their affairs in order to be faster than the Duke's accomplices. Approaching the plant on which the contents of the bottle in her father's hand had been poured, the lady said that she would take it with her for examination. She also added that, as the temporary acting family member, she would talk to His Majesty about this incident. Elfina did not want the Emperor to be aware of such a scandal, but she understood that it was necessary. The Emperor carefully monitored and destroyed everything related to dark magicians, so he could not ignore this incident. Armand reasoned that if the situation were simpler, she would not have bothered to tell it to her fiancé. Taking the flower in her hands, the girl wrinkled her face as a disgusting smell emanated from it. At the end of the dialogue with Lady Scarlet, Elfina herself agreed that it was better to tell His Majesty everything from beginning to end. Before leaving the room of the Council of Elders, with a sad smile, Armand said that she really hoped that she would be able to survive along with everyone. A little later, the sister talked to her brother about what had happened, and he was able to tell her new information about his father. Together they found out that when drinking, he sometimes drank from some kind of green bottle with incomprehensible symbols. Lost in thought, the girls suddenly realized that it was not the rage of their father, but the drink from that bottle. Only when he chose a bottle with symbols did he always become much more furious and dangerous. Little Scarlet remembered all these moments perfectly, and the current one read it in the original work. And apparently, it was that liquid that became the reason for that terrible appearance of the Duke with swollen veins on his face. So now the girl herself has come to the conclusion that they were in vain in deciding to give their father a probationary period. After thinking a little, the sister turned to her brother and asked him to order that their father be immediately arrested and imprisoned in the Lord's castle. At this time, the living Shirla was furious in her house with all her might, not understanding why she could not attract the attention of the emperor. Besides the question of why His Majesty didn't care about her, she couldn't understand why he eventually let her go. She recalled Charles's cold and prickly gaze and understood perfectly well that it would have cost him nothing to kill her. Shirla couldn't get the last words of the guy out of her head, which he whispered to her before letting her go, saying that someone was buried. Early in the morning, while no one was looking, the blonde woman poured the studied liquid into a vessel, showing how dangerous it was. Her laboratory was a rather small closet, but it was more than enough for experiments. The woman told her interlocutor that what was said to her now must be remembered, and she said that a part of the evil spirit was sealed in this vessel, so small that it was just an evil particle. The black-haired woman winced as the research subject stank incredibly strongly and asked what it was. In response, the fair-haired woman was silent for a while, but then decided to say that it was black water. The interlocutor did not expect such a turn of events, and was surprised to ask what kind of black water this was, but there was no answer. As for Scarlet, having dealt with her father, she took her brother and visited the Duchess so that she could personally tell her everything. The woman, although deep in thought, agreed that the girl did everything right and very quickly. Since all three of them had nothing else to worry about, Melia sent the children to their rooms. The lady was not going to get up just yet as she still wanted to share information, but Isar felt his mother's condition subtly. Without asking, since he guessed that it was better to leave the Duchess alone now, the guy got up and left, which Scarlet did not expect. Then she turned to Melia to take another closer look at her and her thoughts. The girl realized that the woman was now very sad about her years of life lost because of the Duke. Therefore, Armand considered it best to also leave this poor unfortunate woman alone, and quietly left the room. But the Duchess was so sad and immersed in her thoughts that she didn't even notice it. Since Scarlet still had business to attend to, she went to His Majesty to discuss it with him as she had promised. Sitting in the carriage, the lady realized that she liked the Emperor, but she was very afraid that he would leave her for the main character of the novel when she appeared. But having exhaled, the lady now decided that all this was not so important, but for now she had time to enjoy communication with Charles. Scarlet was determined and was going to, if necessary, even fight for His Majesty. Meanwhile, the coachman who was carrying Lady Armand in the carriage felt the bright energy emanating from her and was afraid of her. The girl decided that if the Emperor dared to choose someone else instead of her, then she would definitely leave him first. And now she had time for love, but there was a small snag because Scarlet managed to do a lot of things, shocking Charles. And so now the lady was killed because of her antics earlier, not knowing how to make amends. Since being worried Armin rocked the carriage too much, the coachman asked her to be quieter, and the lady calmed down. Putting her finger to the glass, the girl thought about how ashamed she was of her tricks that she committed in order to break off the engagement. To dispel her doubts, when the lady came to see His Majesty, she asked him for permission to ask him a question, and the guy began to listen carefully. At this time, they were sitting together in the gazebo and peacefully drinking tea, but Scarlet could not calm her raging thoughts. When Charles gave her permission to speak, she suddenly hesitated, and the Emperor noticed this, and therefore asked why the girl was so nervous. Armand looked seriously at His Majesty, mentally reassuring herself, since in essence she was simply asking a question. Having properly tuned up, the lady asked if the Emperor had an ideal type of woman. In surprise, Charles even spat out the delicious imperial tea, since he had never thought about such a thing. His Majesty wiped his stained mouth and asked the girl why she was even interested in such things. Armand said that she was simply curious, but His Majesty insisted that she tell him the reason. However, Scarlet did not want to admit what was wrong, and therefore made a sweet face and asked to answer her question. Charles became somewhat nervous, as it was unusual for him not to seek answers to his questions. However, the guy decided to come to terms with the situation and said that the woman he likes does not worry about the opinions of others, wears flowers in her hair, and runs down the street. The emperor also, slightly covering his mouth, added that she devoured the cake on both cheeks and sometimes thought not with her head but with her bottom. And if someone hits her even once, she will be punished immediately, since she can stand up for herself very well, he said, remembering Duke Armand. Sitting motionless in place, the lady listened carefully to all the emperor's criteria, which she herself asked about. At the end of his story, the girl sank greatly, because she did not expect that Charles had such a specific taste and she had nothing to hope for. But His Majesty specifically described Scarlett's behavior, and when he realized that Armand did not realize this, he only covered his face with his hand with a sigh. So in the end, the lady even regretted asking about the ideal type of the emperor, which in her opinion she could not live up to. The girl added that Charles has unusual taste, since he wants to be with a person who does not care about the opinions of others. While the emperor was thinking whether to confess or not, the lady asked permission to ask another question, and he allowed it. And Armand, once again plucking up courage, asked why he decided to get engaged to her. This question surprised His Majesty no less, and the guy even froze with his eyes open. Lowering his gaze, the emperor pretended to think about the answer, although in fact he knew it very well. In the end, he still said that he decided so because at that time he did not trust the Armand family. Hearing such a bitter truth for her, the girl squeezed her hands tightly, trying to calm her heartbeat. Scarlett was now angry with herself for holding out extra hopes for absolutely no reason. But the lady could not end the dialogue due to misunderstanding, so she asked the very last question to Charles. Smiling sadly, the lady asked if the emperor decided to enter into an engagement with her because he was going to use her.